Chapter 1. In the royal palace of Grand Xia, the resplendent palaces shone brightly under the blazing sun. The white marble steps led to the heavens, and the extravagant palace buildings were built one after another, so luxurious that it was impossible to count them all. The Xia dynasty had reached the pinnacle of a dynasty. However, in the eyes of those who were observant, this was an omen of the collapse of the great edifice. Great Xia was too strong. These 1,000 years were Great Xia's 1,000 years. They were invincible in the divine prefecture. In the vast land of the divine prefecture, there were more than 100 dynasties, but Great Xia was the only one that stood for 1,000 years. It was an irreversible rule that extreme prosperity leads to decline. The invincible Great Xia could not stay invincible forever. In the past 100 years, there were signs of decline. There were no wise emperors, and there were no virtuous officials. In addition, the Mongol court in the north was getting stronger day by day, and the Eternal Night sect, which had been silent for 1,000 years, had reappeared. The future of Great Xia was not as bright as it seemed today. The emperor of Great Xia was not very open-minded. Compared to the emperors who had expanded the territory of Great Xia in the past, he was much worse. Fortunately, the foundation of Great Xia was strong enough, and the current emperor was not completely useless. Although he did not make great contributions, he did not make any major mistakes. The cavalry of the Mongol court in the north had crossed the border of Beijiang Plain several times, ignoring the dignity of Great Xia. The debate between those who wanted war and those who wanted peace became more and more intense. The emperor of Great Xia was getting older, and his mind was becoming more and more indecisive. His attitude towards the Mongol court had always been ambiguous, neither war nor peace. However, compared to the Mongol court in the north, the revival of the Eternal Night sect was more of a headache for the emperor of Great Xia. The Eternal Night sect had a long history that could not be traced. It was a power that the dynasties of the Central Plains feared. When the ancestors of Great Xia were in their prime, they suppressed the Eternal Night sect and almost destroyed it. However, after 1,000 years of silence and recovery, the return of the Eternal Night sect was an unavoidable disaster. The strength of the Eternal Night cult lay not only in the terrifying faith that they had accumulated over thousands of years, but also in the support of unfathomably powerful martial arts. Back in the day, the Great Xia dynasty had been so powerful that the divine prefecture had banned martial arts, and the entire world had submitted to it. However, the Eternal Night cult had still not been destroyed. They had temporarily hidden themselves in the darkness, all for the sake of reappearing in the world today. Under the night sky, the heavenly mandate palace was still as bright as day. The 3 ministers were silent, and the ministers were prostrating. On the dragon throne in the heavenly mandate palace, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty frowned a few times, and his expression was unusually ugly. "Your Majesty, we can't wait any longer. The voices of the soldiers in the north are getting louder and louder. If the imperial court doesn't say anything and continues to endure, I'm afraid it will chill the hearts of these soldiers who have sacrificed their lives for the country. We can't. Once the war breaks out, it will get out of hand and cause the commoners to lose their homes. Moreover, the Eternal Night cult has already appeared. If we take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack, our dynasty will be attacked from both sides. Tolerating the evil will only make the Gumeng royal court go even more overboard. The sons of the Celestial Empire are brave and skilled in battle. How can we allow others to bully us just because of some Eternal Night cult?" The debate in the hall was abnormally intense. None of them were willing to take a step back. Only the 3 dukes remained silent, not saying a word. The 3 dukes rarely discussed politics since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty. It wasn't that they couldn't, but that they didn't want to. As long as it wasn't a last resort, the 3 dukes wouldn't speak. This was a consensus. Therefore, no matter how intense the debate in the hall was, no one would ask the 3 dukes to make a decision. Hesitation flashed in the eyes of the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty on the dragon throne. It was not easy to decide whether to send troops or not. Whoosh! Suddenly a sharp silver light shot through the hall and directly toward the emperor of the great Xia dynasty on the dragon throne. The arrow that came out of nowhere dazzled everyone's eyes, and they didn't even have time to react. The stunning arrow came silently and without warning. The heavenly mandate palace, the emperor, and the ministers were all taken away by the sharpness of the arrow. However, this unstoppable arrow was caught by a withered hand. Behind the emperor of the great Xia dynasty, the old eunuch who had been silent all this time walked to the front of the dragon throne. He covered the sky with one hand and blocked all the wind and rain in front of the emperor. "Assassin, catch the assassin!" At this moment, everyone in the hall finally reacted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they shouted sternly. The head of the ministers, the three dukes who had been silent all this time, also stood up and looked coldly in the direction where the arrow came from. It was really a huge responsibility. This was the first time in thousands of years that someone had entered the palace to assassinate, and it was right in front of them. On the dragon throne, the emperor of the great Xia dynasty stood up angrily. His expression was livid, and he spat out two words fiercely: "Investigate!" Yes, the emperor was furious, and the ministers below were in awe. Their minds were in a whirl. The timing of this assassination was too subtle, and it really came at the wrong time. In the next moment, orders were sent out. The palace was forbidden to enter, and the palace gates were tightly shut. The entire palace was surrounded by tens of thousands of imperial guards. There was a sentry every 5 steps, and there was a sentry every 10 steps. The tight security made it difficult for even a fly to fly out, let alone a living person. What happened? In the palace, Ning Chen looked out of the window at groups of imperial guards passing by. He was very puzzled, but when he thought of the fate that would follow, he lost interest. Not far away, several youths who were about the same age as Ning Chen were also in low spirits. They were all children from poor families and had no choice but to take this step. "Sai, what should I do?" Ning Chen rested his chin on his right hand and pondered quietly. He would rather die than become a eunuch. Although it was said that he should take things as they came, from a strong and outstanding young man to a disabled but strong-willed eunuch, the difference was too big. Worry, Ning Chen sighed softly. He wanted to escape, but when he saw the groups of imperial guards passing by from time to time, he immediately dispelled the idea of seeking death. He did not want to be chopped into meat paste. It was said that in this era there were death by 1,000 cuts, dismemberment by 5 horses, skinning and pulling out tendons, burying alive and carting. Sigh. He did not want to think about it anymore. Once I enter the palace, it is as deep as the sea. From then on, I will be surrounded by passers-by. The soft sigh attracted many disdainful gazes. Ning Chen raised his head and smiled shyly. He had almost forgotten that everyone was in a bad mood. The clanging of armor on the imperial guards became louder and louder, indicating that more imperial guards were being mobilized from the palace. The assassination of the emperor was a big deal. Orders came from the heavenly mandate palace, one after another. The 3 dukes and all the officials were waiting for a result. Seeing the youths in front of him being castrated and carried away one by one, Ning Chen was so anxious that he felt like a cat was scratching his heart. But there were so many imperial guards outside. Compared to his thin arms and legs, he did not dare to fight. God, you should just strike me to death. Finally, the last youth was carried away by 2 eunuchs. Ning Chen looked out the window and shouted in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, the dark night sky above the imperial palace suddenly lit up. A dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across the 9 heavens, followed by the rumbling of thunder. The sudden, earth-shattering sound startled everyone. Ning Chen, was also shocked by the sound of thunder. God, I was just saying, don't take it seriously. Boom! There was another loud rumble of thunder, followed by a torrential downpour. The torches used by the imperial guards to light the room were immediately extinguished by the rain. In this short moment, a black shadow flashed into the room from a corner not far away. The light of a sword flashed. The old eunuch who was cleaning the knife in his hand was immediately stunned and fell to the ground. Only Ning Chen, who had been bored and in a daze, was left in the large cleaning room. The black-clothed assassin wanted to kill him, but he was injured by a hidden master in the Imperial Guards when he was escaping. In a situation where his skills were limited, he could only kill the eunuch closest to him. As for Ning Chen, if he wanted to shout, he would not be able to stop him immediately. "I can get you out of here," Ning Chen blurted out as they stared at each other. The sudden words stunned the black-clothed assassin. Seeing that the assassin was in a daze, Ning Chen hurriedly continued in order not to die. "There are Imperial Guards outside, so it's impossible for you to escape. Furthermore, the Imperial Guards will soon find this place, so it's impossible for you to hide. Either way, you will die." After saying all this in one breath, Ning Chen almost choked himself to death. He quickly took a deep breath and said, "You have no choice. You can only trust me." "Who are you?" The assassin opened his mouth. His voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. "A woman?" Ning Chen was stunned and subconsciously said, "I am a eunuch." "Pay, what a crow's mouth." After saying that, Ning Chen's eyes unconsciously looked at the woman's chest. As expected, it was flat. Did she bind her chest? It was too flat, right? Shwa! The light of a sword flashed. It was so close that Ning Chen quickly retracted his gaze. He despised himself in his heart. What kind of time was it? He still had the mind to think about this. Calm down, calm down. But before that, you have to do me a small favor." After temporarily calming down the woman, Ning Chen let out a sigh of relief. He immediately walked forward and took off the clothes of the dead eunuch on the ground. "Quickly change, or it will be too late." While speaking, Ning Chen smeared the blood from the old eunuch's neck onto half of his pants, especially the important part between his legs. It was soaked with blood. It looked very scary. After doing all this, Ning Chen blew out most of the lights in the room. The whole room immediately became dark. Although it was still possible to see, it was already difficult. Not far away, the woman had already changed into the old eunuch's clothes. She glanced at Ning Chen's actions and did not say anything. She could see that this brat was quite clever. Perhaps he could really help her escape this disaster. She was not afraid of death, but if there was a chance to live, no one would be willing to die. Ning Chen turned around and saw the woman's face. It was so bright that it made people's eyes unwilling to leave it. She was in the prime of her life, very charming, very feminine. However, at this time, looking like this gave people a headache. Ning Chen thought for a moment, then wiped his hands on the blood on his body and rubbed them on the ground. Then he walked up to the woman and smiled brightly. Then he wiped his hands that were covered in blood and dust on the woman's face. Of course, Ning Chen greeted her with a warning look. There was a bit of pride, and still a bit of pride. The woman did not say anything. She coldly endured the change in her beautiful face. It was too horrible to look at. Chapter 2. A moment later, Ning Chen looked at his masterpiece and smiled foolishly. He was indeed a genius. Under the dim light, the beautiful woman in front of him disappeared and was replaced by an unkempt eunuch. The woman did not know how to appreciate his beauty and was expressionless. Ning Chen stood there for a moment, but the woman did not praise him. He felt a little angry. Forget it, he was a man. He did not want to be calculative with a woman. Ning Chen dragged the old eunuch to the bottom of the bed before lying down on the bed himself. Then he stared at the woman and instructed worriedly, "When the Imperial Guards come later, you must slash them down. Make sure you hit them accurately." The woman understood tacitly and nodded lightly. She took the knife that was used to clean himself and then quietly walked to Ning Chen's side. She calmly took off his pants. "What's going on? Why didn't you light the lamp?" Not long after, a few Imperial Army soldiers walked in. The one in the lead was wearing a bright green armor. He looked around the room and asked sternly, Shwa! Before he finished his words, the woman's knife fell. Blood splattered all over the woman's face. The bright red blood flowed down the woman's cheeks, making her dirty face look even more blurred. The wind blew out the candle. It's fine. I've done this many times. It's fine even without the lamp, the woman said in a hoarse voice. The shining saber in her hand was dyed red. The dim light and the strange atmosphere made the Imperial guards at the door feel a chill down their spines. Looking at the blood on the young man's pants, the Imperial army soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. The cleansing room was a dirty and unlucky place. If not for the order, no one would be willing to come here. Let's go and check the other places. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, the leader waved his hand and led the Imperial army soldiers away from this troublesome place. Ning Qin, who could not hold on any longer, suddenly sat up. He sucked in cold air from the pain and gritted his teeth. Woman, you did it on purpose. The knife just now was half an inch away from saying goodbye to the man. Furthermore, it was so deep. Even if he did not become a eunuch, he would have bled to death. Yes. The woman nodded her head honestly. Ning Qin was so angry that he almost fainted. How could she bully him like this? What should we do next? The woman asked. She knew that this was only the beginning. The Imperial Palace would definitely be under martial law for a long time. If she couldn't escape, she would be discovered sooner or later. That's right. I haven't asked you yet. What did you do? Why are there so many people trying to capture you? Ning Qin was very curious. The moment he woke up, he saw the majestic sight of the Imperial guards going berserk. The heavens were really taking care of him. The assassination attempt on the Xia Emperor failed. The woman was very calm, and Ning Qin was also very calm. A moment later, he exclaimed, "What?" Seeing the woman's sharp gaze, Ning Qin smiled embarrassedly. "I've lost my composure, lost my composure." His body unconsciously leaned back. "This woman is a ruthless person. Don't go crazy and kill me or something." "You still haven't answered. What's next?" The woman asked again. "Wait." This time, Ning Qin was very obedient and quickly told him the plan. "Soon, there will be eunuchs coming to carry him. This place has just been checked. There shouldn't be any more Imperial guards coming tonight. You stay here first. Remember, don't try to escape." The woman stared at Ning Qin for a long time before lightly nodding, indicating that she would listen to his advice. Sure enough, not long after, 2 eunuchs came and carried Ning Qin away without a word. The woman quietly watched Ning Qin leave. Her pair of bright eyes looked so beautiful under the light. Even the bloodstains on her face could not hide it. Not long after, in a spacious room, the 2 eunuchs carried Ning Qin to a bed. On the rows of beds next to it, there were all new people who had just been castrated. Some of them had fainted and were still unconscious. Some of them were secretly crying. It was unknown whether it was because of pain or something else. The medicine to stop bleeding and treat injuries was at the bedside. Everyone had it. This was only a temporary residence. Tomorrow, there would be people who would arrange for them to return to their homes. If they were lucky, they would be by the side of the Imperial concubines or princes and have a good future. If they were unlucky, they could only be arranged to do some chores in the laundry workshop. After being temporarily safe, Ning Qin calmed down and thought about what to do in the future. He could not stay in this palace forever. There were many people and eyes here. If he was not careful, someone would discover that he was a fake eunuch. At that time, he would definitely be chopped into pieces by that old man, the emperor. That woman's methods were as troublesome as her face. She was a ruthless person who even dared to assassinate the emperor. He really could not afford to offend her. Right now, the first thing he had to consider was how to send this great aunt away. Otherwise, if she was in a bad mood one day, she would really kill him. He would have no place to cry even if he wanted to. Not sure if it was because he had lost too much blood from that woman's attack or because he was really too tired, Ning Qin thoughtlessly fell asleep as he thought about it. Only the sound of his low, sobbing accompanied the sound of the rain falling outside the room. It did not stop for the entire night. Happy times were always very short. Just as Ning Chen was sleeping soundly, the sky unknowingly brightened up. The early morning sun was not beautiful because it meant that his life as a eunuch had officially begun. After the rainy night, the sky was very clear. Ning Chen limped out of the house with the help of the wall. He walked 2 laps around the house and breathed in the fresh air outside. He was in a very good mood. Just as he was about to express the beautiful admiration in his heart, he was blocked in the chest by a croaky voice. It was as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Which family's little brat is this? Don't block this eunuch's path. He was wearing a sapphire blue robe embroidered with a red-crowned crane. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and wore a peacock feather hat inlaid with jewels. His skin was excessively white, and coupled with his face that was neither yin nor yang, he looked exactly like a deformed Dongfang booby. Ning Chen forcefully suppressed the feeling in his stomach and took a step back to avoid him. However, he unintentionally pulled on his wound, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. This little one greets eunuch. May eunuch have good fortune and peace. And Zhao Jin stopped and curiously looked at the youth in front of her. She asked, "May eunuch have good fortune and peace? What a strange greeting. Where did you learn it from?" "I'm finished." Ning Chen immediately knew that he had said something wrong. However, he had just arrived here. Who would know how to greet him? Now that things had come to this, he could only make up some nonsense. May eunuch have good fortune and peace. This little one was shocked by eunuch's aura and forgot to properly say the greeting that my hometown used to express respect to the elders. This little one lost my composure. I hope that eunuch can forgive this little one for being insensible. In the end, Ning Chen felt extremely disgusted, especially when he didn't know what this old eunuch had smeared on his body. The smell was strange, causing his Rin-Du and Du meridians to churn. He really wanted to slap this old fellow to death. Clever little fellow, you can follow our family in the future. Zhao Jin sized up the former and nodded in satisfaction. This was a good material. If he was properly trained, he should be able to help her a lot. Follow your head. Ning Chen cursed in his heart. However, he still had a smile on his face. Thank you for your praise, eunuch. This little one is new to the palace and has many things that I don't understand. Since eunuch didn't abandon me, this little one is naturally very happy. And not bad. You can just call me eunuch Zhao in the future. What's your name? Ning Chen. And from now on I'll call you little Ning. Zhao Jin nodded in satisfaction. Your uncle. Hearing this, Ning Chen couldn't help but blurt out. This time he really couldn't hold back. And what did you say? Zhao Jin frowned slightly. He didn't understand what his uncle meant. However, this brat's tone seemed to carry a trace of dissatisfaction, which made him unhappy. No, nothing. Eunuch Zhao bestowing a name makes this little one too happy. Ning Chen's face was full of smiles, as brilliant as a flower blooming. Little Ning, your whole family is little Ning. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Little Ning, there are many rules in the palace. You have to learn them diligently. After speaking, Zhao Jin waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and turned to leave. Phew! Looking at the distant eunuch Zhao, Ning Chen let out a long breath and wiped the sweat on his forehead. In this world, the hardest thing to deal with wasn't women, but people who were neither male nor female. Which family servant is actually blocking the way? However, just at this moment, a stern rebuke once again rang out by his ear, causing Ning Chen to tremble in fright. Fuck, you're still here. Ning Chen's anger soared. I'm standing in this damned place. How am I blocking your way? He was about to flip out on the spot, but when he saw the imperial canopy embroidered with a phoenix pattern, his anger was immediately extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Oh my God, who is this? Surrounded by 4 beautiful palace maids, 2 at the front and 2 at the back, a woman with an incomparably beautiful face walked over. Her hair was tied up in a phoenix bun, and her hair was lightly swept. Her eyes were filled with spring, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was 70% beautiful and 30% seductive. It was hard for people to shift their gaze away from her. Ning Chen didn't recognize this woman, but even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. In the palace, people like her could be counted with one's fingers. Moreover, this woman wasn't to be trifled with. He would have to run away sooner or later, so it was better to be low-key. Taking a step back, then another step back, Ning Chen bowed his body and lowered his head. He muttered, "I'm just a passerby. You can't see me." When the little eunuch in the lead saw Ning Chen move aside, he lightly snorted and didn't say anything else. As a servant, he didn't dare to appear too overbearing in front of his master. Wait a moment. After taking 2 steps, Wan Yunshang suddenly stopped. She glanced at Ning Chen and said, "Why aren't you kneeling?" At this time, the 4 palace maids and the little eunuch finally reacted. From a moment ago until now, this unfamiliar fellow had never knelt. If Wan Yunshang hadn't spoken, they wouldn't have reacted at all. This little one is new to the palace and doesn't know the rules. "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Knowing that he couldn't get away with it, Ning Chen softly sighed and respectfully said, "Now you know?" "I know." "Then why aren't you kneeling?" "I'm a newly purified person, so I can't do as I please." Wan Yunshang wasn't willing to let go, and Ning Chen also wasn't willing to kneel. After a moment of deadlock, Wan Yunshang's lips curled up, and her intimidating eyes carefully examined the youth in front of her. "Oh, so it's like that. Then forget it. Many thanks, Your Highness." Ning Chen let out a sigh of relief. He lowered his head to hide the arrogance in his eyes, and his tone was as respectful as ever. Chapter 3. After Imperial concubine Wan left, Ning Chen raised his head and narrowed his eyes. She was the scariest person he had ever met since he entered the palace. Not only was she a woman of status, but she also had the ability to conceal her emotions. This woman was no ordinary person. There were dangers everywhere in the palace. If one was not careful, they would be drawn into an unknown whirlpool. Ning Chen felt that his future was bleak. Unfortunately, the palace was now under lockdown, and it was impossible for him to escape. I wonder how that woman is doing. Did she listen to me and not run around? Bored, Ning Chen continued to walk around with his hands on the wall. On the way, he met 1 or 2 youths who were as bored as he was. He grinned and greeted them cordially. Reality proved that the medicine from the palace was not ordinary. It was much more effective than the dogskin plasters from the future. Ning Chen was still worried. The woman seemed to be injured and could not show her face. Even if she hid in the cleansing room, she could still be discovered. The cleansing room was located in the most remote part of the palace. Very few guards passed by it, but it did not mean that one could enter and leave as they pleased. The palace had always been lax on the inside and tight on the outside. Once one left a place that seemed empty, one would find countless imperial guards guarding it. Ning Chen did not doubt that if someone dared to sneak out at this time, they would be chopped up and fed to the dogs by the imperial guards. Ning Chen did not dare to go back to the cleansing room to search. These few days were a sensitive period. That stupid woman had entered the palace to assassinate the emperor of the Xia dynasty. She had created a huge mess. If he was suspected of anything, he would be in trouble. As the saying goes, happiness is an itch that can be scratched. Unhappiness is an itch that cannot be scratched. At this moment, Ning Chen felt that he was very unhappy. His heart was itching, and he wanted to go to the cleansing room to take a look, but he could not. "I'll go take a look from the front and the back. I'll go back to sleep if I'm standing." Ning Chen took out a copper coin from his body and chanted. With a flick of his hand, the copper coin flew high into the air and drew a beautiful parabola in the air. Soon after, it fell to the ground with a tinkling sound and rolled forward. Seeing that the copper coin was about to fly away, Ning Chen was anxious. This was the only thing he had. If someone asked Ning Chen at this time whether money or life was the most important thing in life, Ning Chen believed that he would say money without hesitation. Sure enough, in his anxiety, Ning Chen didn't even care about the injuries between his legs and ran after the copper coin step by step while baring his teeth. As the saying goes, blessings do not come in pairs, and misfortunes do not come singly. As the saying goes, if a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Ning Chen was the type of person who would seek death by stuffing his teeth. He only cared about asking for money and didn't even look at where he was going. He bumped headfirst into a warm and fragrant embrace, and only then did he realize that things weren't going well. He hurriedly raised his head and saw a beautiful woman dressed in a luxurious phoenix robe. She was about 30 years old and had a gentle smile in her eyes which made Ning Chen's heart flutter. Which family servant is so daring to startle the Empress's phoenix body? Even if you have 10 heads, they won't be enough to chop off. I'm sorry. In a panic, Ning Chen hurriedly took 2 steps back and repeatedly apologized. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he wished he could slap himself for saying the wrong thing again. Apologizing to the Empress, he was really stupid. It was all that stupid woman's fault. After staying with a stupid person for so long, his brain wasn't as bright as before. How dare you? The face of the eunuch steward beside the Empress turned cold. He didn't know the rules at all. Why are you panicking so much? Zhang Sunweo extended his hand and stopped the old eunuch from denouncing him. He smiled at the dignified youth in front of him and asked gently. Hearing Zhang Suin's question, Ning Chen subconsciously looked at the copper coins that had stopped rolling on the ground. He was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the copper coins and die. The ancient people said to value money more than life. Was it because of him? Zhang Sanweo followed Ning Chen's gaze and looked at the copper coins on the ground, then bent down to pick them up. Ning Chen looked at the copper coins being picked up by Zhang Sanweo. He wanted to ask for it, but he didn't dare. In his confusion, he even forgot about offending the Empress. Actually, Ning Chen couldn't be blamed. It was almost impossible for a modern person to have a true fear of the so-called imperial power. Even though Ning Chen had constantly reminded himself to pay attention to his identity, he still threw aside the reverence that he had purposely shown for a moment. Zhang Sanweo carefully looked at the copper coins in her hand and didn't find anything special about them. When she saw the youth's conflicted expression of wanting but not daring to ask for it, she couldn't help but laugh. How many years had it been since she met such an interesting little fellow? Be careful. The palace isn't like the outside. Remember to follow the rules. Zhang Sanweo kindly reminded him, then continued to walk forward with light steps. My copper coins. Ning Chen looked on helplessly as the copper coins once again disappeared into the distance. His raised hand weakly put it down. The dignified Empress of Desya actually dared to take the money of a little eunuch like me. Nyang, he's still staring at you. Beside Zhang Sanweo, a beautiful palace made softly reminded her. He's probably still thinking about his copper coin. What an interesting little fellow. Since I've taken his copper coin, I'll help him this time. Send an order to the inner palace to transfer him to Weiyang Palace for duty. Ning Chen still didn't know that Zhang Sanweo had decided his future the moment she spoke. Of course, if he knew earlier, Ning Chen would definitely rather die than obey. He would cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to hang himself to ask Zhang Sanweo to take back her grace. He was someone who wanted to run away. After he reached Weiyang Palace, running away would probably be impossible for him for the rest of his life. With the copper coins gone, Ning Chen's mood was very bad. His face was very long, as if he was very unhappy and didn't want anyone to come near him. Thinking back carefully, the copper coins had actually been standing on the ground when they fell, and had even rolled so far away. "Stupid woman, you've killed me." After being frightened again and again, Ning Qin completely confirmed that there were too many big monsters in the palace. It was not a place where humans should live. Running away was the only way out. The assassination of Empress Xia was a big event that shocked the world. The palace was the center of the storm. In just 2 short meetings, the world situation was revealed. An imperial concubine in the prime of her life and an empress who was the mother of the world. The 2 most noble women in the world walked out of the harem. It was definitely not as simple as just for show. Although Ning Chen's face was calm, his heart was in turmoil. Now, the palace was the most dangerous place. It was so for that woman and also for him, the imperial concubine and the empress. One was sharp and dazzling, the other was reserved and gentle. After a simple meeting, Ning Chen had a rough impression in his heart. They were both beautiful faces, but they had completely different styles. But without a doubt, the 2 were not simple people. As an imperial concubine, she was not suppressed by the empress. This showed how sharp the imperial concubine was, and what Ning Qin couldn't see through was the empress. Standing on top of such a powerful imperial concubine, she could still stand for a long time. She was really extraordinary. The imperial concubine's sharpness came from inside out, and the empress' gentleness was not faked. Now that the sharp collision could be temporarily balanced, Ning Chen could no longer guess the turmoil in it. Thinking carefully, Ning Chen realized that after he came to the strange world, the only people he could talk to were either women or people who were neither men nor women. Moreover, none of them were easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he would get himself into trouble. He couldn't go to the cleansing room. Otherwise, he wouldn't necessarily meet anyone. Before he had the chance to run away, it was better to be honest. Ning Chen limped back to the dormitory. Looking at the group of youths with red lips and white teeth, he was in a bad mood. He covered his head and fell asleep. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood from that woman's slash, and he hadn't recovered from last night. Ning Qin slept until the sky turned dark and then dawn. Early the next morning, the door opened. People from each palace came to pick people up. After recuperating for nearly 2 days, most of the youths could barely get out of bed and walk 2 steps. Those who recovered quickly didn't need anyone's help. After following the people from each palace, they began their life as eunuchs. Ning Qin was also taken away by someone. It was a beautiful palace made with a graceful figure. She walked in front with graceful steps, and the way she walked was very seductive. Unfortunately, Ning Chen's bad mouth always sounded at the wrong time. "Big sister, walk slower." The palace maid's name was Qingning. After hearing Ning Chen's words, her beautiful face was instantly filled with black lines. She wanted to kick this brat to death. "Big sister, where are we going?" "Big sister, my injuries haven't healed yet. Walk slower." "Big sister, how far is it?" "Big sister." Along the way, Ning Chen's long-winded voice reverberated in Qingning's ears. Qingning clenched and loosened her hands. She clenched and loosened them again. When she was about to explode, they arrived at Weiyang Palace. This was Zhang Sun Wuyo's territory. Although Ning Chen was ignorant, he knew that this was something everyone knew. His heart was in his mouth. Could it be that he bumped into her yesterday and now she's taking revenge on him? Ning Chen was very indignant. She's an adult. Why is she arguing with a child like me? Why? Are you not satisfied? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Ning Chen's ears. "How can I?" Ning Chen's expression changed instantly. His indignant face suddenly smiled brighter than a flower. He said respectfully with a bit of guilt, "It's good that you're satisfied. You can be on duty at Weiyang Palace from now on. There are fewer rules here. I think it's most suitable for you." Zhang Sun Wuyo didn't care about Ning Chen's messy etiquette. Her beautiful and gentle face always had a gentle smile. She looked very approachable. "Qingning has been with me since young. She knows everything about Weiyang Palace. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask Qingning. All right, I still have things to do. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Zhang Sunweo and the two palace maids left. Only Qingning and Ningqin were left standing there, staring at each other. Once Zhang Sunweo left, Ningqin felt uncomfortable all over. Qingning, on the other hand, felt refreshed all over. After enduring for so long, she finally had a proper reason to repay the kindness from before. Murderous aura! Ningqin read the word from Qingning's eyes. She didn't hide it at all. Always leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. Ningqin immediately took a step back and admitted defeat. Good attitude. Unfortunately, it's too late. Qingning stretched out her delicate hand and grabbed the enemy in front of her. Her speed was so fast that Ningqin didn't even have a chance to escape. Chapter 4. This woman knows martial arts. Ningqin was shocked. Hooligans weren't scary, but hooligans with culture were scary. Now, this female hooligan, who was very likely to be cultured, actually knew martial arts. The moment he turned around, his collar was grabbed by Qingning. Immediately he couldn't move. Let's talk nicely. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Ningqin couldn't be any softer. I'm not a gentleman, I'm just a little girl. Qingning didn't fall for this at all. She dragged Ningqin to the back garden. You're using your position to avenge a personal grudge. Ningqin complained while struggling. We just met. What personal grudge? Qingning snorted. How could she allow Ningqin to put a big hat on her? That's right, we don't have any grudges. Ningqin was startled. Only then did he realize that he and Qingning had no past grievances. What was there to be afraid of? Big sister, can you let go of me first? I'm a little dizzy. Ningqin begged. After being dragged around by the collar for so long, he felt that it was hard to breathe. Why were there stars everywhere? However, when Qingning heard the two words big sister, she immediately felt the qi in her ren and du meridians surging. If she hadn't been influenced by her eldest grandson since she was young, she would have slapped this brat to death. Ningqin didn't know why, but it was just a title. In any case, he wasn't even 16 yet. Was it too much to call Qingning big sister? It wasn't too much. Ningqin felt even dizzier. No, this was the rhythm of being strangled to death. Big sister. Don't call me big sister. Qingning was about to go crazy. Her eyebrows arched and she gnashed her teeth. Then what should I call you? Qingning. Qingning? Hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise, next year, you can burn incense for me. Qingning turned around and saw Ningqin's red face. She was startled and immediately let go of him. Cough, cough. Ningqin violently coughed twice and then took a few deep breaths. Not long after, the dizziness disappeared and he finally felt that the world was beautiful again. Ningqin wasn't an idiot. At this time, he also realized what was wrong. Just a title almost took his life. Women really were unreasonable creatures. Sister Qingning. Of course, men were also shameless creatures, especially Ningqin. One moment, he was being strangled to death by Qingning, and the next moment he was trying to build a relationship with her with a fawning smile. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Although Qingning did not want to forgive Ningqin, she had no reason to do so. She could only suppress the raging fire in her stomach for the time being. Recuperate for 2 days first. When you've recovered, I'll arrange things for you. Qingning hesitated for a moment before she reminded him. The palace hasn't been very peaceful recently. Don't run around. Thank you, Sister Qingning, for your concern. Ningqin grinned, his smile as bright as it could get. This great aunt looked fierce, but she was actually very kind. From now on, Qingning was a good person while the imperial consort was a bad person. The empress could not afford to offend her. From now on, she would curry favor with Qingning, avoid the Empress, and run away whenever she saw the imperial consort. Ning Chen's room was near the back garden of Wei Yong Palace. It was far from the Empress' bedroom. Wei Yong Palace had the least number of palace maids and eunuchs among the imperial consorts. Zhang Sun did not like noise, and Qing Ning did not like it either. Therefore, Ning Chen's luck was still very good. Because of 1 copper coin, he met Zhang Sun. In this palace, where undercurrents were surging, he temporarily had a peaceful night. Ning Chen returned to his room. Through the window, he looked at the sky outside. He did not move, did not speak, and did not speak. Only when he calmed down did he realize that the sky outside was really different from his hometown. The boundless world of mortals was just a big dream. "What are you thinking about?" Unknowingly, a beautiful figure appeared behind him. Ning Chen came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that the sky outside was already dark. "When did you come?" Ning Chen was surprised and asked. "I've been here for a long time. You just didn't realize it," Mu Qingxue replied. "Is that so? I was too careless." Ning Chen smiled self-deprecatingly. A flash of sadness appeared in his eyes. Since he was already here, why would he act like a scholar and feel sorry for himself? That would only increase his sadness. "I still don't know your name." Ning Chen calmed himself down, and a smile appeared on his face again. "Mu Qingxue, black silk in the morning, snow in the evening. What a sad name." Ning Chen sighed softly. "It's just a name. What about you?" Mu Qingxue asked back. Ning Chen. The two of them were silent. They were two people who should not have known each other, but because of a strange fate they met. Other than their names, there was nothing else they should know. "Why did you assassinate the Xia Emperor?" After an unknown amount of time, Ning Chen was the first to break the silence. Mu Qingxue did not immediately answer. Instead, he walked to the window and looked at the moon outside. After a long time, he softly said 2 words. "Return a favor." Everyone says that the hardest thing to return in life is love. So it is true. Ning Chen did not continue to ask. There were deep and shallow relationships between people. Although he and Mu Qingxue had gone through trials and tribulations together, that was the end of their friendship. "You saved me. Mu Qingxue owes you a favor." Mu Qingxue looked at the sky and asked himself when he would be able to return this favor. When would he be able to stop being bound by it? "You also helped me. We don't owe each other anything." As if he could see through Mu Qingxue's weary heart, Ning Chen did not want to bind a woman like her. The shackles of love were too heavy. "Huh." Mu Qingxue softly laughed. Her laughter was like a beautiful peony blooming in the night. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Ning Chen glanced at the woman beside him. His eyes flashed with admiration. "You should stay here for the next few days. If you have the chance, you can think of a way to leave the palace," Ning Chen said. As he spoke, he saw that there were still traces of blood on Mu Qingxue's clothes and hair. He thought for a moment and continued, "There are new clothes in the cabinet. You can wash them. I'll be leaving first." After saying that, Ning Chen walked out, leaving the room to Mu Qingxue. Looking at the departing figure, Mu Qingxue felt a faint warmth rise in his heart. It turned out that the burden of love was not only tiring. Bored out of his mind, Ning Chen walked to the backyard. Seeing that there was no one around, he stretched his legs. The wound was quite solid, so it didn't hurt too much. He carefully climbed up to the roof, using a maple tree in the corner. Then he lay down on the tiles and started counting the stars. 1, 2, 3, 125, 120, 127, 1,197, 1,198, 1,199. Ning Chen was counting energetically. What he did not know was that in the room below him, Qing Ning was gritting her teeth and clenching her fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Qing Ning practiced martial arts and was very sensitive to the movements around her. When Ning Chen was about to climb the wall, She had already noticed it. However, she was curious about what he was going to do, so she did not stop him. When she found out that he was only counting the stars, she let him be. Who would have thought that this guy was addicted to counting? He had already counted more than 1,100 stars. It was as if he could not finish counting. Qing Ning angrily put on her clothes and walked to the front of the room. She stomped her feet and flew up to the roof. She angrily looked at the culprit who disturbed her sleep. The sudden appearance of the figure in front of him startled Ning Qin. When he saw that it was Qing Ning, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Sister Qing Ning, you can't sleep, so you came up to look at the stars?" Ning Chen did not know that the room below him belonged to Qing Ning. He thought that it was a coincidence and did not think of anything else. "Are you comfortable lying down?" Qing Ning gritted her teeth and asked. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light in the night sky. She had the urge to throw Ning Chen down. "It's okay. It's just a little cold." Ning Chen did not hear the dangerous message in Qing Ning's words and answered honestly. "Do you need me to get you some clothes to cushion your body?" Hearing Ning Chen's shameless answer, Qing Ning's anger exploded again. She opened her red lips and said in a low voice, "No need, While speaking, Ning Chen felt that the atmosphere was not right. He looked at Qing Ning and his heart skipped a beat. Not good, killing intent. "Sister Qing Ning, please sit." Ning Chen stood up and helped Qing Ning sit down with a smile on his face. "Sister Qing Ning, you must be tired. Do you want me to help you massage your legs?" "No need." "Massage your back." "No need." "Massage your shoulders." "No need." Seeing that Qing Ning was stubborn, Ning Chen's sense of danger grew stronger. He carefully asked, "Sister Qing Ning, it's so late. Why are you still awake?" "Wait a minute." Ning Chen suddenly realized that Qing Ning's clothes were different from the ones she was wearing during the day. It was obvious that she had just changed. When he thought of the room he was in, Ning Chen wanted to slap himself. If you don't seek death, you won't die. When you're unlucky, you can't even drink cold water. This was obviously Qing Ning's territory. He had been here for so long, but he had not thought of this problem. Qing Ning repeatedly told herself to endure. She realized that Ning Chen was not an ordinary person. In less than a day, he had already provoked her to the point of wanting to kill someone. Just as Qing Ning was about to criticize him, she heard Ning Chen's exclamation. She subconsciously followed his gaze. In the bustling, starry sky, a blood-red star was shining with a terrifying light. Not far away, there was a dim red star. If one did not pay attention, it would be easy to overlook it. "What's wrong?" Qing Ning did not understand and asked. "That blood-red star is called Constellation 2, and the dim star beside it is called Mars, which is what you call Mars. These two stars only meet once every 15 years, and it's very rare. If I'm not wrong, these two stars will meet in at most 2 days." Ning Chen sighed inwardly. He never thought that he would be able to see the legendary Mars guarding the heart here. His luck was really quite good. Only then did Qing Ning notice the dim red star. She immediately grabbed Ning Chen's arm and asked anxiously, "Is what you said true?" Ning Chen grimaced in pain from Qing Ning's grip. "Sister Qing Ning, it hurts." Qing Ning realized that she had lost her composure and quickly let go of Ning Chen. However, she still refused to give up and asked, "Hurry up and answer me. Is what you said true? Will these two stars really meet?" Gently rubbing his arm, Ning Chen nodded with certainty. "Yes, it's very likely. Moreover, it's very likely that it will happen tomorrow." "Oh no!" Qing Ning's expression changed drastically. She stood up and stomped her feet, hurrying towards Zhang Xuan's residence. "Strange." Ning Chen shook his head in confusion. He stood up and patted the dirt off his, but before swaggering back to sleep. Chapter 5. In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun, who had just taken off her clothes to sleep, was woken up by a series of urgent knocks on the door. In the entire Weiyang Palace, only Qingning could come here without prior notice. Zhang Sun knew Qingning's personality. If there wasn't anything important, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to ignore the rules. Come in. Zhang Sun got up and put on her clothes. Zhang Sun was still beautiful after taking off her makeup. She was less noble and more gentle, although she was over 30 years old. Time hadn't left too many hardships on this beautiful woman. Instead, it made Zhang Sun, who had 30 years of experience, appear even more beautiful. Your Highness, something happened. Qingning pushed open the door and rushed in. She looked at Zhang Sun on the bed. Don't be in such a rush. Tell me slowly. Zhang Sun had experienced many things in her life, and her bearing naturally couldn't be compared to Qingning's. Your Highness, come and look. Qingning pushed open the window and helped Zhang Sun to the window. She then pointed at a bright, blood-colored star in the southern sky. The Heart Imperial Star? What's wrong? Zhang Sun didn't understand. Look, isn't there a red star next to it? Qingning pointed again. Mars guarding the heart? No, those two stars haven't met yet, and Mars guarding the heart is so dim. Zhang Sun was startled at first, but then she shook her head. Mars guarding the heart was a contrast between the two stars. Right now, only Mars guarding the heart was bright. Although the two stars were very close, they hadn't met yet. Your Highness, they'll meet tomorrow. Qingning became even more worried when she saw Zhang Sun's disbelief. Oh! Zhang Sun sensed that something was wrong. Qingning didn't understand the stars and wouldn't pay attention to such things. What was going on today? Who told you? A dangerous light flashed in Zhang Sun's eyes. Qingning didn't understand, but if someone was intentionally guiding her, then it was a different matter. Sensing the coldness in Zhang Sun's words, Qingning was startled, but she had no choice but to answer. It was Ning Qin. That little fellow. Zhang Sun was startled. She had thought that the person from the Western Palace had intentionally sent someone to mislead Qingning. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Qingning told Zhang Sun everything Ning Qin had said tonight, including their meeting. She didn't leave out any details. At the beginning, when Zhang Sun heard Ning Qin climb the roof and count the stars, he couldn't help but laugh. However, when he heard the latter part, his expression gradually became serious. The Heart constellation was the Emperor star, while Mars was the Calamity constellation. When the two met, it meant that Calamity was about to descend. Bring Ning Qin here immediately, Zhang Sun ordered decisively. Inside the room, Ning Qin had just returned. He glanced at Mu Qingxue, who had washed himself clean. After taking a good rest, he hummed a little tune and went back to his bed to sleep. As for Mu Qingxue, such a big room was all hers. Clang, clang, clang. Ning Qin was startled by the sound of someone knocking on the door. He hurriedly looked at Mu Qingxue and found that the latter had disappeared from the room. He was secretly relieved. I've done a lot of bad things recently, and I'm always scared. Ning Qin patted his head in frustration, then walked to the door and saw Qingning standing there. Just as he was about to speak, he was dragged out. At this moment, Ning Qin finally understood what it meant to walk as fast as flying. They were walking, but it felt as if they were flying. They had covered such a long distance in just a few breaths. Ning Qin felt airsick. He stood on the ground and swayed. In a daze, he was dragged to Zhang Sun by Qingning. Zhang Sun looked at the young man in front of her from head to toe, as if she wanted to see through him. Unfortunately, even Zhang Sun, who had seen countless people, couldn't figure out what Ning Qin was thinking and what he wanted. Ning Qin. Yes, ah? Hearing someone call him, Ning Qin woke up from his daze. Seeing Zhang Sun in front of him, he was so scared that he stepped back and almost screamed. Ning Qin had long believed that Zhang Sun was a two-faced woman. Not only did she take his money, but she also didn't let go of his men. Was it easy to mess around in the Empress's territory? Of course not. You're afraid of me, Zhang Sun said strangely. Was her reputation so bad that people were so scared of her? Would Ning Qin tell the truth? Would he tell the truth? Of course not, unless he didn't want to mess around. Everyone knows that your highness is virtuous and virtuous. It's just that I was pulled too hard by Sister Qingning, and my legs are a little numb. Ning Qin didn't forget to complain about Qingning as he flattered her, saying that she always bullied him. So what if you have martial arts? So what? So what? To the side, Qingning gritted her teeth. If Zhang Sun wasn't here, she would definitely beat this brat to death. Huh? How could Zhang Sun not see through Ning Chen's thoughts? She chuckled, but didn't point it out. Was what you said to Qingning true? At the mention of this, Zhang Suin's expression became serious again. This was a matter of great importance. If it was true, things would be troublesome, because just today Emperor Xia seemed to have made up his mind to send out his troops. It was very likely that he would officially issue a decree the next day. At that time, she and Consort, one of the Western Palace, were both present. They both saw Emperor Xia's determination. What did I say? Ning Chen was confused by Zhang Suin's question. He and Qingning had talked so much, and most of it was nonsense. How could he know which sentence she was referring to? You understand the stars? Zhang Sun asked again. I don't, Ning Chen replied honestly. Qingning's slender hand clenched. Her gaze was about to cut Ning Chen into 18 pieces. Hearing Ning Chen's answer, Zhang Sun frowned. If it weren't for her long years of self-restraint, she would have kicked him already. Then why did you tell Qingning that Mars and the Heart Imperial Star would meet tomorrow? As she spoke, Zhang Sun stared at Ning Chen. This wasn't a game. If there was even the slightest lie, she definitely wouldn't be merciful. Common sense. Ning Chen thought disdainfully. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart. He respectfully said, replying to the Empress, when this lowly one was young, I once heard an expert mention the phenomenon of Mars guarding the heart. That's how I learned about it. Are you confident? Zhang Sun frowned and asked again. 80 to 90%, Ning Chen replied modestly. Zhang Suin's frown deepened. Clearly, she was very dissatisfied with this answer. 80 to 90% meant that there was still at least a 10% chance that there would be an exception. But how could there be any accidents when it came to national affairs? Seeing Zhang Suin's beautiful eyes continue to stare at him, Ning Chen felt helpless. She really didn't know how to appreciate modesty. It will definitely happen. Although he secretly despised her, Ning Chen still changed his answer honestly. 100%. Zhang Sun asked in a low voice. 100%. Ning Chen said seriously. All right, I believe you. Zhang Sun stood up. A look of determination flashed across her beautiful face. Qingning, send us to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Yes. Zhang Sun and Qingning left. Ning Chen was dumbfounded. How could he go back? He gritted his teeth and cursed the two of them as he walked. It took him a few breaths to get here, but it took him a long time to get back. Weiyang Palace wasn't small. After turning left and right, he almost couldn't find his room. The light in his room had been extinguished. Ning Chen thought for a while. When he left, the candle was still lit, and it didn't seem to be a problem for it to burn for half the night. Gently pushing the door open, Ning Chen quietly walked to his bed. He saw a seductive figure asleep. Suddenly, his right hand pointed at the bed and trembled with anger. The bed is mine. The quilt is also mine. Ning Chen screamed in his heart. He really wanted to throw this ungrateful woman down. But when he thought of the stark difference in their strength, he immediately wilted. How could she let him live? How could she let him live? Ning Chen fiercely waved his fist at Mu Qingxue. Why were all women so annoying? Qingning was a bad person, Zhang Sun was a bad person, and Mu Qingxue was also a bad person. Ning Chen thought about whether he should go up and squeeze, but he was afraid that he would be taken advantage of. In the end, he decided not to give this woman a chance to take advantage of him. He found 4 stools and put them together to make a makeshift bed. He spread a thick cotton cushion on it and then lay down happily. Ning Qin comfortably exhaled and sighed with emotion from the bottom of his heart. I'm really a talent. No, I'm really a genius. That woman's martial arts are very high. Be careful. On the bed, Mu Qingxue suddenly opened his eyes and lightly said, Yes, I know. Ning Qin subconsciously responded. Then his body moved and fell to the ground with a bang. He said in shock, You're not asleep? I woke up when you were about to enter. Mu Qingxue opened his eyes and said, Ha ha. Ning Qin dryly laughed twice. How could he forget that this woman was a ruthless person who dared to assassinate the Xia Emperor? How could she not even hear his footsteps? Ning Qin climbed back onto his makeshift bed. Suddenly, he remembered Mu Qingxue's words. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Then who's stronger? You or her? Me. Mu Qingxue honestly said. You really don't know how to be modest. Ning Qin curled his lips and thought. However, if she wanted to harm you, even 100 of you wouldn't be her opponent. Mu Qingxue added. After these words, Ning Chen's chest stagnated. It was as if an iron hammer had fallen and 10,000 horses galloped. His little bit of self-esteem was instantly trampled 100 times, 1,000 times. Turning his head, Ning Chen prepared to ignore her. Too hateful. Only if she doesn't want to hurt you. Mu Qingxue added. Ning Chen didn't say anything and pretended not to hear. You're too weak for her. Mu Qingxue added. Ning Chen endured again. I'm a genius who's afraid of. Unfortunately, she's a woman. Mu Qingxue's words hit the nail on the head. Ning Chen sat up and fiercely glared at Mu Qingxue. I want to learn martial arts. On the bed, Mu Qingxue stared blankly for a moment before indifferently saying, You're not cut out for this. Ning Chen felt like he was about to explode. Too hateful, too demoralizing. I'm a genius. Ning Chen hypnotized himself. You're not. Mu Qingxue mercilessly shattered this beautiful dream. Ning Chen angrily glared at Mu Qingxue. In the dark night, they were like 2 angry lanterns. I'm going to sleep. Mu Qingxue turned around and pretended not to see. Ning Chen was unmoved. He continued to stare at Mu Qingxue, wanting to use his powerful mental strength to oppress his opponent. After a cup of tea, Ning Chen was still persevering. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. After half an incense stick of time, Ning Chen persevered. His gaze was still tyrannical. After an incense stick of time, Ning Chen rubbed his eyes and gritted his teeth. After 2 hours, Ning Chen's eyes were hazy with tears. He kept yawning. Another hour passed by. Ning Chen unwillingly fell asleep. Chapter 6. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia was still reading the memorials. Among the past emperors, although the current Emperor Xia was not considered a wise one, he was definitely the most diligent one. However, his hesitant personality became his greatest impediment, causing his achievements to fall far short of those of the past emperors. The Xia dynasty had stopped and had not advanced for 30 years. However, in today's turbulent world, defending one's achievements was a failure, and not achieving anything was a mistake. I cannot be a sinner of the Xia dynasty. Emperor Xia knew his weakness, so this time he was determined to send troops to the Beijian plain. He would not tolerate anyone who challenged the dignity of the Xia dynasty. However, the will of the heavens was unpredictable. Even the emperor could not predict the will of the heavens. Empress, is what you said true? On the dragon throne, Emperor Xia looked serious and asked in a low voice. He was in his 40s, but half of his hair had turned white. Emperor Xia had not made any mistakes in his life. He had defended what he had achieved, but he had also worked hard. He had supported such a great dynasty alone. Although he had a no-doubts body, he was close to death. Absolutely true. Zhang's son looked at the man who had accompanied her for half her life and sighed. She remembered the words of the elders when she was young, and she did it with all her heart. As for love, perhaps it did not belong to the family of emperors. She had never thought about it. Only her early white hair showed the ruthlessness of time, announced the arrival of the imperial astronomer. The imperial edict was sent out, and the horses rushed out of the palace, heading east. The people in the palace waited silently. Emperor Xia walked down the platform and came to the front of the palace. Beside the bright heart imperial star, there was a red star shining with red light. It was very faint, but it was very dazzling. Mars guards the heart. Emperor Xia looked bitter. Was he really going to bear the name of an incapable ruler for the rest of his life? Zhang's son did not go forward. She was silent. The harem should not interfere in politics. Her reminder was enough. Your Majesty, the imperial astronomer has arrived and is waiting outside the palace. Not long after, a messenger eunuch came in to report. Emperor Xia's bitter expression immediately regained the dignity of an emperor. Announce. As you wish. At this moment, Zhang's son also stood up and came before Emperor Xia. She curtsied and said, I will take my leave first. Okay. Emperor Xia nodded in agreement. It would have been inappropriate for the empress to be present when the officials had an audience with the emperor. It would have been especially inappropriate for her to be present at such a sensitive time. After Zhang's son left, the head of the imperial astronomer, Shangguan Yuanming, entered the palace. After bowing, he waited for the Xia emperor to rise. However, after waiting for a long time, Shangguan Yuanming still did not hear the Xia emperor speak. Suddenly, his body trembled and cold sweat dripped down. Shangguan Yuanming, the Xia emperor said, his voice devoid of any emotion. Your servant is here. Shangguan Yuanming lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, How long have you been the head of the imperial astronomer? The Xia emperor continued to ask, 10 years and 3 months. The fear in Shangguan Yuanming's heart grew more and more serious. His face was deathly pale, and his body trembled. Very good, very good. Emperor Xia repeated. His originally calm face suddenly turned ruthless. With a bang, he slapped the table beside him. 10 years and 3 months. Even if we were to raise a dog, it would have matured by now. I am guilty. Shangguan Yuanming pleaded guilty in fear and kowtowed. Where is your crime? The Xia emperor's ruthless face gradually calmed down as he coldly asked, Your servant is lacking in talent and knowledge. I have failed to live up to your trust. Shangguan Yuanming's voice trembled as he kowtowed. Lacking in talent and knowledge? What a lacking in talent and knowledge! Seeing that Shangguan Yuanming was still hiding something, the Xia emperor could no longer suppress his anger. He grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it down. With a bang, the teacup smashed into Shangguan Yuanming's head. Immediately, a pool of blood flowed out, dyeing the palace in front of him red. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? The Xia emperor stared fixedly at Shangguan Yuanming. He was not an idiot. The imperial astronomer was full of capable people. How could they not have divined such an important astronomical phenomenon like Mars guarding the heart? There must have been someone behind the scenes who had deliberately suppressed this news to facilitate the deployment of troops. Mars guarding the heart had foretold the calamity of war since ancient times. If he deployed troops at this time, he would undoubtedly become a tyrant who incited the flames of war in the eyes of the world. The great Xia would also become the target of public criticism. At that time, the great Xia would no longer be facing the Mongol imperial court, but the condemnation of the entire world. Coupled with the restless eternal night cult, the great Xia's 1,000 years of foundation would be completely destroyed, and he would be the sinner of the great Xia. Thinking of this, The Xia Emperor's body could not help but tremble. The fear and anger that he had suppressed were about to erupt once again. "Your servant did not order you to do this." Shangguan Yuanming raised his head. Blood flowed down his forehead, dyeing half of his face red. At this moment, he had calmed down and replied in a low voice. "Good, very good." The Xia Emperor took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said coldly, "Men, lock Shangguan Yuanming in the death row. Also, send the imperial army to surround Shangguan Yuanming's residence. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter or leave." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 imperial bodyguards walked into the main hall and dragged Shangguan Yuanming out. In the entire heavenly mandate palace, only the Xia Emperor sat on the dragon throne, looking at the sky in front of him without saying a word. After a long time, the Xia Emperor's face suddenly flushed red. Then, with a poof, he vomited blood. "I cannot be the sinner of the great Xia." How sorrowful and how difficult it was. The human emperor who controlled the world, the sun and the moon, the gods of the mortal world, could fight against the will of the people, but could not win against the will of the heavens. Whether it was the will of the heavens or the will of the gods, with this mouthful of blood, it was clear. The 1,000-year-old dynasty was glory and pressure. The Xia Emperor shouldered the glory of the great Xia for 1,000 years. Every step he took, he had to wait 10 steps. Whether he was cautious or hesitant, he could not tell. In the cold night, a gentle breeze blew. The Xia Emperor sat alone on the high and cold dragon throne. He was indifferent to the drops of blood that stained his dragon robe. Outside the main hall, the imperial army stood guard, but did not dare to take half a step in. This was the emperor of the great Xia. As long as he was sitting on the supreme dragon throne, no one would dare to disobey him. The most ruthless thing was the heart of an emperor. The Xia Emperor's ruthlessness was not only to others, but also to himself. His hair was white, and his body was like a lamp without oil. He had been an emperor for 20 years, but he had lived 100 years in the mortal world. "I am not satisfied, not satisfied." Thousands of words turned into unsatisfied laughter. In the night, the gradually clear Mars suddenly lit up and then dimmed again. The silent change seemed to be mocking the ignorance of the human emperor. In the morning court the next day, the expected order to send troops was not issued. The officials were all surprised. They all looked at the 3 chancellors. The only people who could change the mind of the Xia Emperor were the 3 chancellors. However, the 3 chancellors remained silent and did not express any opinions. After the morning court, the officials left. They all had their own thoughts and did not show their joy or sorrow. When the 3 chancellors were about to leave, the Xia Emperor stepped forward and looked at the grand advisor in a green robe. He asked seriously, "Teacher, if I take the wrong path this time, will you intervene?" The grand advisor was silent. After a long time, he said yes. The casual answer seemed to give the Xia Emperor the greatest confidence. It let him know that when he reached a dead end on the path of the emperor, there would be a teacher to help him. The 3 chancellors left quietly. The Xia Emperor still sat alone in the heavenly mandate palace. He handled the affairs of the world silently as usual. Weiyang Palace. Ning Chen woke up early in the morning and worked in front of the door for a long time. Mu Qingxue glanced at him and lost interest. Such a small mechanism could only deal with a child. Ning Chen did not care about Mu Qingxue's thoughts. He finished his work and was about to go eat. Before he went out, he looked at Mu Qingxue and grinned. His smile was brighter than a flower. "Who told you to be arrogant? Now you have no food to eat." Weiyang Palace had a place for maids and eunuchs to eat. Ning Chen was now a free man and came to get food. There were not many people in the cafeteria. This, and this. Ning Chen excitedly ordered this and that. The old eunuch who served the rice also served enough. It was obvious that Zhang Xuan's palace treated the servants well. "And this." "Yes, take it away." Ning Chen pointed at a pot of red braised pork, his eyes shining. Ning Chin looked up and suddenly found the old eunuch standing there motionless. He could not help but wonder, what's wrong? Can't I take it? What do you mean by taking it away? The old eunuch reacted and asked in confusion. It was a common question, but it put Ning Chin in a dilemma. Looking at the bowl and spoon in the old eunuch's hand, he was confused. There was no plastic bag, no lunchbox. How to take it away? How to take it away? How to take it away? Ning Chin was confused. In a daze, he held the steamed bun and carried the 3 plates out of the cafeteria. After giving birth, "You'll suffer from the cold." Before he left, Ning Chin whimpered to the old eunuch, who was also in a state of confusion. As for whether or not he understood what Ning Chin said, it was not his problem. On the way, he met Qing Ning. Qing Ning died. Qing Ning frowned, and then she was also confused. Fortunately, Ning Chin did not know the people he met later, so he did not have to greet them. He quickly went back to his room and kicked the door, "Bring ye in." In the room, Mu Qingxue was about to open the door when he heard Ning Chin's footsteps, but he stopped when he heard this strange sound. "Bring ye in." Ning Chin walked for a while with the plate in his mouth. He felt that his cheeks were almost numb. Seeing that Mu Qingxue did not open the door for him, he became anxious. He was tired to death. Mu Qingxue focused for a moment. After confirming that Ning Chin was alone outside, he carefully opened the door. Dang dang, dang dang. Seeing that the door was finally opened, Ning Chin hurriedly squeezed in. He ran a step and put the plates in his hand and in his mouth on the table. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Too much. Ning Chin realized that he was tongue-tied. He was shocked and quickly rubbed his cheeks. Time to eat. Ning Chin was tongue-tied, but he could not wait to sit down. He took out the steamed bun and prepared to eat. Mu Qingxue looked at the plate and steamed bun that Ning Chin had taken. His eyes flickered a few times. Finally, he sat down facing Ning Chin. The food is still good. Ning Chin happily put a piece of red braised pork in his mouth. He was very satisfied. He was bleeding, so he needed to eat something good to nourish his body. Looking at the satisfied young man in front of him, Mu Qingxue was silent. After a while, he asked softly, "Do you really want to learn martial arts?" Chapter 7. Ning Chin raised his head in surprise. Last night, he spent half the night trying to change Mu Qingxue's mind. Today, he managed to buy her over with just one meal. Could it be that he was blinded by gifts? Whatever. Ning Chin put another piece of meat into his mouth and said indifferently, "Yesterday, he was just joking with Mu Qingxue. Although he was envious of those who could fly, it was important to know one's own limits. Since Mu Qingxue said that he was not cut out for it, it meant that his talent was not that good. I can teach you a special mental cultivation method." Mu Qingxue said, "Is it powerful?" Hearing the word special, Ning Chin became interested again and asked, "What do you mean?" Mu Qingxue asked, "Can I beat you after learning it?" Ning Chin asked with expectation. Mu Qingxue shook his head. "What about Qing Ning?" Ning Chin lowered his standards. Mu Qingxue shook his head again. "What about the leader of the guards that came in to arrest us?" Ning Chin did not have much expectation left. Mu Qingxue shook his head again. "Then why should I learn it?" Ning Chin lost his motivation and asked with flagging interest. "To strengthen the body." "Wow, so special." Ning Chin took a bite of the steamed bun and pretended to be surprised. "Don't regret it." Mu Qingxue did not force him and said indifferently, "Huh." Ning Chin felt that Mu Qingxue's tone was a bit unusual, as if he missed a great opportunity. "Is this mental cultivation method very special?" Ning Chin asked carefully. "Yes." "What's special about it?" Ning Chin asked again. "Precious." "Why is it precious?" Ning Chin continued to ask. "Special." Ning Chin painfully realized that this woman was sent by the heavens to punish him. Not only did she cut him, but she also wanted to torture him mentally. "I'll learn it." Ning Qin took a bite of the steamed bun and said with gritted teeth, "Okay, wait first." "Why?" Mu Qingxue looked at Ning Qin and said slowly, "The mental cultivation method is not with me." Ah, ah, ah. Ning Qin could not stand it anymore. He stood up and pointed at Mu Qingxue with a trembling finger. His lips were trembling with anger. "This is too much. However, I know where the mental cultivation method is." Ignoring Ning Chen's anger, Mu Qingxue continued. Before Ning Chen could vent his anger, he sat down weakly. His heart was bleeding. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. Ning Chen decided that he had to calm down. Calm down, calm down. Crack! The chopsticks in Ning Chen's hand broke. Fine, he admitted that he couldn't calm his heart, nor could he calm his anger. Where? Ning Chen decided to ask one last time. Emperor Xia's imperial study. Ning Chen fiercely slapped himself on the face. "Why did you ask? Do you want to learn it?" Mu Qingxue confirmed seriously. Ning Chen didn't say anything. He buried his head in his food, determined to ignore her. "Don't regret it." Ning Chen took a big bite of the bun and stuffed it into his mouth. "Here, this medicine is for you." Mu Qingxue casually tossed over a small box. "What's it for?" Ning Chen couldn't help but ask. "It's to save my life," Mu Qingxue said carelessly. "Why are you giving it to me? Don't you want to use it?" Ning Chen was happy. It seemed that he still had some status in Mu Qingxue's heart. "You're too weak. You need it more than I do," Mu Qingxue said indifferently. Ning Chen's left hand and right hand slapped his mouth. "Why did you have such a cheap mouth? Why did you have such a cheap mouth?" After the conversation ended, Mu Qingxue didn't say anything else. He quietly ate his food. His pleasing appearance was much better than someone else's. After the meal, Ning Chen hummed a tune and went to the back garden for a stroll. At this time, most of the eunuchs and palace maids were busy. There was no one in the back garden. Compared to being bored to death in the room and being angered to death by Mu Qingxue, he felt that looking at the flowers was a good choice. However, he forgot that Qing Ning's room was right next to the back garden. In the room, Qing Ning was just about to go to the Empress's room. Zhang Sun had to go out of the palace today. She was a palace maid trained by Zhang Sun. Not only was she responsible for the daily arrangements of Weiyang Palace, but she was also responsible for Zhang Suin's safety. Just as she was about to go out, Qing Ning saw Ning Chen's bored expression. She thought of how he told on her in front of Zhang Sun last night. She was instantly angry. "Ning Chen!" Qing Ning glared and shouted. "Oh, Sister Qing Ning." Ning Chen saw Qing Ning and immediately smiled. He ran over to greet her. "Come with me," Qing Ning said with internal injuries. She had nowhere to vent her anger. "Why?" "Go out of the palace with the Empress." "Oh, out of the palace?" A certain person's eyes lit up. However, when he thought of Mu Qingxue's martial arts summary that Qing Ning was more powerful than 100 Ning Chens, his interest instantly disappeared. "Sister Qing Ning, can you teach me martial arts?" Ning Chen desperately wanted to get rid of the seriously unbalanced right to speak. Qing Ning looked at Ning Chen in surprise. After thinking for a while, she said tactfully, "What I learn is not suitable for you." "Why?" Ning Chen didn't give up and asked. "You're not cut out for it." Qing Ning had to tell him the truth. Ning Chen wanted to die. He couldn't take the opportunity to run away, and he still had to face Zhang Sun. After being forced by Qing Ning to change his clothes for leaving the palace, Ning Chen's mood was gloomy. He followed behind her listlessly, like a small sapling destroyed by the wind and rain. When he saw Zhang Sun, the sedan chair had been prepared and they were ready to leave. Zhang Sun was dressed plainly today. She didn't wear a phoenix coronet and pearls. Her beautiful face was clean, and she didn't wear any makeup. Compared to usual, she looked less luxurious and more amiable. It's all an illusion, Ning Qin warned himself. His preconceived notions made him think that Zhang Sun was a two-faced woman. All the beautiful appearances were illusions to confuse people. Ning Qin believed in his own judgment, so he tried his best to avoid Zhang Suan's gaze. Zhang Sun had already seen Ning Qin behind Qing Ning, but she didn't say anything. She could tell that he had been avoiding her, as if he was afraid of her, but not like the people in the palace who were afraid of her. If she had to describe it, he was like a child who had done something wrong and was avoiding his parents' gaze. It had to be said that Zhang Suan's intuition was frighteningly accurate. Ning Qin had a lot of secrets, so of course he didn't want to see her. Every time they met, his heart would beat like a drum. Compared to the kind and simple Qing Ning, the clever Zhang Sun was no different from a demon in Ning Chen's eyes. Fortunately, no matter how smart Zhang Sun was, she couldn't have guessed that Ning Chen was a fake eunuch, let alone connect him to the assassination. When Zhang Sun left the palace, she didn't bring many guards with her. In this world, there were so many people who wanted to assassinate the Xia Emperor that they had to line up for 10 days to half a month. However, there were few who wanted to harm Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun was famous for being a virtuous empress. Her reputation among the people was much better than that of the Xia Emperor. Ning Qin didn't know why Zhang Sun left the palace, so he could only follow behind the sedan with an unhappy expression. Along the way, he looked at the bustling streets, and his heart itched with envy. Qing Ning was the closest to the sedan. If Zhang Sun needed anything, she could just lift the curtain and give orders. Ning Chen's position was inconspicuous, and he wasn't wearing palace robes. If one didn't pay attention, he would be no different from a passerby. The thought of running away flashed through Ning Chen's mind again and again. However, every time he saw Qing Ning's unintentional gaze, he immediately became as obedient as he could be. Whoosh! A sudden chill caused Ning Chen's pupils to shrink. He saw 3 arrows flying toward Zhang Suan's sedan from different directions. They came for no reason, just like when they tried to assassinate the Xia Emperor. It was too late to react. Be careful! Before he could shout, a beautiful figure flashed before Ning Chen's eyes. Her clothes fluttered, and 2 of the arrows were swept back. However, it was only a short delay. He couldn't block the 3rd arrow in time. Ugh! Blood splattered everywhere. It was a shocking failure. Qing Ning couldn't block it in time. She placed herself in front of Zhang Suan's sedan, and the arrow pierced through her body. Blood spurted out and dyed half of the sedan red. Bang! The arrow trembled. It had no more strength to pierce through the sedan. The red arrow trembled continuously, and blood splattered everywhere. Qing Ning was forced back 2 steps by the remaining force of the arrow. She vomited another mouthful of blood. Sister Qing Ning. Ning Qin took 3 steps forward and caught Qing Ning, who was about to fall. At that moment, she was right in front of him, but she seemed so far away. Hold on. Ning Chen's heart ached. He extended his hand to cover Qing Ning's wound, but he couldn't stop the spurting blood. In the next moment, dazzling blade lights appeared in all directions. 12 black-clothed guards held back the guards. At the same time, 4 green-clothed guards appeared. Their scimitars slashed down. Seeing that her life was in danger, Qing Ning pulled Ning Qin behind her. She endured the heavy injury to her chest and slapped the sedan. Immediately, a silver spear flew out. She held it tightly in her hand, and the blade light swept in all directions. Bang! When the 2 sides clashed, the 4 green-clothed guards flew back 10 meters. As soon as they landed, they stepped on the ground and charged forward once more. The 4 blade lights worked together seamlessly, sealing off all paths of retreat. Take the Empress away! Qing Ning knew that she couldn't escape unscathed. She pushed Ning Qin away, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. With her heavy injuries, Qing Ning's body was limited. When they clashed again, the spear was dyed red once more. Blood flowed from her hand, and her spear almost slipped out of her hand. Let's go. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Qing Ning tore apart her clothes and wrapped her spear around her right hand. Her solemn gaze contained the final determination of her life. Qing Ning held her spear horizontally in front of the sedan, not allowing anyone to take half a step past her. Empress, let's go. Ningqin glanced at Qing Ning. Then he helped Zhang Sun up and quickly ran towards the fleeing crowd. You want to leave? The 4 green-clothed guards abandoned Qing Ning and chased after Ningqin and Zhang Sun. Humph! With a cold snort, the spear in Qing Ning's hand shot out like a swallow. Silver light flashed through the air, forcing the 4 of them to turn around. Today, no one will be able to take half a step past this line. Qing Ning's injuries were heavy, and her blood was about to run out. But it was hard to stop her unyielding will. With her spear in hand, her entire body was bathed in blood. She stood alone, regardless of life or death. She would protect Zhang Sun. Qing Ning. Zhang Sun was being dragged forward by Ningqin. When she turned around, tears fell from her eyes like rain. Ningqin, save her! Her pleading voice couldn't stop them from moving forward. Ningqin didn't turn around. He continued to pull Zhang Sun forward. From start to finish, he didn't turn around even once. Chapter 8. Every strike of the blood-stained silver spear brought out a large amount of blood. It was the blood of others, but it was also Qing Ning's own blood. The wound on her chest could not be healed. As she waved the silver spear, the wound tore open. Blood flowed out and completely dyed her white clothes red. The 4 green-robed men did not want to waste any time. Their moves were ruthless, and every move was fatal. Qing Ning blocked the attacks with her spear alone. She only attacked and did not defend herself. She fought against the combined attacks of the 4 men. Qi. Seeing the swords coming at her again, Qing Ning did not dodge. She took the attack head-on. She turned the silver spear in her hand, and with a thunderous strike, she shattered the arms of the 4 men. One move for another. How many can you block? The leader of the 4 green-robed men said. His eyes flashed coldly. They had failed to assassinate Zhang Sun. When they returned, they would be severely punished. Who would have thought that a palace made by Zhang Sun's side would be so capable? Qing Ning did not answer. It was unknown whether it was because she was unwilling or because she had no strength left. Her originally plain white clothes were no longer of its original color. A gentle breeze blew, blowing her long hair. In a trance, there seemed to be a faint mist of blood dancing. It's over. The leader of the green-robed men saw that Qing Ning was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He waved his scimitar. Rays of green light circled around like dragons. At the same time, the other 3 men cooperated and rushed forward, wanting to end the life of the woman in front of them. The 4 rays of light were unparalleled. With the support of the 4 men's martial arts, they were unstoppable. There was no chance of survival. Seeing the fatal attacks, Qing Ning's gradually lifeless eyes exploded with a dazzling light. Amidst the shredded clothes, the silver spear left her hand and spun wildly. I've already said that no one should even think of taking half a step past this line. Qing Ning did not retreat. Instead, she advanced. Beside her, the silver spear spun rapidly, stirring up the surrounding wind and clouds, forming a huge vortex. This was the last move. Qing Ning used all her cultivation to protect the line behind her. This was her life's dedication and also Zhang Sun's lifeline. Boom! As their moves collided, the heavens and earth shook and dust filled the air. The weapons in the hands of the 5 people were unable to withstand the huge force, and all of them shattered. The shocking power shook the guards and the black-clothed man who were fighting not far away, and sent them flying back a few steps. Ah, In the aftermath, the 4 green-robed men tasted something sweet in their throats and vomited. Their bodies trembled and they almost lost their balance. Not far away, the beautiful, blood-soaked figure still stood tall, leaning against the palanquin. Her eyes gradually lost their luster. Her last glance in this life was filled with gratification. She had defended the line and protected her eldest grandson's life. In this life, she had no regrets. Unfortunately, she would never hear that infuriating fellow call her sister Qingning again. No. Qingning subconsciously turned to look at the source of the cry. Unfortunately, her absent-minded eyes could no longer see the person. Vaguely, she seemed to see a familiar figure reflected in her eyes. In the end, it turned into endless darkness. Sister Qingning. Ning Chen took a few steps forward to support Qingning. His eyes were filled with grief as he glanced at the 4 people standing not too far away. For the first time, intense hatred flashed through his heart. Carefully placing Qingning next to the palanquin, Ning Chen's left hand finally revealed the copper stove. Taking out a match, he immediately lit up a hemp rope covered in lamp oil at the mouth of the stove. Seeing that the fire was strong, it followed the lamp oil and entered the copper stove. Ning Chen swung his hands, then quickly turned around and hugged Qingning. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion shook the entire world. The 4 heavily injured men could not avoid it. They were blown away by the terrifying aftermath and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Cough, cough. In order to protect Qingning, Ning Chen had to bear part of the aftermath. Instantly, his internal organs were shaken. Drops of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ning Chen did not have time to check his injuries. He carried Qingning and ran to the side of the street without looking back. Du Pharmacy. Zhang Sun stood at the door and kept looking. Although his face was calm, he could not hide the anxiety in his eyes. About half an hour later, Ning Chen ran back with Qingning covered in blood. Seeing this, Zhang Sun immediately went forward to check. When he saw Qingning's miserable state, his eyes immediately turned red. However, Zhang Sun was the empress after all. After a short moment of panic and helplessness, she immediately regained her senses. Only now did she realize that Ning Chen's current state was not much better. His clothes were ragged and he was in an extremely sorry state. Come in quickly. Zhang Sun quickly brought Ning Chen into the backyard of the pharmacy. Du Pharmacy was the property of the Zhang Sun family in the imperial city. Moreover, the shopkeeper would report to the Zhang Sun family every once in a while. Before Zhang Sun entered the palace, she had often helped with the family's accounts. Thus, the shopkeeper was not unfamiliar with Zhang Sun. Ning Chen carefully placed Qingning on the bed. The shopkeeper immediately brought medicine and a white cloth to stop the bleeding. After the bleeding had temporarily stopped, he had time to check her pulse. On the side, Ning Chen and Zhang Sun waited anxiously. When they saw the shopkeeper's expression become more and more unsightly, their hearts gradually sank. How is it? Seeing the shopkeeper stand up, Zhang Sun took a step forward and asked anxiously, Lady Qingning's internal organs are severely injured. In addition, she has lost more than half of her qi and blood. There is no medicine that can save her. The shopkeeper sighed softly and answered truthfully, No medicine that can save her. At this moment, even someone as calm as Zhang Sun couldn't help but stiffen. She sat down in a daze. Hearing the shopkeeper's answer, Ning Chen's heart also fiercely shrank. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he took a step forward and took out a small box from his bosom. He hurriedly opened it. This was something that Mu Qingxue had given him. It was said that it could save his life. As for whether it was useful or not, he couldn't care so much right now. He stuffed the medicine into Qingning's mouth. The medicine quickly melted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Sun saw Ning Chen's actions and nervous expression, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart again. The shopkeeper also went forward to check her pulse again. After a long time, he still shook his head and sighed, "It's no good. Although she has protected her last breath, she has lost too much qi and blood. Empress, you should be mentally prepared." "I understand." Zhang Xuan's heart ached as she nodded. "What do you understand? Hurry up and give her a blood transfusion." Ning Chen was anxious. He didn't care about seniority and hurriedly said. Hearing Ning Chen's strange words, not only the shopkeeper, but also Zhang Sun was stunned. Blood transfusion, what does that mean? Ning Chen looked at their expressions and knew that there was probably no blood transfusion here. He didn't have time to explain to them. "Shopkeeper, please find something." He even told the shopkeeper what he was looking for. Ning Chen said it in a hurry, and the shopkeeper was also confused. In the end, it was Zhang Sun who understood the meaning and explained a few words. Only then did the shopkeeper walk out with a look of understanding. Fortunately, the shopkeeper's work efficiency was not bad. Not long after, the shopkeeper came back with several gold wires. They were of different thickness, but all had fine holes. This thing was not difficult to find in the gold jewelry shop. He didn't know which kind would be useful, so he bought all of them. Ning Chen took the thinnest one and used a pair of scissors to cut out the slanted ends. Then, after disinfecting it with wine, he inserted the gold wire into Qing Ning's wrist. On the side, Zhang Sun opened her mouth. Just as she was about to ask, she saw Ning Chen insert the other end of the gold wire into his wrist. "Please don't make a mistake." Ning Chen's expression was very serious. In his previous life, he was O-type blood, but it didn't mean that it was the same in this life. If he made a mistake, there was really no way to save him. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Chen's face gradually turned pale, and his legs began to feel weak. However, he still tried to stand. There was no blood transfusion in this era. After he sat down, if he was not high enough, the blood would not be transfused. After another quarter of an hour, Ning Chen's mind suddenly turned black. He staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Zhang Sun was beside him and supported him in time. "You rest first. It's my turn." Zhang Sun looked at the pale Ning Chen and said with a trace of worry, "No need. The less people there are, the less dangerous it is. I can still hold on." Ning Chen rejected Zhang Xuan's good intentions. He was originally gambling. If Zhang Sun interfered, Qing Ning would really die. After nearly an hour, Ning Chen finally couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. In order to make it easier to take care of the two of them, Zhang Sun told the shopkeeper to add a temporary bed in the room and then put Ning Chen on it. The shopkeeper was in the front hall getting the medicine and boiling it, and then delivering it to the backyard. He was so busy that he didn't know where to start. Zhang Sun had specifically instructed him not to reveal her identity to anyone, so he didn't dare to let others do these things. He could only do it himself. After feeding the two of the medicine, Zhang Sun finally had time to sit down and think about the ins and outs of the whole thing. Very few people knew that she had left the palace. Why was the assassination so carefully arranged? The Western Palace. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Xuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. She thought of the most likely person. Under the heavily guarded emperor, only imperial concubine one of the Western Palace could arrange everything in such a short time. If that was the case, then imperial concubine one might have been the one behind the assassination of Emperor Xia. But for what? Glory and wealth? Impossible. Power and status? The assassination attempt on her was still acceptable, but the death of Emperor Xia would only bring harm to her, with no benefit at all. Could it be that the assassination of her and Emperor Xia were not from the same faction? Zhang Sun thought for a long time, but couldn't find the key point. However, she had an idea. She would slowly investigate it in the future. She had left the palace to return to the Zhang Sun residence. Emperor Xia had given her a secret order to bring a letter to the head of the Zhang Sun branch, Marquis Qinghe, her father. The Zhang Sun branch was not based in the imperial city, but in the distant northwest. They controlled tailing, Qinghe and Zhongchuan in the northwest. They could be said to be a feudal lord. However, in order to appease Emperor Xia, Marquis Qinghe had left most of his family members in the Zhongshan residence in the imperial city. Now that the northern Ming imperial court was in chaos and Emperor Xia couldn't send out troops, the Zhongshan branch was the best candidate. As long as Marquis Qinghe secretly sent more troops to the north, the northern Ming imperial court would have to think twice before sending out troops. Because of the bewilderment phenomenon, the great Xia couldn't initiate a war. However, it didn't mean that they had to swallow their anger. Emperor Xia couldn't send reinforcements openly, but he could send Marquis Qinghe secretly. The reason was simple. Marquis Qinghe's territory was close enough to the northern Ming imperial court. If he was careful, even if he sent reinforcements, it wouldn't attract attention. This matter was very confidential. Once it was exposed, it would be used by people with ulterior motives. They would spread rumors that Emperor Xia was going to start a war. With the appearance of the bewilderment phenomenon, the great Xia would be in a very difficult situation. In this world, the Eternal Night cult was the best at manipulating people. The great Xia couldn't take this risk. They had to be careful. Chapter 9. Zhang Sun knew very well that she would not be able to return to the Zhang Sun manor now. Since the assassin knew that she had left the palace, he would definitely be waiting for her on the way back. It was hard to believe that the power behind the assassin had infiltrated the imperial city and even the palace. The successive assassinations were more dangerous than the last. This time, if Qing Ning had not risked her life to protect her, she would not have been able to escape death. Ning Chen and Qing Ning had not woken up yet. Zhang Sun had always felt that Ning Chen was a very special child. She had this feeling from the first time she met him. It was said that it was lonely at the top. Ever since she became Empress Xia, she had experienced this feeling all the time. She did not even know when it started, but even her relatives had a hint of respect when facing her. Qing Ning had been brought up by her and was very close to her. It was because of this relationship that her attitude towards her was more respectful than close. If there were other feelings, perhaps it was more of gratitude. The first time she met Ning Chen, she had been watching a dignified young man running after something. Out of curiosity, she did not disturb him. Who knew that the young man would run into her arms? In the end, she found out that he was chasing a copper coin. From Ning Chen's eyes, she didn't see the kind of flattery, hypocrisy, or even fear that other people had when they saw her. Although there was a trace of guilt, it was obvious that he was a little embarrassed about bumping into her. And after she took his copper coins, this little fellow actually wanted to ask for them back. Later, she had Qing Ning bring Ning Chen to the Weiyang Palace. She knew that if this kind of child was anywhere else, he would definitely cause trouble. But what surprised her was that Ning Chen did not seem to appreciate her kindness. When they met again, she could still remember clearly how reluctant he was. What happened next was even more unexpected. Because of this, she had specially summoned Ning Chen to confirm the truth of the matter. She had seen countless people in her life. If it had been an old man who had lived for decades, perhaps he could have fooled her. But Ning Chen was just a 15 or 16-year-old boy. She could tell at a glance whether he was telling the truth or not. Originally, Antares was not a big deal, but for it to appear at such a delicate time was a big deal. Emperor Xia had already decided to send out his troops. The imperial astronomer knew that Antares was about to appear, but chose to hide it. Their goal was even more chilling. Today, when she left the palace to return to Zhongshan Manor, Qing Ning actually dragged Ning Chen along. She was only surprised for a moment, but didn't ask anything. What really surprised her was Ning Chen's performance today. From the moment he pulled her and ran away to when he asked the shopkeeper for sulfur and saltpeter in the pharmacy to make something unknown. Later on, she asked the shopkeeper to go to the place where they were assassinated. Half of the street was bombed beyond recognition. When the soldiers arrived, they found a ground full of broken bones. Ning Chen's continuous and unexpected performance surprised her more and more. She even specifically asked the shopkeeper about the blood transfusion for Qingning, but the shopkeeper clearly said that he had never heard of blood transfusions being used to treat illnesses or injuries in this world. Even the medical books had no record of it. However, whether she believed it or not, Qingning's pulse was gradually stabilizing. It was obvious that she had passed the critical juncture. However, this time, Zhang Sun decided to keep the fact that Ning Chen had saved her a secret. She even downplayed Ning Chen's credit for reminding her about Yinghua. This was not a form of suppression, but a means of protection. After all, Ning Chen's foundation was too weak. If he suddenly made such a great contribution, it would be easy for others to be jealous and frame him. Presumably, the news of her assassination had already spread to the palace. Ning Chen took her and escaped into the crowd in the midst of the chaos, and then rescued Qingning. That was to say, no one knew of their whereabouts. She had once thought of having the shopkeeper go to the Zhangsun residence to report, but then she dispelled this idea. If it was noticed by someone with ulterior motives, it was likely that as soon as the shopkeeper arrived at the Zhangsun residence, someone would come to do in pharmacy. Actually, the best person to report to Zhangsun Manor was Ning Chen, because he looked unfamiliar. Unlike the shopkeeper, many people knew his identity as the shopkeeper of Duan Pharmacy. Even if someone noticed, they would not be able to guess where they were staying. Thirsty. At this moment, on the bed, Ning Chen's eyes were half open, and he called out in a daze. Hearing Ning Chen's voice, Zhang Sun came back to her senses. She went to the table and poured a cup of water. She walked to the bed and carefully helped Ning Chen up, and then brought the cup to his mouth. Ning Chen was in a daze. He did not know that the person in front of him was Zhang Sun, the one he was most afraid of. He raised his body slightly, drank a few mouthfuls of water, and then pushed the cup away, turned around, and went back to sleep. Zhang Sun smiled helplessly. This was the first time in her life that she had served someone like this. Even Empress Xia did not have this blessing. On the other side, Qingning still showed no signs of waking up. After all, she was so badly injured that she would not wake up for a while. Fortunately, this was a pharmacy, and there were all kinds of herbs. As long as she was out of danger, she would recover sooner or later. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark and night fell. Zhang Sun was worried about Antares. She walked to the window, quietly waiting for the moment to come. At the same time, in the heavenly mandate hall of Emperor Xia's palace, Emperor Xia stood alone in front of the hall, looking up at the sky. His dragon robe fluttered in the wind in the night, and the night was cold and dewy. However, no one dared to come forward and remind him. In the sky in the south, the heart imperial star was as bright as before. Antares was still as dim as last night, and there seemed to be no change. However, those who were observant found that the two were really close to each other. In the west of the Xia dynasty, in an unknown barren temple, a young man who looked so ordinary walked out. It was just an ordinary step, but no one knew how far he had walked. However, the moment the Taoist walked out of the temple, the originally barren area mysteriously disappeared, as if it had never been there. The world did not know that the temple that disappeared was the first temple of the Eternal Night sect, and they did not know that the young man who walked out was the divine son of the sect. Antares guarded the heart, and the mortal world was dark for 100 years. This was the sign of the Eternal Night sect. The same sign appeared in the Gumeng Imperial Court in the north, the Du-Yi Temple in the southwest, and the Qiansong Academy in the Great Xia. At this moment, the most shocking change occurred in the sky. The originally dim Antares suddenly brightened rapidly, and the two stars competed with each other, filling the sky with red. The will of the heavens. In the Duke of Grand Awareness's residence, the imperial tutor looked at the sky and sighed softly. The star of calamity was a sign that a great disaster was coming. This time, even the great Xia would not be able to avoid it. Grand Awareness, you're too much. Amidst the light laughter, a gorgeous figure walked over. She looked to be about 30 years old, and her face was like jade. It was one of the three dukes, Duke Shiyu. Good friend, you didn't come here so late just to mock the grand awareness, did you? The imperial tutor glanced at the former and said indifferently, I know that my good friend must be in a bad mood tonight, so I came to accompany you to soothe your mood. Duke Shiyu replied with a light laugh. Oh, then I must thank you, grand awareness, the imperial tutor said. Oh, you're welcome, Duke Shiyu smiled. You're almost 100 years old, but you're still so shameless, the imperial tutor mocked. Well said. Duke Shiyu replied with a smile. That night, the world was in chaos. Everyone's attention was attracted by the two red stars in the sky. In the heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia felt waves of weakness wash over his body. Some observant people noticed that in the sky above Emperor Xiao's palace, the unshakable true dragon's fate was rapidly weakening. The invincible Emperor Xia was finally no longer unbreakable. The divine prefecture was truly about to change. Fate was an indescribable trend. Back then, when the divine prefecture was divided and war broke out, the Emperor Xia came out of it and swept across the world. Hundreds of dynasties submitted to it and established imperial authority that would last for 1,000 years. Fate was like the sun in the sky. Even the eternal night cult, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, had no choice but to hide in the darkness. These 1,000 years were indeed the great Xia's 1,000 years. However, the fate of the great Xia was actually weakening. What did this mean? All the wise men in the world knew that this meant that the great Xia was no longer invincible and unshakable. Fortunately, not many people in the world could see this point. After all, the number of people who could be called wise men could be counted on one hand. What beautiful stars! In the inner courtyard of Duan Pharmacy, just as Zhang Sun was frowning and thinking about a solution in the future, Ning Qin, who was supposed to be lying on the bed, was lying by the window after secretly checking on Qing Ning's condition. He was bored and wrapped in a quilt, lying by the window and looking at the stars leisurely. Zhang Sun was speechless. Only this guy could say something like this at this time. However, Zhang Sun had to admit that, putting aside the significance of Antares guarding the heart, the scene of the two stars competing and the blood-red sky was indeed very beautiful. Zhang Sun suddenly remembered that yesterday, Ning Qin had secretly climbed onto Qing Ning's roof to look at the stars and reminded her of Antares. This guy seemed to be very fond of looking at the stars. Ning Qin, do you like to look at the stars? Zhang Sun asked curiously, since she had nothing to do. Yes, Ning Qin answered while counting the stars. You're not 16 years old yet, are you? Yes. Your home is not in the imperial city, is it? Yes. When I asked you yesterday, did you make up the master you mentioned? Yes. Ah, no. After saying this, Ning Qin finally reacted and turned to look at Zhang Sun. He was very annoyed. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Compared to Zhang Sun, his little bit of experience wasn't enough to warm up. Zhang Sun glanced at the guilty Ning Qin and slowly said, Since you saved this consort and Qing Ning today, this consort won't make a fuss about this matter. You've also made 2 great contributions. This consort can consider agreeing to a few of your requests. Any of them? Ning Chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't hide his excitement. How many do you want? Zhang Sun found it funny and asked. Ning Qin struggled internally and carefully reached out a hand. When he saw the dangerous look in Zhang Sun's eyes, he hurriedly pulled back 3 fingers. Is 2 okay? Say it, Zhang Sun nodded. I don't want to be a eunuch. I want to leave the palace. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. After brewing for so long, he finally had a chance to escape. Zhang Sun was stunned. She didn't think that Ning Chen's request would be this. After thinking about it for a while, she shook her head and said, No. Ning Chen was very anxious and jumped off the bed to argue. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Nyang Nyang, you're the empress. You can't go back on your words. Zhang Sun didn't get angry at Ning Chen's defiant questioning. She calmly replied, "This consort is a woman, not a gentleman. Also, this consort only said that she would consider agreeing, not that she would definitely agree." Ning Chen was so angry that his face turned white and he couldn't say anything. He sat down on the bed with a thump and sulked to himself. "This is invalid. You still have one more chance to make a request," Zhang Sun reminded. "No more." Ning Chen's mood was very bad. He turned and crawled under the blankets to cover his head. "There's no rush. If you remember anything, tell this consort again." Zhang Sun was in a good mood when she saw Ning Chen suffer. "Woo-woo." Two woo-woo sounds came from under the blankets. It sounded like a response, but it sounded more like a silent protest. Chapter 10. In the northern plains, under the starry night sky, a delicate woman stood quietly. Her beautiful face was sickly pale. As the night wind blew, she coughed lightly from time to time. Her delicate appearance made one's heart ache. "Has Emperor Xia ordered the troops to be deployed?" The woman asked softly. "No." Beside the woman, an armored general respectfully replied. The general was very young. His gaze towards the woman was filled with admiration and reverence. It was not intense, but it could not be concealed. "Heaven's will." The woman glanced at the two blood-red stars in the sky and coughed a few times. Soon after, she sighed softly. "Someone has interfered in the end. It's a pity that a hidden chess piece has been set up for a long time." The young general did not say anything. He stood beside the woman. He knew that as long as the military advisor was here, the Northern Meng royal court would eventually break through the Central Plains defense line. With Mars guarding the heart and the chi of true dragons unstable, Great Xia is the most seriously affected. Since Emperor Xia already knows his fate, he will definitely prioritize defending his position. If he wants to send reinforcements secretly, only Marquis Clear River in the northwest and Marquis Bai in the northeast can ask His Majesty to send reinforcements tomorrow morning. Fan Lingyue pondered for a moment before speaking. "Why not the northeast?" The general did not understand and asked. "Marquis Bai has guarded the mountain gate for 16 years. Has he moved even once?" Fan Lingyue asked in return. "Never." "Then he won't this time either." Fan Lingyue did not intend to explain further. Her eyes looked into the distance. There was a hint of tiredness in her calmness. From time to time, she coughed softly, following which, the tiredness in her eyes became even stronger. If not for these simple words, who would have thought that this seemingly weak woman was actually the most terrifying military advisor in the Northern Meng royal court? 7 years ago, she was the one who single-handedly controlled the Northern Meng royal court's coup d'etat, allowing the Northern Meng royal court to achieve unprecedented unity in the following 7 years. Unfortunately, the limited land and barren resources limited the Northern Meng royal court's continued development. This caused the Northern Meng royal court's development to slow down significantly in the past 2 years. Military advisor, the wind is cold at night. Let's go back. After waiting for a long time, the weather became colder and colder. The young general could not bear it and spoke. Fan Lingyue covered her mouth and coughed softly. She then turned around and walked towards the tent in the distance. In the inner courtyard of Duan Pharmacy, the morning sun shone into the room through the window and onto Ning Chen's face. Not far away, Qing Ning was still unconscious. Zhang Sun was guarding beside her. His clothes were untidy and he had fallen asleep in exhaustion. When Ning Chen woke up, he got out of bed and walked around. Other than the pain all over his body, everything else was all right. Zhang Sun still hadn't woken up. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her tired look made Ning Chen's heart ache. He carefully covered her with a piece of clothing, and then gently pushed the door open and went out. The shopkeeper had been waiting outside for a long time. When he saw Ning Chen come out, his eyes lit up and he hurried over. "Sir, the shopkeeper said. Just as he was about to ask Zhang's son if he had any arrangements, he saw a series of intense reactions. You are the father-in-law. Your entire family is a father-in-law. Ning Chen immediately interrupted the shopkeeper's words as if someone had stepped on his tail. Pay, what bad luck. Then how should I address you? Oh no, how should I address you? Shocked by Ning Chen's intense reaction, the shopkeeper asked cautiously, Ning Chen. Oh, then may I ask, Brother Ning, does the Empress have any orders? The Empress hasn't woken up yet, so how would I know? Ning Chen replied gloomily. He also wanted to know. Mercilessly pushing the shopkeeper to the side, Ning Chen walked into the courtyard and began practicing Taiji, causing the shopkeeper behind him to stare blankly. Brother Ning is truly a strange person. Undeserved reputation. Brother Ning is too modest. Well said. Ning Chen, come here. Not going. After saying this, Ning Chen felt that something was off. When he turned around and saw that it was Zhang's son who was calling him, he immediately broke out in cold sweat. He stopped practicing and ran over. Empress, what orders do you have? Return to the room. I have something to tell you. Zhang's son didn't care about Ning Chen's lack of manners. She knew that if she did, she would die from anger sooner or later. After entering the room, Zhang's son looked at Ning Chen with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Ning Chen, I have something to tell you. Seeing Zhang Xuan's expression, Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat. He understood that there was something troublesome for him to do. Think of a way to enter the Zhang San estate. Once you see the Marquis of Taiping, tell him that this consort is here. Remember, you have to see the Marquis of Taiping. No one else is allowed. This was an important matter, so Zhang's son couldn't help but have misgivings. She couldn't guarantee that there weren't any spies in the Zhang Sun estate, so she could only be extremely careful. The Marquis of Taiping was her older brother and also the leader of Zhang Xuan's branch in the imperial city. He definitely knew that something had happened to her by now and was searching everywhere for her. If there's a chance, run. Hearing Zhang Xuan's orders, Ning Chen's first reaction was to take the opportunity to leave. However, when he saw the still unconscious Qing Ning and Zhang Xuan's trusting gazes, he immediately felt a bit embarrassed. I'll try my best. Ning Chen felt conflicted and replied vaguely, Zhang Sun frowned. She was clearly very dissatisfied with this answer. Ning Chen sighed inwardly and didn't delay any longer. He raised his head to look at Zhang Sun and said seriously, Don't worry, Empress. As long as I'm still alive, I'll definitely deliver the message. Hearing Ning Chen's promise, Zhang Sun finally relaxed and her expression softened slightly. She took out a crescent-shaped jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Ning Chen. Take this. Once the Marquis of Taiping sees it, he'll believe you. After taking the jade pendant, Ning Chen suddenly said without any warning, Empress, if I don't return before sunset, take Qing Ning and go somewhere else. Zhang Sun froze, confusion filling her eyes. She didn't understand. Ning Chen cracked a smile and said, I'm scared that if I get caught, I won't be able to withstand the torture and will give you up. Huh. Zhang Sun laughed involuntarily, then replied, It's fine. This consort doesn't expect you to be able to withstand any torture. If it really gets to that point, don't worry about anything else. Just think of a way to protect your little life. Bye-bye. Ning Chen waved, then turned to leave, leaving behind Zhang Sun, who was completely confused. She didn't understand what he meant by those last two words. After a long time, Zhang Sun helplessly shook her head and sighed. This little guy is too hard to understand. The Grand Xia's imperial city was very large and bustling. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 city under the heavens. Ning Chen walked around until he was dizzy. He only knew the general direction of the Zhang Sun residence, so he asked as he walked. After walking around for half a day, it was already close to noon. At this time, Ning Chen suddenly realized a terrifying fact. He actually had no money. His only copper coin had been confiscated by Zhang's son, so he really was penniless. "Older sister, how do I get to the Zhangsan residence?" After asking around, Ning Chen's throat was so thirsty that it was almost smoking. Seeing a woman walk past him, he subconsciously stopped her and asked, "Hee. Asking around even led you to a brothel. Young master is truly in a good mood." Yu Honey glanced at the youth in front of her and giggled. "Young master seems to be thirsty. Come in and have a cup of tea. This isn't good." Ning Chen hesitated for a moment before following the woman into the Lingyan pavilion. So what if it was a brothel? So what? Couldn't he just ask for a cup of water? "Young master, please have a cup." Yu Honey poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Ning Chen. "It's free, right?" Ning Chen looked at the luxurious decorations around him and probed. Young master must be joking. "It's just a cup of tea." Yu Honey sweetly smiled. Ning Chen's smile blossomed. He took the cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. "Refreshing. Do you want more?" Yu Honey poured another cup of tea and handed it over. "Older sister, you really are a good person." Ning Chen took the cup and bashfully smiled. He hadn't even drunk the tea yet, but he was already flattering her. "This cup is for money." Ning Chen had just taken half a mouthful of water when he heard the former's words, and immediately spat it out. "Cough, cough." Ning Chen looked at Yu Honey, his face red from choking. I'm just teasing you. Look at how scared you are." Yu Honey laughed, gasping for breath. "Ah." Ning Chen awkwardly wiped his mouth. His gaze randomly swept around, not daring to look directly at Yu Honey. How come there's no one here?" Ning Chen realized that the luxurious pavilion was completely empty. There wasn't a single guest. He looked at Yu Honey again. She had willowy eyebrows and phoenix eyes. Her skin was like jade, and she looked like a femme fatale. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like someone who would be unwanted. "Don't think too much." Yu Honey looked at Ning Chen's strange expression. How could she not know what he was thinking? She angrily said, "This Ling Yen pavilion is opened by me." Hearing that, Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him with astonishment. The shy smile that often hung on his face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of disgust. If one didn't pay close attention, it would have been difficult to notice. "Sorry to bother you, but I'll bring the money for the tea tomorrow." Gently putting down the cup, Ning Chen indifferently said a few words before turning and walking out. "This young master has come. Why haven't you girls come down yet?" Right at this moment, a young figure swaggered in from outside the ascending mist pavilion, dressed in gorgeous silk and satin, coupled with that arrogant and despotic appearance. It was obvious with a single glance that he was a profligate son of a wealthy family. "Oh, it's young Master Zhang's son. What wind blew you here?" In just a short while, a few ladies dressed in light muslin walked down from the second floor. Their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible, making people feel thirsty just by looking at them. "Haha, there's been too much trouble in the residence these past 2 days. It's almost driving me crazy, so I came out to have some fun." Zhang's son Yunxian laughed as if there was no one present. To the side, Ning Chen stopped and looked back at the young man not far away. After a moment, he walked forward. "You're from the Zhangsan residence?" "Yes." Zhang's son Yunxian was stunned and subconsciously replied, "Taiping Marquis' son? Yes, what's wrong?" Zhang's son Yunxuan's face showed impatience and displeasure. "Oh, what a coincidence." Ning Chen coldly laughed and immediately kicked the former's abdomen. In front of everyone's eyes, Zhang's son Yunxian crashed into the table with a bang, spilling tea all over the floor. At this moment, not only were the women who had just come down stunned, but even Yu Honey, who was closest to them, couldn't react. You're courting death. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is?" Zhang's son Yunxian was so angry that his brain couldn't function properly after being kicked. He struggled to get up. I know, your father is Taiping Marquis. You just said it. Ning Qin coldly snorted. It turned out that relying on one's father was so popular at this time. Zhang Sun was suffering outside and had almost lost his life. But this guy was still in the mood to go to a brothel. He really was a cruel and unscrupulous thing. He took a step forward and kicked Zhang Sun Yinxian again. Zhang Sun Yinxian, who had not yet regained his footing, was sent flying again. He crashed into the table and chairs, shattering the cups and plates on the floor. This kick is to punish you for being heartless. Ning Qin once again walked forward and looked at Zhang Sun Yinxian on the ground. He picked him up and ruthlessly kicked him again. This kick is to punish you for being shameless. Teacups spilled all over the floor, tables and chairs all over the floor. Ning Chen's expression became colder and colder. He picked Zhang Sun Yinxian up and then kicked him again. This kick is to punish you for ruining the sound of the door. Grabbing Zhang Sun Yinxian, Ning Qin cut his finger as if he didn't notice. His icy gaze was bone-chilling. This final kick is to let you remember that when we meet again in the future, don't humiliate Zhang Sunming. With a bang, tables and chairs were smashed. Broken pieces of wood and blood covered the ground. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Several women looked at Ning Chen with a trace of fear and unconsciously took a step back. Sister, can I borrow some brush and ink? Ning Chen walked in front of a woman and smiled brightly. Yes, yes. The woman took another step back in fright. She hastily nodded and then ran up the stairs. Not long after, she timidly walked over with ink and carefully handed it to Ning Chen. Thank you. Ning Chen took the brush and ink and smiled even more brightly. If it weren't for the previous scene, who would have thought that this seemingly harmless youth was actually a living devil? Chapter 11. Zhang Sun Yinxian half fainted from the pain, curled up on the ground, and kept trembling. Ning Chen stepped forward and immediately thought of something. He looked sideways at the woman who gave him the ink and said, Sister, the ink won't be washed off, right? The woman's delicate body trembled subconsciously, and she said with fear, No, this is Qian Nian ink. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up, and his smile made people shudder. Not far away, Yu Hani frowned, but she did not intervene. The boy in front of her knew Zhang Sun Yinxuan's identity and still dared to be so unscrupulous. Either there was something wrong with his head, or his background was amazing. There was one more thing. She still did not understand why there was a flash of disgust in the former's eyes. Was it directed at her or Ling Yen Pavilion? All kinds of doubts made Yu Hani choose to stay out of the matter for the time being. As long as no one died here, the storm would not involve Ling Yen Pavilion. Ning Qin squatted down with his back to them. A moment later, two crooked words appeared on Zhang Sun Yinxuan's face. Looking carefully, one could barely recognize the words Zhang Sun. Then Ning Chen silently took out the moon-shaped jade pendant given to him by Zhang Sun, dipped it in ink, and fiercely imprinted it on the boy's forehead. Why haven't the government and Zhang Sun Mansion people arrived yet? After doing all this, Ning Chen looked outside. Except for more and more people at the door, there was not a single shadow of the soldiers. He could not help but complain about the efficiency of the government. The young Marquis of Zhang Sun Mansion was beaten. This news must have spread. It would not be long before the people of Zhang Sun Mansion and the government arrived. May I ask young master's identity? At this time, Yu Hani came forward and asked politely. No time. Ning Qin coldly glanced at the former. He really did not want to suppress the disgust rising in his heart, so he said in a bad tone, Prostitutes should not be blamed. The ones who should be blamed were these beautiful but ruthless brothels and schools. Yu Hani's breathing stagnated, and her face changed again and again. However, the situation was unclear, so she could only suppress her anger and said calmly, I don't know how Yu Hani offended young master. Please tell me, facing Yu Han's question. Ning Qin did not even have the interest to answer. He turned to the woman who gave him the ink and brush and handed it back. He grinned and said, "Thank you, sister." "No need to thank me." The woman took the brush and ink fearfully and said nervously. The woman's fear made Ning Qin feel helpless. Wasn't he a little too violent before? Ning Chen's self-doubt only flashed for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. Cough, it wasn't his fault. It was Zhang Sun Yinchuan's bad luck that was too disappointing. He picked up a chair and sat down in an ostentatious manner. Then he poured himself a cup of tea and drank it as if there was no one else around. It had only been a short while and he was already thirsty. It seemed that beating people up was a tough thing to do. Yu Han-yi and the other women looked at this master and didn't know how to deal with him. They could only wait for the government to deal with him. Out of the way, out of the way. It didn't take long for the people from the government to arrive. When the leader saw Zhang Sun Yinxian, who had fainted from the beating, he felt a headache coming on. This was the only son of Marquis Taiping and the nephew of Empress Zhangsun. How could he be beaten up like this? Looking at the sir who was sitting at the side as if nothing had happened, the officers felt that they were in a mess. "Take him away!" The leader of the officers gritted his teeth and shouted. They couldn't care so much now. They could only take one step at a time. If this person was really someone with a great background, there would be people above him. When Ning Qin saw that the officers had finally come, it was as if he had seen his relatives. He didn't need anyone to grab him, and he stood up to greet them. The people who were already in a mess suddenly felt that their brains weren't enough. Not long after they arrived at the government, the people from Zhangsun Mansion arrived and took Zhang Sun Yunxian away. Ning Chen was naturally thrown into the prison to wait for his punishment. It was the first time in Ning Chen's life that he was in prison. Because he knew that he would be out soon, he didn't have any worries in his heart. Bored, Ning Chen sat in the prison and used a small wooden stick to draw a chessboard on the ground. He played chess with himself. At first, he played quickly, but gradually there were more and more chess pieces on the chessboard. Every move slowed down. A dead end gradually appeared, and it was difficult to move forward. Life was like a game of chess. It was about layout and breaking the game. No matter how slow Ning Chen's mind was, he understood that he had accidentally broken into someone else's game. If he couldn't break through, he would be trapped in the dead end. Ning Chen frowned more and more. He looked at the chessboard and thought about every move. Why would someone be so eager to assassinate Zhang Sun? If something happened to Zhang Sun, who would benefit? He had been in this world for too short a time and didn't know many things. But everything was connected. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning's abnormal reactions last night and Zhang Suin's rush to leave the palace early in the morning. It was obvious that the assassination of Zhang Sun had something to do with the Antares guarding the heart. The Antares guarding the heart symbolized war. He didn't care about it at first, because it wasn't a big deal at all. This thing would come once every 15 years or so. Sometimes it was obvious, sometimes it was weak. If the foundation of Xia Kingdom was shaken because of this, then the 1,000-year dynasty would have been destroyed many times over. If so, why would Zhang Sun have such a big reaction? Ning Chen sighed softly and threw away the wooden stick in his hand. If he guessed correctly, Zhang Sun most likely came out with a secret order from Emperor Xia, and it was a secret order that couldn't be known to the world. It was related to the Antares guarding the heart, and it couldn't be known to the world. The result couldn't be more obvious. Emperor Xia was going to mobilize the army, and it was the army of Zhang Sun. Then it made sense that Zhang Sun had been assassinated. Someone had guessed Emperor Xia's intention and even guessed the time when Zhang Sun left the palace. They wanted to use the assassination of Zhang Sun to create a rift between Zhang Sun and Emperor Xia and delay the time to mobilize the army. Thinking of this, Ning Qin couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If everything was true, then the scheming of the person who set this up was too scary. He could see so much because everything had already happened. There were all kinds of signs, so it was much easier to speculate. But the person who set this up had predicted all the things that hadn't happened and played into the game. The calculation involved was not something an ordinary person could do. Unfortunately, he was dragged into the game by Qing Ning and couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If possible, Ning Qin didn't want to face such a scheming person. If he wasn't careful, he would die without knowing why, and he wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. The only thing he could do now was to save Zhang Sun first, and then carefully deal with the person behind this. Fortunately, the game wasn't targeted at him. As a bystander, as long as he didn't carelessly enter the game, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was today. It's about time. Ning Chen stood up and looked at the door of the cell. It should be about time. Within the Zhangsun residence, Marquis Taiping's study, Zhang Sun Yunxian knelt on the ground in fear. A middle-aged man with a cold expression stood in front of the desk. The veins on his clenched fists popped out, showing just how furious he was. Bastard! Marquis Taiping slammed the desk. In his fury, he grabbed the inkstone on the desk and threw it out. Bang! The inkstone struck Zhang Sun Yunxuan's forehead, causing blood to splatter. To the side, a beautiful middle-aged woman went up and hugged her son with a pained expression. She glared at Marquis Taiping. Marquis, your son has been beaten. It's fine if you don't stand up for him. But do you want to beat him to death? Shut up. Marquis Taiping's fury soared. The air around him trembled, and he pressed down on the desk with his hand, causing it to shatter. I don't hate women, but that's not a reason for you to be so impudent. Scram! With that, Marquis Taiping waved his sleeve, sending her out of the study. With a bang, the door closed. Only Marquis Taiping and the kneeling Zhang Sun Yunxian were left in the room. At this moment, Zhang Sun Yunxian was trembling even more violently. Do you know what happened to your aunt? Asked Marquis Taiping coldly. I do. Zhang Sun Yunxian lowered his head and trembled. The entire residence is looking for your aunt. Do you know? Marquis Taiping's voice was even colder. I know. Good, very good. Hearing this, Marquis Taiping could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He took a step forward and slapped Zhang Sun Yunxian in the face. With a bang, Zhang Sun Yunxian was sent flying 5 steps away until he crashed into the screen. Marquis Taiping's slap was merciless. He could tolerate anything, but this was the only thing he could not tolerate. Zhang Sun Yunxian landed on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. He trembled, not even daring to cry out in pain. Reflect on your actions in the study. Without my orders, you're not allowed to take half a step out. With that, Marquis Taiping walked outside. When he saw the angry woman at the door, his eyes turned even colder. If you dare to let him out without permission, or if he takes half a step out of this room himself, you know the consequences. The Zhangsun estate is not a place that can tolerate just anyone, not even my wife and son. The woman trembled with anger, but she did not dare to say anything else. She knew that Marquis Taiping would definitely do what he said. An hour later, the door to the prison creaked open. The two people's eyes met for the first time. Marquis Taiping and Ning Qin, two people who should not have interacted with each other, stood facing each other. No one could see any emotion in their calm gazes. What's your name? Asked Marquis Taiping after some time. Ning Qin. A young hero, praised Marquis Taiping, not hiding the admiration in his voice. Lord Marquis is too kind, replied Ning Qin modestly. What a pity. Marquis Taiping suddenly sighed. Although one did not ask where a hero came from, in truth, where they came from determined how high a hero was. Ah. Ning Qin was not moved. He knew what Marquis Taiping meant by what a pity, but that was not important to him. Is the Empress okay? Marquis Taiping walked up and asked seriously. She's fine, replied Ning Qin. Let's go. Take me to see the Empress, said Marquis Taiping. Just you. This time, It was Ning Chen's turn to be shocked. "Ah." Marquis Taiping smiled and replied, "I alone am enough." These simple words did not have any fluctuations in them. They were so calm that it made one feel like he was just stating a normal fact. As one of the 10 strongest marquises in Great Xia, the word Taiping was more important than Mount Tai. The Zhongsun bloodline, 1 family, and 2 marquises not only symbolized the grace of the imperial family, but also their strength that made people look up to them. In the study room of the Zhongsun manor, Zhongsun Yunxian struggled to get up. On his blood-stained face, the word Zhongsun could still be seen clearly. In the next moment, intense coughing sounded out. It was heart-wrenching, and the hair above his eyebrows flew up. It was like a crescent moon mark had appeared. It was as black as ink and unusually eye-catching. Chapter 12. In the inner courtyard of Duan Pharmacy, Zhang Sun sat by the bed and looked at Qing Ning, who still hadn't woken up. A faint sadness flashed across her beautiful face. Qing Ning was raised by her and was the only person she could talk to after entering the palace. The most heartless of all was the imperial family. The palace was filled with schemes and schemes. She had long been exhausted. Because of this, Qing Ning, who hadn't even reached 20 years of age, silently helped her shoulder all the matters in Weiyang Palace. 7 years was like 1. Knock, knock. Outside the room, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Sun came back to her senses and said softly, "The door isn't locked. Come in." "Empress, I'm back." A familiar voice rang out. Zhang Sun turned around and ignored Ning Chen's smug smile. Instead, she looked at Marquis Taiping. "Big brother." Zhang Sun was stunned, and a rare wisp of excitement flashed through his eyes as he spoke. "Weo, it's been hard on you." Marquis Taiping sighed softly as he looked at his younger sister, who was still beautiful but had aged. On the side, Ning Chen's smile was very bright. He did his best to open his eyes wide. "See, this is all my work. Praise me, hurry up and praise me." Unfortunately, Zhang Sun was very excited and forgot about this hero. Marquis Taiping didn't have any intention of paying attention to Ning Chen, so this hero was mercilessly forgotten to the side. Ning Chen. Fortunately, Zhang Sun wasn't an ordinary person. After a short moment of excitement, she quickly calmed down and glanced at Ning Chen. "Huh." Ning Chen's face lit up. He finally remembered this hero and quickly stood up straight. His meaning was, "Praise me, I'm listening." "Go out for a moment. I have something to say to Marquis Taiping." Ning Chen ran out with tears in his eyes. His heart was broken like tofu. "This child is not bad." Marquis Taiping weighed the pros and cons and finally decided to remind Zhang Sun. He was quick-witted and daring, but he didn't lose his composure. He was a good seedling. If he was nurtured well, he would definitely become someone who could hold his own. Zhang Sun glanced at Marquis Taiping in surprise. There weren't many people who could receive such praise from his big brother. They could be counted on one hand. Marquis Taiping briefly recounted what had happened today. Hearing this, Zhang Sun nodded inwardly. Marquis Taiping's quick wit was indeed extraordinary. While praising him, he could not help but lament his nephew's incompetence. Yun Xian is still young. It's okay to punish him, but don't hurt the relationship between father and son. For some reason, Zhang Sun deliberately stopped talking about Ning Chen and changed the topic. The Marquis of Taiping nodded and said, "I have my own plans on this matter. Weo, why did you leave the palace this time? You actually allowed yourself to fall into such great danger. This is not in line with your usual rigorous style of doing things. We have no other choice." Zhang Sun sighed softly. "You must know that the northern border is in danger. The northern Meng royal court is no longer what it used to be. Emperor Xia's wish to send troops is hindered by the will of heaven. Now only my father, who is in charge of the northwest, can secretly send reinforcements. Although I heard about it, I did not expect the northern Meng royal court to become such a huge problem." The Marquis of Taiping's heart was heavy. The barbarian land of the past had now become a thorn in the back of Great Xia. It was truly unexpected. Most of the officials in the court still have the impression of the Northern Meng royal court from 10 years ago, so they do not care much about it. Unfortunately, the will of heaven plays tricks on people. It was not easy for Emperor Xia to go against the opinions of the masses and decide to send troops, but it was suddenly disrupted. Zhang Xuan's heart was abnormally heavy. If they missed this opportunity, who knew what kind of price Great Xia would have to pay? But without a doubt, this price would be unbearable. The Northern Meng royal court had been building up their troops in recent years, and their intentions were clear. The soldiers of Great Xia at the northern border were no longer enough to defend against the Northern Meng cavalry. The matter of sending troops could not be delayed. In the end, the existence of the Eternal Night cult is the greatest source of calamity. This organization that has existed for thousands of years controls the faith of the world. Its influence is truly terrifying. The Marquis of Taiping was not a mediocre person. Naturally, he could guess the reason why Emperor Xia did not send troops. Although Great Xia was strong, it was not strong enough to be the enemy of the entire world. Sending troops now would give the Eternal Night cult the best excuse to push the world to attack Great Xia. The most terrifying thing was that this was probably just the beginning. The existence of the Northern Meng imperial court and the Eternal Night cult had tied up too much of Great Xia's energy, and they had no time to care about other things. Some of the forces that had submitted to Great Xia in the past might very well surface one by one. Great Xia, who had sat in the Central Plains for thousands of years, had been invincible for too long. Without a doubt, they had become the target of everyone. Those who were tempted to make a move were just waiting for an opportunity. The Central Plains were prosperous and rich, and it was like a piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. Now that Great Xia had a strong military deterrence, no one dared to be the first to take a bite out of it. However, if the world attacked Great Xia, these hidden powers would definitely reveal their fangs. Wuyo, I'll send you back to the palace first. Time was of the essence, and Marquis Taiping made a prompt decision. The earlier he sent reinforcements to the north, the earlier Great Xia's crisis would be resolved. There was not much time left, and there was no room for hesitation. An hour later, the carriage was already waiting in the courtyard. As the coolie, Ning Chen was naturally in charge of carrying Qing Ning into the carriage. "Shopkeeper uncle, don't forget to return the money for the tea at the Lingyan Pavilion tomorrow. Once I get my salary, I'll return it to you." Before leaving, Ning Chen was still unwilling to leave. After nagging for a while, he noticed that Zhang Xuan's expression was not right. Only then did he reluctantly follow Zhang Sun back to the palace. By the time Zhang Sun and Ning Chen returned to the palace, the sky was already as dark as it could get. Since it was inconvenient for Marquis Taiping to enter the palace, he left after sending Zhang Sun to the palace gates. What's going on? After entering the palace, Zhang Sun and Ning Chen both noticed that the atmosphere in the palace was not right. The guards were running around, as if something big had happened. What happened? Zhang Sun asked Ning Chen to stop one of the guards. Reporting to the Empress, someone has barged into the imperial study. His Majesty is furious and has ordered a search of the entire palace, the guard respectfully replied. Hearing this, Ning Chen was shocked and extremely anxious. Ning Chen, take Qing Ning back first. I need to go to the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Zhang Sun ordered as she got off the carriage. Yes. Ning Chen lowered his head to avoid Zhang Xuan's attention. A trace of worry flashed through his eyes. That silly woman, don't do anything stupid. After Zhang Sun left, Ning Chen hurriedly took Qing Ning back to Weiyang Palace. Because he was in a hurry, he did not even hear the soft moans from the carriage. After returning to Weiyang Palace, Ning Chen carried Qing Ning back to her room and rushed back to his room without stopping. However, he did not notice that behind him, a pair of bright eyes quietly opened. She looked at his back thoughtfully without saying anything. Mu Qingxue. Opening the door, the first thing he saw was that beautiful figure lying on the bed with her clothes stained with blood. Ning Chen was shocked. He quickly closed the door and carried the former to the bed. Seeing that Mu Qingshue's right shoulder was stained with blood and half of her clothes was bleeding, Ning Chen could not care less about the difference between men and women. He tore open the clothes on his shoulder and saw that there was a sword wound on his right shoulder. Other than that, there was no other wound. Ning Chen was anxious, and his heart was even more anxious. This sword wound was obviously not fatal. Mu Qingxue was seriously injured and unconscious. However, he did not know medicine and did not know what the real injury was. Medicine, yes, medicine. Ning Chen remembered the life-saving medicine that Mu Qingxue had given him. At this moment, he could only hope that she had left him one. Gritting his teeth, he did not care about anything else and started to search her body. No. At this moment, Ning Chen's face was pale. He did not know what to do. What to do? What to do? Ning Chen felt so powerless for the first time. I must find a way to get out of the palace. After thinking for a while, Ning Chen made up his mind. Without hesitation, he picked up Mu Qingxue and walked out. Fortunately, he drove a carriage back, so it was a good cover. When he entered the palace earlier, many of the imperial guards had seen him. Perhaps it was the best time to go out now. He did not know what would happen if he left, but if he did not leave now, Mu Qingxue would definitely die. He was not a noble person, but he was not a coward either. He promised Mu Qingxue that he would take her out, so he must do it. Bang! At this moment, the door to the room was opened with a bang. Ning Chen's footsteps paused as his body suddenly trembled. Sister Qingning. Seeing the familiar figure in front of him, Ning Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not an imperial guard. However, in the next moment, his body tensed up again. He almost forgot that Qingning was the most loyal person to Zhongsun. Compared to the imperial guards, she was more dangerous. Why are you here? Ning Chen thought for a while and did not feel that he had exposed himself. Moreover, Qingning had been unconscious the whole time, so it was impossible for her to notice anything. You are not a careless person. How could you not notice that I have woken up? The only explanation is that you have something on your mind. Qingning's face was still pale. She blocked the door and said coldly, Is she the assassin who entered the palace? Ning Chen, you have really disappointed me. Qingning glanced at the woman in Ning Chen's arms. Her eyes gradually turned cold. She did not expect that the assassin that the imperial guards could not find was actually hiding in Weiyang Palace. She was too careless. Ning Chen sighed deeply. He knew that it was useless to explain further. He took 2 steps back and pulled the rope beside the bed. Immediately, the door closed with a bang and a rope net fell down silently. Qingning felt that something was wrong and wanted to dodge. However, she felt that her chest was blocked and her breathing was not smooth. Her steps slowed down and she was caught by the rope net. Ning Chen did not expect that the trap he set would be used on Qingning one day. Fortunately, Qingning had just woken up and even moving was difficult for her. Otherwise, this small trap would be useless. Sister Qingning, I am sorry. Ning Chen put Mu Qingxue down and immediately walked forward to tie Qingning's hands and feet and sealed her mouth. Then, he untied the rope net and carried her to the bed. Sister Qingning, whether you believe me or not, I have never thought of harming you and the Empress. I met Mu Qingxue by chance that night when I entered the palace. She helped me, so I must save her. This is what I promised her. I will not break my promise. Ning Chen covered Qingning with a thin blanket and talked endlessly. He knew that after he left, they might never have the chance to meet again. He had only been in this world for a few days. Qingning was the person who treated him the best. He did not want to hide anything from her, but he also did not want to lie. After doing all this, Ning Chen carried Mu Qingxue and walked out. Before he left, he looked back one last time. As his eyes met, he smiled brightly and said, "Finally, I have something to say, but I did not dare to say it. Sister Qingning, you are so fierce. Let's see who will want you in the future." The door closed and Ningchen left. On the bed, Qingning stared at the door. Her tense body slowly relaxed. She did not know if what she did was right or wrong. However, she knew that she did not regret it. Not today, not in the future. He was still so stupid. Why didn't he think about how she could be trapped by such a simple rope net? She did not avoid it, but it did not mean that she could not break free. Fortunately, he was still so stupid. Chapter 13. Outside the Weiyang Palace, it was brightly lit. Groups of imperial guards were patrolling the palace. It was a spectacular sight. Ning Chen led the carriage out. As soon as he left the Weiyang Palace, he stopped. Seeing a group of imperial guards passing by, he took the initiative to stop them. "Little eunuch, what's the matter?" Because Ning Chen walked out of the Weiyang Palace, the imperial guard at the front didn't dare to neglect him. He asked politely, "The Empress asked me to leave the palace to do something urgent, but now the palace is under lockdown. It's very inconvenient to go in and out. I'm afraid I'll delay the task given by the Empress. I hope you can send me off." Ning Chen's eyes swept across the passing imperial guards. Anxiety flashed across his face. Soon after, he retracted his gaze and looked at the imperial guard general in front of him. The imperial guard was in a difficult position. He hesitated for a moment. The assassin broke into the imperial study at night. They were ordered to patrol. Logically speaking, they couldn't leave their post without permission. However, the Empress's matter couldn't be delayed. If he refused, it would inevitably make the owner of the Weiyang Palace unhappy. "If you don't believe me, this is the token given by the Empress. You can take it and confirm it with the Empress." While speaking, Ning Chen looked more anxious. He took out the moon-shaped jade pendant given by Zhang Sun and handed it to the imperial guard. He urged the imperial guard, "Okay, I'll send you off." When the imperial guard saw the moon-shaped jade pendant, the last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared. He nodded and agreed. This was the token of the Empress. Many imperial guards in the palace had seen it before. It couldn't be wrong. Ning Chen was relieved. He chose to stop the imperial guards in front of the Weiyang Palace to lower their guard against him. No matter how cautious a person was, there would be cognitive blind spots. As long as he used it carefully and guided it, he could create an illusion that it was difficult for people to distinguish. "Little eunuch, you look young. You just entered the palace not long ago, right?" The imperial guard ordered the rest behind him to continue patrolling. Then he stepped forward to help lead the carriage. He asked casually as he walked. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded a little embarrassedly and answered, "I just entered the palace a few days ago. Thanks to Miss Qingning's care, I'm doing some chores in the Weiyang Palace now." "Little eunuch, you're so lucky. Everyone in the palace knows that the Empress is virtuous and kind. She is the most generous to the servants." The imperial guard smiled kindly and said, "General is right." Ning Chen replied with a smile, but he disagreed in his heart. These fools had all been deceived by Zhang Sun. He did not know if she was virtuous or not, but she was not generous to her subordinates at all. He had been deceived by Zhang Sun several times. Otherwise, he would have been enjoying himself outside the palace and would not have had to run away in the middle of the night. "Oh, isn't this little Ningzi? Where are you going so late at night?" They hadn't walked for long when suddenly a voice that sounded like a male duck's throat sounded out from not too far away from them, and Ning Chen's heart instantly jerked as he cried out in his heart. Looking in the direction of the voice, a figure wearing a sapphire blue robe embroidered with cranes, holding a horsetail whisk, and wearing a peacock feather hat inlaid with gemstones, slowly walked over. He looked at Ning Chen and smiled ambiguously. What a coincidence! Eunuch Zhao Jin. The leader of the guards recognized the person who had come. He politely cupped his hands in greeting. "General Ling." Zhao Jin returned the greeting, then asked with a smile, "Where are you and little Ning going?" "Little eunuch Zhao is going out of the palace on the orders of Her Majesty the Empress. I just happened to send him off." "Does eunuch Zhao know this little eunuch Zhao?" Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. Zhao Jin had served by Emperor Xia's side for more than 20 years, and his status was not ordinary. How could he know a little eunuch who had just entered the palace? "We've only met once." Zhao Jin gave a perfunctory reply and didn't explain much. Then he looked at Ning Chen, who was beside Ling Xiao, and smiled sinisterly. He said with a hidden meaning, "Little Ning, I originally wanted to transfer you to work by my side, but I didn't expect Her Majesty the Empress to take you to Weiyang Palace first. What a pity." Haha. Ning Chen laughed foolishly to cover it up, and tactfully didn't explain much. No matter what he said, he would offend people. "You'd better go fight with Zhang Sun yourself." Zhao Jin walked around the carriage and said with a fake smile, "The palace is in a bit of a mess right now. General, you have to check carefully so that you don't lose anything." Ning Chen's heart sank, and his expression changed slightly. This damned old pervert. Ling Xiao looked at Ning Chen awkwardly. It was not good for them to ask about Weiyang Palace's affairs, but eunuch Zhao had already reminded him. If he still didn't check, it would be somewhat unreasonable. "General Ling, do things according to the rules. However, please be careful," Ning Chen said in a low voice. Ling Xiao nodded and stepped forward to lift the curtain. Then he boarded the carriage and prepared to check. The carriage was filled with boxes, one on top of another. Ling Xiao opened the outermost box, and what entered his eyes were pieces of porcelain. He moved them away and put them to one side. When he opened another box, it was still filled with porcelain. Ling Xiao had been in the palace for nearly 10 years and recognized that these were all commonly used items in the palace. They were exquisite, but in terms of value, they could only be said to be so. There were so many treasures in Weiyang Palace. Any one of them was not something this carriage of porcelain could compare to. If it was stolen, the gains would not make up for the losses. General, be careful." Just as Ling Xiao moved a box that had been checked to one side, Ning Chen's expression changed, and he shouted. Immediately, there was a series of crackling sounds. The entire box of porcelain was revealed from the bottom of the box and fell into the carriage, shattering into pieces. Panic appeared in Ning Chen's eyes as he said anxiously, I forgot to tell the general that the boxes below are quite old. Her Majesty the Empress said in a hurry that she wouldn't check them again once we have the token. It's not a problem. I was anxious and forgot about it." Ling Xiao's expression was also ugly. Although it was not some rare treasure that was broken, it was still something from Weiyang Palace. Moreover, the Empress had said in a hurry, "It must be important." Thinking of this, Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Jin with an unkind expression. It was all this damned old eunuch's fault. If it was not for this old fellow being so meddlesome, he would not have made such a big mistake. Below the carriage, Ning Chen sighed softly and said with a bitter face, "General, you should check quickly so that I can finish my task quickly and ask for forgiveness from Her Majesty the Empress." Hearing that Ning Chen didn't intend to push all the blame onto him, Ling Xiao's impression of the former instantly improved. Comparing it to Zhao Jin, who was watching from the side, there was no need to think about who could be trusted and who couldn't be trusted. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao jumped down from the carriage and said seriously, "There's no need to check. Little eunuch, quickly leave the palace. Don't delay Her Majesty the Empress's task. If Her Majesty blames you for breaking things, Ling Xiao will definitely bear the responsibility with little eunuch." "Thank you, General." Ning Chen's face showed gratitude, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. This Ling Xiao was so righteous. Was it bad for him to trick him like this? Of course. This feeling of guilt only lasted for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. Buddha said, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Unfortunately, he had always believed that if he did not go to hell, others would go to hell. Moreover, a little eunuch ran away from the palace. Even if it was found out, it was not a big mistake. It was still far from going to hell. However, if he was caught, he would really go to hell. On the side, Zhao Jin saw that he did not find out anything. He smiled coldly and left. His arrogant attitude really made people unhappy. Ning Qin thought in his heart and could roughly guess the reason. He and Zhao Jin had only met twice. They did not have any grudges. When they met for the first time, Zhao Jin even wanted to help him. When they met again today, his attitude was completely different. It was obvious that it was because of Zhang Sun. In the palace, there were constant fights, both open and covert. It was important to choose a side. Now, it seemed that Zhao Jin was most likely on the West Palace's side. That was why he showed hostility to him when he came out of Zhang Sun Palace. Unfortunately, if he was not in a hurry to leave the palace, he really wanted to stay and teach this old man a lesson. Ning Qin shook his head regretfully. He immediately looked at Ling Xiao and said, "General, let's go." And Ling Xiao saw that Ning Chen's expression changed. He thought that the latter was worried about being punished when he came back. He did not think that Ning Chen was depressed because he did not have the chance to stab Zhao Jin after leaving the palace today. Perhaps even Ning Chen himself did not notice that in these few days in Weiyang Palace, whether it was his actions or thoughts, intentionally or unintentionally, he judged from Zhang Sun's point of view. Even if he did not admit it and blamed Zhang Sun for everything, he could not lie about his inner feelings. Ning Chen seemed to leave in a carefree and unrestrained manner. However, in his heart, he had never truly let go. The journey out of the palace was quite smooth. With Zhang Sun's token and Ling Xiao's escort, the guards at the palace gate let them go after a brief inspection. No one would have thought that the little eunuch who escorted the Empress back to the palace was carrying the assassin who tried to assassinate Empress Ya and broke into the imperial study at night. After leaving the palace, Ning Chen immediately drove the carriage towards Duan Pharmacy. His face that had been hiding his emotions finally showed anxiety. The carriage moved quickly, bringing up a trail of dust. Nearly 2 hours later, the carriage stopped in front of the pharmacy. Ning Chen carried Mu Qingxue out from a box hidden at the bottom of the carriage. He took 2 steps forward and kicked open the wooden door of the pharmacy. He hurriedly ran towards the inner courtyard. "Shopkeeper, quickly save him." The shopkeeper had already heard such a big commotion in the front courtyard. He walked out and was about to angrily reprimand him when he saw that it was Ning Chen. He suppressed his anger and subconsciously looked at Mu Qingxue in the latter's arms. However, with one look, the shopkeeper's heart also rose. "Quickly enter the room." Seeing that the woman's situation was extremely dangerous, the shopkeeper immediately called Ning Chen back into the room. After putting Mu Qingxue down, he immediately went forward to diagnose him. "Go to the hall and get my silver needles, quickly." The shopkeeper quickly instructed as he checked Mu Qingxue's injuries. "Okay." Ning Chen did not dare to delay and immediately ran to the front hall to find what the shopkeeper needed. A moment later, Ning Chen came back with the silver needles and handed them to the shopkeeper. He then stood to the side and watched nervously. "Don't just stand there. Quickly go and boil some water, the more the better." The shopkeeper took out the silver needles and looked back at Ning Chen. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and immediately ran out of the room to boil water in the kitchen. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Chen boiled a big pot of water in the kitchen and then came back with a basin of hot water. He saw that the shopkeeper was already treating Mu Qingxue with the needles with a serious expression. After a while, the shopkeeper's forehead was already covered in sweat. His white gown was torn and stuck to his body. He was in a very sorry state. The shopkeeper did not say anything, and Ning Chen did not dare to disturb him. He could only stand to the side and wait for orders. About a quarter of an hour later, the shopkeeper stood up tiredly. His body swayed and he almost lost his balance. "Is the water ready?" The shopkeeper steadied himself and asked, "Yes, it's ready." Ning Chin quickly replied. "Help her take off her clothes and bathe," the shopkeeper said tiredly. "Meet me." Ning Chin was stunned and could not stay calm. He pointed at himself and stammered, "If it's not you, then it's me?" The shopkeeper threw out a sentence and then naturally walked out of the room. "The water doesn't need to be too hot, just slightly hot. Pay attention to the time. It can't be too short, but it can't be more than 2 hours either." "Okay." Ning Chen was already dumbfounded and subconsciously nodded. Chapter 14. In the inner courtyard of Duan Pharmacy, Ning Chen was busy for half a day. He looked at the bathtub filled with hot water and then looked at Mu Qingxue on the bed. Should he take it off or not? "I can't get over my conscience." Ning Chen touched his heart and found that he still felt guilty. This proved that he was not a heartless person. However, there was a reason for this. Could he not care about trifles? Ning Chen tried to convince himself. He reached out his hand, but then retracted it. He suddenly remembered that women in this era were quite conservative. Even if there was a reason for him to do this, it did not seem appropriate. "Shopkeeper, you've killed me," Ning Chen complained in his heart. He stared at Mu Qingxue for a while and finally sighed. He made up his mind. "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Ning Chen made up his mind and carefully walked to the bed. He carefully looked at Mu Qingxue and confirmed that she would not wake up any time soon. Only then did he feel relieved and reached out to take off her clothes. Suddenly Mu Qingxue softly moaned and her delicate body moved. Ning Chen was so scared that he immediately retracted his hand. "This is too scary." Ning Chen's face was gloomy. This great aunt was a ruthless person who even dared to assassinate the Xia emperor. If she woke up and found out something, he would probably have to enter the palace and become a eunuch. With a ripping sound, Ning Chen tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and covered his eyes. He could not help but sigh in his heart. "I'm really a gentleman." After covering his eyes, he really could not see anything. Ning Chen sighed and felt a little regretful at the same time. There was a famous saying, "Men, another name for you is beast." Ning Chen did not know if he was considerate, but he was really good at taking off people's clothes. Moreover, Mu Qingxue's clothes were not too hard to take off. He was able to do it quickly and easily. However, whether there was any accidental physical contact during this period of time was purely up to his conscience. Of course, even if there was, he would not admit it. After a while, Ning Chen carefully carried Mu Qingxue into the bathtub. Only then did he remove the cloth from his eyes. Then he looked at his hands and smiled foolishly. He would not wash his hands for the next 2 days. The rest of the things were much easier. Ning Chen waited beside the bathtub. Every 15 minutes, he would add some hot water into the bathtub. During this time, he just sat there foolishly waiting. Suddenly in the tub, Mu Qingxue uttered a painful groan. Following this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which dyed the water in front of him red. "Mu Qingxue!" Ning Chen rushed forward, but was stopped by Mu Qingxue, who was still half awake. "No." Mu Qingxue let out a long groan that was even more painful than before. Water splashed all over his body. His long hair fluttered, and the zhenqi in his body spread out. Instantly, the tables and chairs around him were sent flying, and broken with scattered everywhere. Even Ning Chen, who was not far from him, was sent flying. With a bang, Ning Chen crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. Soon after, he vomited a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Truly, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Ning Chen struggled to get up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurried to check on Mu Qingxue's condition. In his half-conscious state, Mu Qingxue glanced at Ning Chen, but before he could say anything, he fainted once again. Ning Chen was shocked. He stretched out his hand to feel the pulse on the former's neck. When he found that the latter's heartbeat was still there, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. After taking a closer look, Ning Qin found that Mu Qingshue's complexion was much better than before. This damned shopkeeper. Why didn't he tell me earlier? It hurts so much. Seeing that Mu Qingxue was fine, Ning Qin finally recovered. His whole body was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth. It had only been a few days, but the amount of blood he had lost and vomited was almost equal to the amount he had lost in his previous life. If this continued, he would bleed to death before Zhang Sun caught him and chopped him up. Although he was mumbling, Ning Chen still covered his eyes again and pulled Mu Qingxue out of the water. After wiping his body dry, he carried Mu Qingxue back to the bed and covered him with a blanket. Only then did he untie the blindfold. Looking at the undulating curves of the blanket, Ning Chen sighed. When he first met her, he had guessed correctly. How could a woman be so flat? Drip at this moment, Ning Chen suddenly felt his nose warm. Drops of blood flowed out and slid down his clothes to his chest. It was very dazzling. Ning Chen's face turned red. After thinking for a moment, he felt that he should go to the shopkeeper. He felt that he couldn't be so useless. He must have suffered internal injuries. After a while in the shopkeeper's room, Ning Chen nervously looked at the shopkeeper, who was checking his pulse. He was afraid that the latter would say something like his internal organs were injured and there was no cure. It's nothing serious. Just take 2 sets of medicine. The shopkeeper calmly withdrew his hand and said, "Phew!" Ning Chen secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he remembered that he had a nosebleed for no reason. He still worriedly asked, "Are you really okay? I also had a nosebleed just now." Hearing this, the shopkeeper calmly glanced at Ning Chen and said, "It's normal for young people to have excessive liver heat. If you care, I can give you another set of medicine to reduce liver heat." "Cough, cough, it's different." "No need." Ning Chen was embarrassed. He hurriedly coughed to cover it up and refused. "Brother Ning, didn't you already go back to the palace with the Empress?" "Why?" The shopkeeper paused. He didn't know if he could say this. After all, it was a matter of the palace. He couldn't ask too much. Ning Chen smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to lie, but he couldn't tell the truth either. He could only smile foolishly. Seeing that Ning Chen was in a difficult position, the shopkeeper didn't force him. He said straightforwardly, "Since Brother Ning doesn't want to say more, I won't force you. Brother Ning, you can rest assured and stay here for the next few days. It won't be too late to leave after that girl's injuries get better." "Thank you, shopkeeper." Ning Chen gratefully cupped his hands and thanked him. Although he said that, he still had to think about where to go in the future. After all, this wasn't a long-term plan. Zhang Sun was so smart. If she thought of this, he would be dead. He couldn't guarantee that Zhang Sun would let him go. Leaving the palace without permission was no joke. Moreover, he came out in the name of Zhang Sun. It could be said that if he was caught, his life would depend on Zhang Sun's mood. Although Zhang Sun was famous for being a virtuous empress, to be able to stand firm in the Xia Palace with all the scheming, it would be stupid to believe that Zhang Sun was a soft-hearted person. Ning Chen scratched his head and walked to his room. He didn't have money. This was the biggest problem now. In order to leave the palace today, he didn't dare to bring anything valuable except for Zhang Sun's jade pendant. However, he didn't dare to sell it even if he was beaten to death. Opening the door with a creak, Ning Chen walked to the bedside and took a stool to sit down. He stared blankly at Mu Qingxue on the bed. This ancestor woke up and was most likely going to leave. Should he sacrifice his face and beg her to take him with her? Thinking of this, Ning Chen couldn't help but be stunned. He suddenly realized that he didn't know anything about Mu Qingxue except for her name. He didn't even know if her name was real or fake. Ning Chen instantly felt that he was a fool. For the sake of a woman of unknown origin, he had almost lost his life. Moreover, whether or not he would be able to keep his life in the future was another matter. "I've been obsessed." Ning Chen sighed softly. As expected, men shouldn't make promises too easily. People could really die. Ning Chen spent half the night thinking about random things. Unknowingly, he leaned against the bed and fell asleep. Master Zhang went to the front hall early in the morning and didn't come to disturb him. Ning Chen only woke up in a daze when the morning sun was a little dazzling. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him. He didn't react and raised his hand to greet morning. Before he finished his words, Ning Chen stood up with a swoosh. His back was sweating like rain. He unconsciously took 2 steps back and laughed dryly. You're awake. Mu Qingshue's expression didn't change. She nodded and said calmly, Can you leave for a moment? I want to change my clothes. Of course. Ning Chen turned around and left. He was nervous. Although he was trying to save someone, he still didn't do it properly. This era was too harsh on women. What he did was to destroy someone's innocence. Mu Qingshue's calmness made him feel a little uneasy. Maybe he was thinking too much. He had only been in this world for a few days, but he had experienced a lot. Thinking about it carefully, he still felt like he was in a dream. It was too unreal. This kind of unreal feeling made him feel like he was just in a dream. He was afraid that when his mirror's image was shattered, no one would remember his existence. The door opened and Mu Qingxue walked out. Her face was a little pale, but it couldn't hide her moving beauty. Thank you. Mu Qingxue said it calmly, but it made Ning Chen's heart feel heavy. In the silent atmosphere, the two didn't know what to say. They both had their own thoughts and couldn't speak. I'm leaving. After a long time, Mu Qingxue softly said. So fast. Ning Chen was startled. He raised his head and looked at the former's beautiful face. I've been out for a long time. It's time to go back. Mu Qingxue looked deeply at Ning Chen, but her tone was firm. Today. Ning Chen felt an indescribable irritation. He couldn't suppress it, as if he was about to lose something very important. Yes. Mu Qingxue nodded. His expression and tone were as calm as usual, and no one could see the slightest ripple in his expression. Ah, then I wish you a safe journey. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Ning Chen smiled and pretended to be at ease. Mu Qingxue sighed in her heart. She also wanted to say, if fate wills it, we'll meet again. She opened her mouth, but in the end she couldn't say it. She flipped her hand and a golden piece of paper appeared. She immediately handed it to Ning Chen and said, This is for you. Don't let anyone know about it. What is it for? Ning Chen took the paper and looked at the small words on it. He curiously asked. Mental cultivation. Mu Qingxue softly said. Is it for strengthening the body? Ning Chen smiled as he thought of their conversation that night. Yes. Mu Qingxue's beautiful face also revealed a smile as she nodded. Remember to take care of yourself. Don't do anything stupid. Ning Chen couldn't be at ease as they were about to leave. Yes. Mu Qingxue obediently nodded. Her expression also softened. Since we're about to leave, let's hug. Ning Chen didn't want the atmosphere to be too heavy. He stretched out his arms and joked. Mu Qingxue was slightly startled, but she didn't avoid it. She let Ning Chen hug her. You must be good. Feeling the soft and fragrant body in his arms, Ning Chen's arms unconsciously tightened. As if he wanted to keep this feeling in his heart forever, Mu Qingxue still left. The last bit of warmth in his arms disappeared along with the gentle breeze. Ning Chen's heart ached, so much so that he couldn't speak. The golden piece of paper in his hand still had some bloodstains. Ning Chen wasn't stupid. He naturally knew where this mental cultivation method came from. For an unintentional joke, Mu Qingxue risked her life to break into Emperor Xia's imperial study at night. She was really stupid. Until the end, he still didn't know anything about her. It was as if the two of them had met by chance. They had no choice but to know each other and believe each other. Ning Chen's suppressed emotions fluctuated, bringing out a touch of vermilion. His legs wobbled and he almost couldn't stand still. Sigh. Not far away, the shopkeeper sighed softly. He didn't go forward, but left the sad person alone to lick his wounds. Chapter 15. Half a day later, Ning-Chin also bid farewell to the shopkeeper. Before leaving, the shopkeeper gave him a small silver ingot as travel expenses. Ning-Chin looked at the silver ingot in his hand and was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth, completely forgetting the sadness of the morning. After thanking the shopkeeper, Ning-Chin smiled and left. He didn't say where he was going, because even he didn't know where he could go. In order to avoid being caught by Zhang's son, leaving the imperial city was the best choice. After weighing the pros and cons, Ning-Chin finally made his decision. But before that, he had to go to the Lingyan Pavilion to pay off the money for 2 cups of tea. The bustling streets were filled with hawkers. This was the first time Ning-Chin was in the mood to walk around. He was curious about this, and that was rare. It seemed that it wasn't a bad idea to cross over. Once he left the city, he could start a small business, marry a gentle girl, and have a few children. As long as he wasn't caught by Zhang's son, his life would be beautiful. Just as Ning-Chen was fantasizing about his beautiful future, at the end of the street, a bell suddenly sounded. Amidst the sound of horse hooves, a group of people dressed in gorgeous but somewhat strange clothes came from not far away. The people in front all moved aside to avoid blocking the road. The envoy of True Extreme Nation is so ostentatious. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Most of them were indignant. Clearly, they didn't have a good impression of the envoy of True Extreme Nation. Ning-Chin more or less had some understanding of True Extreme Nation. True Extreme Nation was located in the northeast of Grand Xia. It didn't have a large territory, but it was full of shit. All day long, they shouted that they were number 1 in the world and constantly stirred up trouble. After the founding of Grand Xia, the 3rd generation of the Ming dynasty was fed up with it and directly sent troops to the northeast. However, in these years, Grand Xia had relaxed its policies toward True Extreme Nation due to its peaceful intentions. This made True Extreme Nation think that Grand Xia was weak and easy to bully. They provoked them again and again. Marquis, who was in charge of the northeast, had sent troops more than once, but he was forcefully suppressed by the current Xia emperor. Ning-Chin stood in the crowd and looked at the envoy on the carriage. He raised his right hand and fiercely gave him the middle finger. He also casually asked about the latter's family. After this short disturbance, Ning-Chen collected his emotions and continued to walk toward the Lingyan Pavilion. As for the envoy, let Zhang's son and the others have a headache. In front of the Lingyan Pavilion, it was still as deserted as it was yesterday. However, this was also normal. When he arrived, it was already close to noon. At this time, who would still stay in the brothel? Ning-Chen walked over and stared at the luxurious hall. He saw a woman in white sitting there quietly, as though she was waiting for him to come. "Sir, you've come." Once Ning-Chen walked in, Yu Hani stood up and smiled. "I'm here to return the money." Although one would not slap a smiling face, especially when facing a charming girl, the disgust in his heart made Ning-Chen unable to smile. He slapped the 1 tael of silver he had exchanged on the table and arrogantly said, "Keep the change." Then he turned around and left. "Young master, please wait." Yu Han-yi reached out to block Ning-Chen's path, still smiling. Ning-Chen frowned. 2 cups of tea for 1 tael of silver, that's enough. Yu Han-yi faintly smiled and said, "Young master really is forgetful. 2 cups of tea would be enough, but the table, chairs, and tea set that young master broke is far more than that." Ning-Chen stared blankly and immediately felt a bit guilty. He really had neglected this matter. Looking at Ning-Chen's expression, Yu Han-yi felt very relieved and continued. "Young master may not know, but the tables and chairs in Lingyan Pavilion are all made from the best sky phoebe wood, and the tea set is also made by a famous master in the imperial city. This little girl has already calculated for young master. Excluding the money you just paid for the tea, young master is still missing 110 taels of silver. But since young master came to return the money so quickly, I'll give young master a round number. 100 taels will be enough. 100 taels. Ning Chin stretched out a finger and stammered. Yu Han nodded and smiled even more charmingly. Who told you to be arrogant? Who told you to be savage? Ning Chen trembled as he took out all of his belongings and stammered. But I only have less than 4 taels of silver left. The shopkeeper had given him a small silver ingot worth 5 taels. He had bought a sesame seed cake and spent 2 copper coins, leaving the rest here. He had thought that he would be able to use it for a long time. But who would have thought that he would have to repay such a huge debt of 100 taels? Young master can go home to get it. This little girl will wait here. Yu Han smiled and kindly reminded him, I can't go back. Ning Chen was very depressed. If only he could go home. You really don't have any money? Yu Han Yi's lips curled as she asked. I really don't have any money. Ning Chen nodded and sighed. The smile on Yu Han Yi's face immediately disappeared, and she lightly said, Then stay here and do odd jobs to repay the debt. Take him to the back hall to wash the girl's clothes. Yes. As soon as she said that, a pretty girl around 12 or 13 years old walked out and pulled Ning Chin, who had not yet recovered from his shock, towards the back hall. With his sleeve pulled by the girl, Ning Chin walked and looked back. He did not want to follow in. What was going on? He was in a hurry to run away. What about me? You owe big sistery money, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Big sister, has been waiting for you for a long time. How could allow Ning Chen to struggle? She tugged on the latter's sleeves and dragged him to the rear hall. Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhao, you rest first. Give these clothes to him to wash. As soon as they entered the back hall, they saw 2 women sitting next to a pile of clothes busily. Went forward and said a few words. Then she looked at the dazed Ning Chin and shouted, So much! Seeing the pile of clothes like a small mountain, Ning Chen almost jumped up. He stretched out a trembling finger and said, How long would this take? And there was no washing machine. Hurry up, or you won't have dinner tonight. Put her hands on her hips and said fiercely, I'll wash it. Why are you so fierce? Ning Chen muttered and walked slowly to the pile of clothes. At the same time, he comforted himself that a good man would not fight with an evil woman. After sitting down, Ning Chen was about to start working, but looking left and right, he felt that something was missing. Is there no soap? Ning Chen looked for a long time and finally found something missing. He raised his head and asked. Raised her eyebrows and said, Soap? What soap? Are you talking about soap? That is used by rich people to wash their hands. Who would be willing to use it to wash clothes? Then how do I wash it? Ning Chen had a headache. He looked at the lass and asked doubtfully, What era is it now? Why hasn't soap appeared yet? So stupid, Leah muttered. She walked forward and took the stick beside the clothes. She used force to hit the clothes on the wooden board and said, See, wash it like this. I use brute force to solve everything. Ning Chin felt that he was stunned. If he finished washing the clothes like this, he would basically be crippled. Wash well. I will come and check before dark, said, and immediately left while humming a tune. Ning Chin looked at the pile of clothes and sighed softly. If I knew this would happen, I would have continued to be a eunuch. Out of the wolf's mouth and into the tiger's mouth. It seems that I still have to find a chance to escape. What a headache! As the sun went west, the pile of clothes beside Ning Chin became fewer and fewer. Finally, before the sun set, the last piece of clothing was washed and hung up. When he got up, his whole body was in pain and he was dizzy. He almost fell to the ground. Finished washing? That's pretty fast. Came to check on time. Looking at the clothes fluttering in the wind, she nodded with satisfaction and said, "SOO. Let's go. I will take you to eat," said, and was about to leave. However, she found that Ning Chen was standing there motionless. She immediately put her hands on her hips and said, "Didn't you hear what I said?" At this time, Ning Chin couldn't care about the little girl's mood. He raised his hand and called out, "Li-er, come and help me. My legs are numb." "Really?" Li-er walked over doubtfully and said, "Don't tell me you want to take advantage of me." Ning Chin was almost choked to death by the little girl's words. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the latter's chest. Needless to say, it wasn't very peaceful. Pervert. Seeing Ning Chen's gaze, Li-er's face turned red. She lifted her foot and stepped on Ning Chen's leg. Then she walked away with a red face. Tisk! After being stepped on, Ning Chen gritted his teeth and took a few cold breaths. It wasn't that the little girl stepped on him too hard. The main thing was that being stepped on when his legs were numb really didn't feel good. "Wait for me." Seeing that Li-er really didn't have any intention to help him, Ning Chen limped and followed her. When he entered the kitchen, there was already no one around. He casually took 2 steamed buns and a plate of vegetables back to the courtyard. He sat by the stone stool and ate silently. Li-er couldn't bear to see him like this. She walked forward and touched Ning Chen's shoulder. She said kindly, "Hey, you better apologize to Big Sister E. Big Sister E is very easy to talk to." Ning Chen raised his head and grinned. He spat out 3 words, impossible. "You." Li-er was extremely angry. She pointed at the person in front of her. She had never seen someone who didn't know what was good for him. "Li-er, where are your parents?" Ning Chin didn't mind the little girl's angry look. Instead, he asked softly, "Parents?" Hearing this, Li-er was stunned. To them, this was such a distant and unfamiliar term. Looking at Li-er's gradually darkening face, Ning Chen sighed in his heart. He got up and gently rubbed the little girl's head. In his world, a girl like Li-er was still a little princess that her parents doted on. But here, she had to be a slave to make a living. She couldn't even decide her own chastity. Thinking of this, Ning Chen hated Yuhani even more. She didn't even let off such a little girl. She was truly cruel and unscrupulous. Her heart was like a snake and scorpion. "Li-er, do you want to leave this place?" Ning Chen tried asking. He knew that his ability was limited and he couldn't help everyone. But he believed that if he tried his best, there was still hope to save a little girl. Li-er thought for a moment. After a long time, she lightly shook her head. She said gloomily, "I don't want to." She had grown up in Ling Yen Pavilion since she was young. She had already treated this place as her own home. Even if she could leave this place, how could she live? Moreover, she was a slave. No matter where she went, she couldn't escape this fact. Ning Chen looked at Li-er's expression. After carefully thinking it over, he understood what had happened. He apologized. "I'm sorry, I was reckless. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to your residence in a moment." Li-er slightly adjusted her mood and pretended to be happy. Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He continued to eat the food in his hands. He made up his mind that he must find a good home for this kind-hearted little girl. After eating, Ning Chen followed Li-er to his room. Fortunately, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Besides being a little small, there were no other inconveniences. After Li-er left, Ning Chen took out the golden paper that he had kept close to his body. He was very curious about this mental cultivation method that was said to be able to strengthen the body. Life Scroll? What a popular name. Looking at the name of the scroll, Ning Chen couldn't figure out what it was. He continued to read. Fortunately, the body he was residing in was literate, saving him a lot of trouble. After 10 breaths, Ning Chen was silent. After 15 minutes, Ning Chen was still silent. After an hour, Ning Chen was still silent. After 2 hours, there was a frantic shout in the room. "I don't understand." Chapter 16. Ning Chen had always thought that he was a heaven-sent genius. Although it wasn't a once-in-1,000 years talent, it was still a once-in-100 or 80 years talent. Now he realized that the mental cultivation method to become a top expert was right in front of him, but he couldn't understand it. How painful was this? Looking at the material of the golden paper, it was neither gold nor wood. It was quite special. Did he have to drip blood on it before he could practice it, just like in the legends? Ning Chin thought about it and decided to forget about it. It was quite painful. It wasn't worth it. He could barely understand the first few lines, so he decided to practice them first. Anyway, it was to strengthen his body. When he met Mu Qingxue in the future, he would ask her to translate it for him. Tranquil heart, Dan heart, and Dan heart, Zhang Xian circulated his cultivation technique. The first time he didn't feel anything at all. Ning Chin wasn't discouraged and continued. Everything had to have a warm-up process, so he had to persevere. Then a second time, a third time, a fourth time, then 93rd time, 94th time, 95th time, 209 times, 210 times, 211 times, 1,130 times. Kakik! The rooster crowed, and the sky was about to brighten. Ning Chin opened his eyes and almost burst into tears. What happened to strengthening his body? Why didn't he feel anything at all? He still had things to do today, so he didn't have the time to continue studying here. He could only get up and walk outside. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky was still bright and there was still some time before work officially started, Ning Chen sneaked into the kitchen and saw a woman who was busy in front of the stove. He patted his face and revealed what he thought was his brightest smile. "Hello, sister." The woman glanced at Ning Chen and said indifferently, "Why are you calling me that? This concubine is old enough to be your mother." "Huh." Ning Chen smiled awkwardly. "Hello, auntie." "Speak. What's the matter?" The woman's attitude was still neither cold nor warm. She spoke indifferently as she busied herself. Ning Chin rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "I want to ask for some lard." The woman looked at the young man in front of her and thought for a moment before agreeing. She pointed at a jar beside the stove. "It's there. Take it yourself. Don't let anyone see it." Ning Chen's face lit up and he hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you, auntie." Ning Chen took a large porcelain bowl from the stove and scooped out half of the lard. He looked around and found a rag to wrap some ash from the stove. Then he smiled at the woman and left happily. The woman was baffled by this and sighed softly before continuing with her work. Such a delicate and pretty child. It's a pity that his brain isn't good. Ning Chin never thought that he would receive such an impression. He was still happily doing his own thing. The courtyard in the back hall was very big, but the girls in the pavilion rarely came here, so it was very quiet. Ning Chen sat on the stone steps in front of his house, made a simple small fire, and then used a stone to place a bowl of lard on top of it, waiting for the lard to melt. Ning Chin didn't stay idle either. He took out a teapot and poured a handful of plant ashes into it. After adding some water, he stirred the ashes with a small wooden stick. In the past, when he had nothing to do, he had tried this thing himself. Although the ratio was not easy to grasp, it was not impossible. This was the oldest way to make soap. There was no fire alkali here, so they could only use plant ash as a substitute. The conditions were tough, so they could only endure. The smell of the heated lard was terrifying. Ning Chin held back his disgust and poured the filtered water mixed with plant ash into the lard. Then he pushed it aside and stirred it vigorously with a long wooden stick. "I really can't endure it." Ning Chen was dizzy from the smell. He hurriedly ran into the house and covered his nose with a wet towel. Then he came back and stirred. "Hey, what are you doing? It smells so bad." Not long after, Lear ran over from not far away while covering her nose. Her eyes were filled with anger. She was very dissatisfied with Ning Chen's terrifying killing machine early in the morning. "Lear, come, help me stir it for a while. Brother is about to collapse." Ning Chen saw the little girl coming and didn't hold back. He hurriedly called out to her. "Not going." Li retreated far away, afraid that she would be used as a labor. Little girl with small breasts but no brain. When I'm done, you will beg me. Ning Chen was dizzy from the smell, but he still couldn't hide the nature of his poisonous tongue and said, "You rogue!" Li looked at her breasts and reprimanded him with a red face. However, she was curious and didn't run away to see what Ning Chen was doing. "It's foaming." Ning Chen saw the white foam in the bowl and was shocked. He didn't care about his nose and went forward a few steps. He took the wooden stick and stirred with all his might. "It's time to eat." Unknowingly, Lear ran to the kitchen. When she came back and saw Ning Chen was still stirring, she shouted from afar, "I'm busy. Help me get some food." Ning Chen was busy and couldn't leave. He casually shouted, "No, I'll starve you to death." Li still remembered Ning Chen's poisonous tongue and refused without hesitation. After waiting for a while, seeing that Ning Chen still didn't have the intention to eat, Li pouted and left angrily. About half an hour later, Li was full. She held a bowl of food in her hand and reluctantly came back. "It's time to eat." Li shouted from afar. Ning Chen was busy and didn't notice. "It's time to eat." Li shouted again. Ning Chen was still busy with his own things and didn't pay much attention. Li's pretty face was angry. She pinched her nose and ran to Ning Chen's side. She put down the food and then shouted in his ear with all her might, "It's time to eat." The little girl's voice was very loud. It scared Ning Chen so much that he trembled and almost knocked over the big bowl with the stick. "Right away, right away." Ning Chen replied and continued with his work. This was a crucial moment and he couldn't leave. "The food is going to get cold soon." Li saw that Ning Chen was still not eating and pouted. She said, "You eat. I'll help you stir the food first." Ning Chen looked at Li in surprise. This little girl was still in a bad mood just now. Why was she so easy to talk to now? However, he felt that his stomach was growling and didn't think much about it. He passed the wooden stick in his hand over and instructed, "Then be careful. Don't stir it over." "I know. You're long-winded." Li took the wooden stick, pinched her nose, and stirred seriously. Ning Chen looked at the little girl. She didn't go far. She sat at the side and ate the still hot food. Gradually, his eyes became sore and his mouth salty. "Why are you crying?" Li took a glance and asked in surprise. "No, the smell is too strong." Ning Chen rubbed his eyes and grinned. "Then sit further away." "It's okay. I'm used to it." Eating the rice in the bowl, Ning Chen's heart felt warm. This little girl was so kind. Even if she looked a little unruly, it was just a pretense to protect him. "Okay, I'm full. It's my turn." After finishing the rice in a few mouthfuls, Ning Chen went forward and took the wooden stick. He then pushed the little girl to the side. "Li, help me bring the bowl back. I'll show you something when I come back. You'll order me around." Li took the bowl reluctantly and walked back to the kitchen. She really wanted to know what Ning Chen was doing now. "It's almost done." After a while, Ning Chen saw that the lard and plant ash in the big bowl had basically reacted. The unpleasant smell from before was also gone. He was in a good mood. His luck was not bad. "Is it done?" Li asked expectantly. "It's done." Ning Chen extinguished the fire and poured the half-solidified lard into the layers of waistcloth that he had prepared earlier. He wrapped it tightly and then squeezed hard, squeezing all the unreacted lard into the waistcloth. After a while, a white thing with a light brown color condensed in the waistcloth. Ning Chen looked at the result of his labor and was so happy that he could not close his mouth. "What is this? It's so ugly." Seeing that the thing that she had been looking forward to was actually like this, Li was very disappointed and pouted. Ning Chen's face turned slightly red. The color and shape were not his strong points. It was indeed a little ugly. "Little girl, what do you know? This is good stuff. Follow me." In order to save his face, Ning Chen decided to broaden Li's horizons and establish his tall image. Li followed Ning Chen into the house doubtfully to see what tricks he was playing. Li give me your hand." Ning Chen smiled slyly. It did not look like something good was going to happen. "What are you doing?" Li asked worriedly, but she still obediently extended her hand. Ning Chen smiled slyly. He quickly smeared the lard on his hand onto Li Er's hand. In the blink of an eye, the little girl's fair and beautiful hand was stained with dirty little claws. "Ah, what are you doing? Your hands are so dirty!" Li Er's face changed. She quickly retracted her hands, but it was still too late. "You're bullying me." Looking at her hands full of oil, Li Er's eyes turned red. She looked as if she was crying. Her aggrieved look made one's heart ache. "Aya, Li Er, don't cry. I'm just playing with you." Seeing that the little girl was really crying, Ning Chen immediately panicked. He apologized and coaxed her helplessly. Li Er did not make a sound. Her tears fell from her eyes. Her delicate little face was full of grievance. "Li Er, be good. Don't cry. I'll wash it for you now, okay?" Ning Chen quickly pulled the little girl to the side of the wooden basin and comforted her gently. Li Er did not make a sound and continued to cry silently. Ning Chen had a headache. He quickly put his hands in the water and rubbed them twice. He soaped his hands and rubbed them carefully. Then he washed his hands in the water. Without taking a towel, Ning Chen rubbed the water on his body. Then he put his hands in front of the little girl and said gently, "Look, didn't I wash it all off?" Li Er was attracted by this magical scene and forgot to cry. She looked at Ning Chen's hands and then looked at the dirty water in the basin. Her little brain could not understand what was going on. Seeing that the little girl was no longer crying, Ning Chen quickly poured the water away and changed it to a basin of clean water. "Li Er, try it too." Li Er put her hands into the water doubtfully. Then, like Ning Chen, she soaped her hands and rubbed them. Then she washed them in the water. "Come, wipe the water on me." Ning Chen looked around and found a towel. He smiled and said. Li Er smiled through her tears. She pouted and really wiped her hands on Ning Chen's clothes. Her dirty hands disappeared and turned into beautiful white hands. Li Er stretched out her hands and stopped smiling. She pretended to be angry and said, "Give this to me." Ning Chen's face showed a hint of pain. He hesitated for a while and bargained, "Leave half for me." Li Er did not make a sound. Her face was still tense, and she did not take back her hands. 1/3, 1/4. In the end, Ning Chen did not keep anything and gave it all to Li Er. Looking at the back view of the little girl, leaving happily, he could not help but smile. The painful expression disappeared. He made this soap for Li Er. As for using it to make money, he did not even think about it. If he made some novel things and got noticed by others and accidentally passed it to Zhang Xuan's ears, then he was really tired of living. For the sake of his life, he had to continue to keep a low profile. Chapter 17. For 3 days in a row, Ning Chen did laundry and did odd jobs in the backyard of the Lingyan Pavilion. He never went to the front hall, other than Li Er, who came to talk to him from time to time. The others rarely came to the backyard. The front hall's luxury and the rear courtyard's desolation would form a stark contrast when night fell. The moment the lanterns were lit, the Lingyan Pavilion would display its most flourishing aspect. The red light district was always a warm and tender place where men would linger and forget to return. At this time, the backyard was the quietest. Ning Chen liked to look at the stars. He always felt that there was a star in the sky that was his home. Although he couldn't find it yet, he would find it sooner or later. He was puzzled. Where did he come to? If this was not the original Earth, why could he still see the starry night guarding the heart, which should only be seen on Earth? Looking at the stars in the sky, Ning Chen's eyes were confused. His heart was even more confused. The starry sky, the crescent moon. How could he not see the most familiar blue memory? Tired of looking and counting, Ning Chen shifted his gaze to the moon in the sky. He carefully looked at it. The moon in this world was indeed different from the one in his previous world. It had a faint red color. It looked like it was covered with a layer of blood fog. It was so illusory that it was somewhat unreal. It was said that this world was created by the gods, and the moon in the sky was created by the ancient creator god. The eternal night cult believed in the only god in the legend, and always believed that the god would come again one day. Ning Qin didn't like this legend. If the gods really existed, then what was the belief that he firmly believed in his previous life? The gods were more valuable in legends. The human world didn't need gods. The cultivation method that Mu Qingxue gave him was not very smooth. There were too many parts that he couldn't understand. He practiced the parts that he could understand for a few days, but he didn't feel any effect. However, he believed that with accumulation, the effect would show. Sure enough, on the fourth day, he could feel a slight flow of air flowing along his meridians. Every time it circulated, the flow of air would slightly increase. Ning Qin was overjoyed. He was indeed a peerless genius that appeared once in 100 years. However, he didn't know that Zhen Yuan needed moves to be effective. It was recorded on the golden paper. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand it. Mu Qingxue's original intention was to strengthen his body. Thus, even though he knew that other than the first few lines, he would not be able to understand the rest, he did not intend to teach him. Ning Qin didn't mind. It wasn't that he was open-minded, but that he didn't know about this at all. Anyway, he knew that his practice was effective, so he didn't care about anything else. Just like this, he worked during the day and cultivated at night. He had been tossing and turning for nearly half a month. Ning Qin enjoyed the peace and quiet, but he didn't know that something big had already happened outside. Li still came over every day to bicker with him as usual. Unfortunately, in the face of Ning Qin's poisonous tongue, she was undoubtedly defeated every time. Sometimes she was so angry that she would fiercely bite him with her little canine teeth and then happily run back to the front hall. Ning Qin didn't know how many teeth marks there were on his arm, but every time she didn't learn her lesson. With just a few words, the little girl was so angry that her teeth itched. The bickering between the two had become a common occurrence. Even if she was angry the day before, it couldn't stop Li's enthusiasm to run to the back hall. Once, she talked about the big news that was spreading outside. Ning Qin was stunned for a while, but finally he threw it to the back of his mind. He had already come out, so these things had nothing to do with him. Let Zhang Sun and the others have a headache. However, after 2 days, Ning Qin found out one thing that really gave him a headache. His only shoe was scrapped. When he ran away, he had brought a change of clothes, but forgot to bring shoes. This pair of shoes had lasted for so long, but finally they were sacrificed. This time, he had no choice but to go out. However, he had no money. The shopkeeper had given him back to Yuhani. He didn't have any money now. Not to mention shoes, he couldn't even afford to buy insoles. Since there was nothing to do in the morning, Ning Qin went to the front hall. He looked left and right, looking for Yuhani's figure. "Hey, what are you doing?" Li saw Ning Qin come early in the morning and fiercely asked him. "I want a salary," Ning Qin said confidently. He had worked for so many days, so he could not be paid a single penny. Li looked at Ning Qin as if she had discovered a new continent. She said in disbelief, "You actually have the nerve to ask for a salary." Hee. Ning Qin smiled guiltily. He knew that he was in the wrong, but he couldn't just not ask for a salary. He had simply sewed the shoes, but it wouldn't last for more than a few days. "Sister E is not here. You should wait for her to come back." Li was defeated by Ning Qin's thick skin. She didn't expect that other than his mouth. His skin was also so shocking. Then Li lend me some money first. It's urgent. Ning Qin struggled for a moment, but finally he asked embarrassedly. It was shameful that he had fallen to the point of borrowing money from a little girl. "What?" Li was startled at first, then looked at the former suspiciously, as if guarding against a swindler. Looking at Li's eyes, Ning Chen felt that his dignity was insulted. He said angrily, "What kind of eyes are you looking at me with? I'm just borrowing money to buy a pair of shoes. Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't return the money?" Li Er lowered her head and looked at Ning Chen's shoes. She thought for a moment and asked, "You want to go out and buy shoes?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded his head vigorously. "Wait a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Er ran to her room. After she took the silver, she gave some instructions to a few maidservants before she skipped back to her room. "All right, let's go." "You're going too?" Ning Chen asked curiously. Li Er looked at the former with disdain and said, "You owe 100 silver taels. If you run away, how am I going to explain to Sister Yi when she comes back?" Ning Chen was speechless. Was he that kind of person? Was he? The Lingyan Pavilion was located at the most prosperous place in the imperial city. Ning Chen was dazzled by the sight. Li Er followed behind him and stared at him cautiously, afraid that he would run away. "Li Er, I already said that I won't run away." Ning Chen stopped and turned back to repeat himself helplessly. He didn't know how many times he had said this, but Li Er just didn't believe him. That's hard to say. Li Er didn't believe Ning Chen's words at all. 100 silver taels was enough to buy several of her. Since the little girl didn't believe him, Ning Chen couldn't do anything and just let her follow behind him. After walking for a long time, Ning Chen's body suddenly stopped. His expression stiffened as if he had seen a ghost. Li Er didn't expect Ning Chen to suddenly stop and bumped into him carelessly. She immediately held her red forehead in pain and her face was filled with anger. "What are you doing?" "Don't talk." Ning Chen came back to his senses and hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth. He half pulled and half dragged her to the fortune-telling booth at the side to block his body. Using the fortune-telling booth as a cover, Ning Chen carefully looked in front and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Why was she here? Woo-woo. At the side, Li Er's mouth and nose were covered. She couldn't breathe properly and struggled with a red face. When Ning Chen saw this, he hurriedly let go and revealed an embarrassed expression. He had almost forgotten about the little girl. "Do you want to suffocate me to death?" Li Er took several deep breaths. She was extremely angry and she fiercely hammered him. "Shoo, lower your voice." Ning Chen put a finger on his lips and shushed her. He guiltily looked at the beautiful figure in front of him and prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be discovered. "What's wrong?" Li Er was attracted by Ning Chen's gaze and looked over, but she didn't find anything strange. "An enemy is chasing after me." Ning Chen casually made up a lie. If he was caught, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. "Does young master want to have your fortune told?" "You can't do it without money." At this time, the middle-aged fortune-teller at the booth asked, "I don't have money." Ning Chen refused without hesitation. Trying to trick him? Don't even think about it. I can help young master read your fortune for free. The middle-aged fortune-teller smiled and didn't mind. Ning Chen ignored him and continued to observe the enemy. Why hadn't this great aunt left yet? She couldn't have been sent by Zhang's son to catch him, right? "Young master, are you hiding from someone?" The middle-aged fortune-teller smiled. "Nonsense." Ning Chen replied disdainfully. Even a blind person could see that. "A woman." The middle-aged fortune-teller added. "Yes." Ning Chen was still unmoved. In this world, there were only men and women. If it wasn't a man, then it was a woman. It wasn't strange for him to guess correctly. "From the palace." The middle-aged fortune-teller continued. "HM? HM?" Ning Chen first responded, but then he was stunned. He looked at the great hoodwinker in front of him in surprise. He had some ability to even guess correctly. "Young master, is what I said correct?" The middle-aged fortune-teller asked with a chuckle. "Ha!" Ning Chen gave a perfunctory laugh. What was there to be proud of? Just because he got it right twice, he thought he was a divine fortune-teller. Fuck, this signboard really did say that he was a divine fortune-teller. When the middle-aged fortune-teller saw that Ning Chin still didn't believe him, he continued, "Young master, forgive me for being blunt. Sometimes fate is inevitable. If it's not destined, don't force it. Cause and effect are determined by the heavens. It's not something that you can hide from just because you want to." After waiting for a while, Ning Chin saw that the beautiful figure had finally left. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the fortune-teller. He pointed at his nose and said, "Tell me where I'm from." The middle-aged fortune-teller was stunned. "From your accent, you should be from the capital." "Bullshit, I'm from Earth." After saying that, Ning Chun pulled Li and quickly left. They couldn't stay here any longer. If they were caught, they would be in trouble. Li was confused by the conversation between the two and still hadn't reacted. Seeing Ning Chen walking back, she subconsciously asked, "Why are you going back? Aren't you going to buy shoes?" "I'm not buying any more. My life is more important," Ning Chen replied nervously. Oh, Li didn't know what was going on, but when she saw how nervous the former was, she still obediently followed him back. When they reached the Lingyan Pavilion, Ning Chen looked left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he pulled Li and ran in. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. Luckily, he had good eyesight. "You must be tired. Have a cup of tea." In the midst of a soft and moving voice, a cup of tea was handed to him. Ning Chen's mouth was dry. Without thinking, he took the cup and drank it in one gulp. He also thanked her while he was at it. "Thank you." PFFF. When the tea entered his mouth, Ning Chen suddenly spat it out. He trembled as he turned around and said with a trembling voice, "Sister? Sister Qing Ning. You hid in a good place. It took me a while to find you." Qing Ning replied indifferently. Her beautiful face didn't show any anger, but it still scared Ning Chen so much that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Ning Chen remembered very clearly that when he ran away, he tied Qing Ning up. He had offended this great aunt. This time he was dead meat. His mind turned again and again, thinking of how to escape. But when he thought of Qing Ning's skills, he dispelled these suicidal thoughts. "All right, you've been out for so many days. You've played enough. It's time to go back with me." Qing Ning glanced at Ning Chin. The warning in her eyes was very clear. If he didn't listen, don't blame her for being impolite. Ning Chen's heart trembled. He asked tentatively, "Nyang is angry?" "What do you think?" Qing Ning was so angry that she laughed. This guy still had the nerve to ask. When Ning Chen heard this, his head immediately shook like a rattle drum. "If I don't go back, Nyang will chop off my head." Now you know how to be afraid? Qing Ning wanted to slap this guy to death. Falsifying the Empress's imperial edict, stealing objects from the palace, and secretly escaping from the palace. Every one of these crimes was a capital offense. This guy was good. All of a sudden, all of them. "I know." Ning Chen hurriedly nodded. Seeing Ning Chen's nervous appearance, Qing Ning didn't want to scare him. Her tone softened a little. "Come back with me first. Nyang has already suppressed this matter in order to save your little life. When you go back, properly apologize to Nyang. As for how to deal with it, that will depend on Nyang's mood." Chapter 18. Ning Chen thought for a while and felt that if he went back to the palace now, he would most likely be beaten. Zhang Sun was in a fit of anger. If he went back now, wouldn't he be looking for a beating? Suddenly, Ning Chen remembered what Li told him 2 days ago. He rolled his eyes and walked to Qing Ning. He whispered, "Sister Qing Ning, I have something to tell you." Qing Ning frowned and said, "Say it." Ning Chen leaned close to Qing Ning's ear and smelled the orchid-like fragrance on her body. He put away the messy thoughts in his mind and said a few words seriously. "Are you serious?" Qing Ning's expression became serious and said seriously, 100%. Ningchen nodded and said with certainty, "Okay, I'll go back and report first. As for your request, I can't make the decision. It depends on Her Majesty." This matter was very important. Qin Ning wanted to go back to the palace. After taking 2 steps, she stopped and looked at Ningchen. She warned, "Stay here and don't think about running away." Of course, of course." Ningchen quickly nodded and pretended to be obedient. In his heart, he was thinking whether he should run away quickly. It seemed too unreliable to wait for Zhang Xuan's order. After Qin Ning left, Ningchen pulled Li who was already stunned, to the back hall. "Who are you?" Li broke free from Ningchen's hand and took 2 steps back. Her eyes were red. "Lower your voice." Ningchen looked left and right and said cautiously, "Don't treat me like an idiot. That lady is obviously not an ordinary person. Furthermore, you all keep mentioning the word Empress. Don't tell me that it's just a name." As she spoke, tears fell from Li's eyes uncontrollably. Ningchen didn't know what to do. He couldn't watch the little girl cry on the street. That would be too beastly. He had no choice but to roughly tell her what happened when he entered and left the palace. Of course, he hid the matter of the fake eunuch and Mu Qingxue. He tactfully disguised the process of entering the palace. As for running away, he couldn't say anything. He said that he was following orders to leave the palace, but he didn't dare to go back because he messed up. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it, but this matter involved not only himself. Once it was exposed, the people who knew about it would not have a good ending. Then why did she go back by herself just now? Li asked while sobbing, forgetting that she was still angry after listening to the story. Ningchen patted the little lass's head and said softly, "Didn't you tell me 2 days ago that the emissary from Jinji State had given Great Xia a difficult question? I propose to use the answer in exchange for the grace of leaving the palace." At the end of his speech, Ningchen was in a bad mood. The feeling of not being able to control his own fate was hard to accept. However, the reality was that he was far from being able to control his own future. Did you really solve the problem of the messenger of the true extreme nation? Li didn't hear the helplessness in Ningchen's words, but she was very surprised by the answer. In her opinion, the problem posed by the messenger of the true extreme kingdom was simply impossible to solve. Ningchen calmed himself down and replied with a smile, "There is no perfect person or thing in the world. Everything that is perfect is just a scam waiting to be cracked. The problem of the emissary of the Jinji kingdom seems to be unsolvable, but in fact it is full of loopholes. Everyone can do it. Even I can't do it." Li pouted and said unwillingly, "That's because you are stupid." Ningchen smiled and teased. The emissary of the true extreme nation came to Great Xia. After nearly half a month of wrangling, he stated his purpose of coming. This trip was to ask for a princess of Great Xia for the emperor of the true extreme nation. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. There were many women of suitable age in the royal family. Normally, as long as the Xia emperor bestowed the title of princess, it would be enough. However, the emissary of the true extreme nation requested that the bride must be a princess of the Xia emperor. This was no small matter. Prince Xia had many daughters, but there was only one princess who was truly to be married. That was the 9th princess, Xia Xinyu. Back then, the imperial noble concubine had unfortunately passed away after giving birth to the 9th princess. The eldest grandson couldn't bear it and raised the 2 of them personally, always treating them as his own. Xia Xinyu had just turned 16 this year. She had inherited the looks of the imperial noble concubine and was born slim and graceful. She could be said to be the brightest pearl of Great Xia. The request of the emissary of the true extreme nation made the Xia emperor furious. However, he also felt somewhat helpless. Now, Great Xia was facing many external threats. The Gumeng court in the north could send troops at any time. The Eternal Night cult in the west was always waiting for an opportunity to encroach on the Central Plains. Although Great Xia was strong, it couldn't afford to send troops on 3 fronts. What made the Xia emperor even more unbearable was that while the emissary of the true extreme nation was asking for a marriage, he also requested that the Xia emperor cede Bairuyuan, which was at the border between the 2 nations, as a dowry for the princess. Everyone knew that Bairuyuan was the most important source of iron ore for Great Xia. 40% of the iron ore used in the weapons and armor of the Great Xia soldiers came from there. Once Bairuyuan was ceded, it would mean that Great Xia was cutting off its own lifeline. The Xia emperor naturally wouldn't agree and flatly refused. Of course, the emissary of the true extreme nation wasn't stupid enough to think that the Xia emperor would agree to such a rude request. His goal wasn't that. After a round of bargaining, both sides took a step back. The emissary of the true extreme nation proposed a wager of 20,000 war horses. He raised 3 difficult questions about courage, wisdom, and luck. If Great Xia lost, they didn't need to cede Bairuyuan. However, they had to give up the right to use Bairuyuan for 3 years. The emissary of the true extreme nation used the method of taking a step back in order to advance. He took advantage of Great Xia's unwillingness to go to war and purposely spread the news of the wager to put pressure on Great Xia. As long as it was appropriate, Great Xia would have no choice but to compromise. As expected, the Xia emperor agreed. At the same time, he added a condition. If the true extreme nation lost the wager, the Xia emperor would have to choose the princess to marry. The emissary of the true extreme nation didn't have any objections. Their goal was Bairuyuan. As for marrying the princess, it was just an excuse. The Xia emperor also had his own considerations. 90% of the reason why Great Xia was so afraid of the northern Ming court was because of their iron cavalry. Although Great Xia was strong, they had a fatal weakness. Great Xia didn't have horses. It wasn't that they didn't have ordinary horses, but rather that they didn't have war horses. The northern Ming court lived as nomads, and their people were valiant. They were good at riding and shooting. Their unique Fergana horse was a rare breed, and the production rate of war horses was very high. In this aspect, Great Xia was much worse. Their war horse production rate was less than 10%. 20,000 war horses was almost half of the true extreme nation stockpile. It would be a great relief to Great Xia's shortage of war horses. However, what the Xia emperor didn't expect was that Great Xia would be defeated in just the first round of the competition of courage. It wasn't that Great Xia lacked loyal and brave people, but that the problem posed by the emissary of the true extreme nation wasn't something that could be solved by ordinary people. Boiling oil to remove the needle, and the person to remove the needle had to be decided by the other party. This wasn't a problem of courage, because no one could use a crippled hand to pick up an embroidery needle that was as thin as a hair. The officials of Great Xia had tried countless times, but it was simply impossible. Great Xia had no lack of smart people. They had tried adding water, wine, and even vinegar to the oil, but they all failed in the end. The emissary of the true extreme nation only gave Great Xia 3 days. Tomorrow was the final deadline, so Qingning hurried back to the palace after receiving Ning Chen's promise. In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights because of the emissary of the true extreme nation. Seeing Qingning return, he wasn't in the mood to ask about Ning Chen. Qingning had left the palace 5 days ago, and this was the first time she saw Zhang Sun. When she saw his haggard appearance, she couldn't bear to see him like this. Knowing what Zhang Sun was worried about, she went forward and tactfully told him what Ning Chen had said. Bang! After hearing this, Zhang Sun suddenly slammed the table and furrowed his brows. He said sternly, "What time is it now? He's still talking about conditions with me. Go and bring him back. If he resists, just knock him out and bring him back." "Yes," Qingning replied. She didn't dare delay and immediately rushed to the Lingyan pavilion. At the same time, in the Lingyan pavilion, Yuhani came directly to the back hall after returning. She found Ning Chen and told him that she had come for the method of making soap. Ning Chen looked at Li Er. He was surprised and felt complicated at the same time. It was difficult to express. "I won't say anything." Ning Chen refused without hesitation. There was no room for discussion. 10% will belong to the young master, Yuhani seriously promised. Ning Chen was unmoved and remained silent. 20%. 30%. Seeing that Ning Chen was still unmoved, Yuhani frowned and said in a low voice, 40%, no more. Ning Chen sneered and said word by word, "I'll say it again, I won't say anything." Yuhani's eyes narrowed at first. Then she smiled and said softly, "Since the young master is unwilling, this little girl can't force you." On the side, Lear was secretly anxious. She couldn't figure out why Ning Chen was so stubborn. She secretly pulled on the corner of Yuhani's clothes, her eyes full of pleading. Yuhani sighed. "I know that the young master has some opinions about Hani. If this little girl hasn't guessed wrong, the young master should think that the Lingyan Pavilion is restricting the freedom of these women, so your attitude towards Hani has changed. But does the young master know how many brothels there are in the imperial city and how many women are slaves? In comparison, in the Lingyan Pavilion, they can at least choose whether they want to sell their bodies or not." At this point, Yuhani glanced at Li Er, and her beautiful face flashed with tender affection. She continued, "Someone like Li Er who was sold to a brothel since she was young and had no one to rely on. Where could she go after leaving the Lingyan Pavilion?" Li Er's eyes were red as she walked in front of Ning Chen and pulled on the latter's arm. She timidly apologized. "I'm sorry, I just wanted you and Sister E to reconcile. So I gave the soap to Sister E." "Li Er, be good, I'm not angry." Ning Chen raised his hand and rubbed the little girl's hair, then looked up at Yuhani and said, "I can give you the method to make soap, and it's not the kind you learned from Li Er, but the real way to make soap. But I have a request." Hearing this, Yuhani and Li Er were both shocked, especially Yuhani. She was much more knowledgeable than Li Er, so she naturally knew the value of the soap. Now that she heard it, Ning Chen seemed to be holding back. "Don't be surprised. I just used that soap to make Lear happy. It's okay to make it for fun, but if you make it in large quantities, there will be many problems that can't be solved." Then Ning Chen explained the real way to make soap, including how to use stones to burn quicklime, then to make slaked lime, then to refine caustic soda, and finally to make soap with caustic soda and lard. After a while, Yuhani and Li were in a daze, as if they didn't understand. Seeing this situation, Ning Chen asked for a pen and paper and wrote down the process in detail. He added the necessary diagrams and then handed it to Yuhani. After looking at it for a long time, Yuhani finally understood the mystery and couldn't help but sigh. The young master is really a strange person. False reputation. The young master is too modest. You're welcome. Although the words were modest, Ning Chen's head was almost raised to the sky. What he meant was, "Praise me, continue to praise me." Yuhani found it funny. In the end, he was still a young man. After being awkward, he was a little silly and cute. "Ning Chen, let's go back to the palace." At this time, a cold and beautiful figure walked over. In just a few steps, she was in front of Ning Chen, grabbed his shoulder, and left. Chapter 19. Ning Chen knew what it was like to fly a kite, and this wasn't the first time. He had been caught in a daze, and by the time he had reacted, he was already back in the palace. Ning Chen was filled with regret. He hadn't even had the time to state his request. If he had known this would happen, he would have negotiated with you, Hani, first. Now, he had lost everything. Seeing that Ning Chen was still distracted, Qing Ning had an urge to kick him. She warned, "The Empress is still angry, so be careful what you say." And Ning Chen responded and immediately reacted. He was a little nervous. Zhang Sun wouldn't really hit him with the plank, would he? "Sister Qing Ning, you have to say a good word for me," Ning Chen shamelessly begged. "Now you know how to be afraid. Why didn't you think of the consequences when you ran away? Ha!" Ning Qin awkwardly laughed. How could he have known he would be caught so easily? Sister Qingning, how did you find me? Ning Qin curiously asked. Qingning didn't hide anything and honestly said, Today on the street, I already saw you before you hid from me. The only reason I didn't immediately catch you was because I wanted to see where you had been hiding these past few days. Ning Chen regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. He had delivered himself to her doorstep. Why had he bought shoes? Couldn't he just endure for a few days? Let's go. The Empress is still waiting. Qingning was still worried, and she quickly walked forward. Although Ning Chen was unwilling, he could only follow. This time he couldn't avoid it. No matter how Zhang Sun punished him, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Weiyang Palace was as calm as usual. Zhang Sun sat in the main seat, her beautiful face carrying a bit of exhaustion. Compared to the past few days, she looked much more haggard. She had not slept for 2 days straight, and that was slowly destroying her remaining radiance. Beside Zhang Sun stood a beautiful figure. She was around 16 or 17 years old, and she wore a light purple dress. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Ning Qin followed Qingning in. When he saw the girl beside Zhang Sun, he was also stunned. It was no wonder people said that the 9th princess was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a nation. She was more beautiful than a flower. Femme fatale, Ning Qin secretly muttered. He was thinking too far ahead and accidentally got distracted again. At the side, Qingning was so angry that she was speechless. She wanted to remind Ning Qin, but she didn't want to overstep her boundaries in front of the 9th princess. Boom! Zhang Sun suddenly slapped the table. With a crash, the tea spilled all over the floor. You still know to come back. Zhang Sun got up and shouted angrily. Ning Chen's body trembled, and he was startled. Only then did he come back to his senses, and he raised his head to look at Zhang Sun. However, when he met Zhang Suin's angry gaze, he immediately lowered his head in guilt. I know I was wrong. Ning Chen was incomparably sincere as he guiltily admitted his mistake. Beside her eldest grandson, Xia Xinyu was also shocked. This was the first time in her life that she had seen her mother so angry. Out of curiosity, she couldn't help but glance at Ning Chen. Seeing the guilt on Ning Chen's face, Zhang Sun suppressed his anger and said, Tell me, what did you do wrong? Ning Chen thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, I shouldn't have tied up Qingning Jie, and I shouldn't have taken an artifact from the palace without permission. Even more so, I shouldn't have faked Her Highness's decree and sneaked out of the palace. After saying this, Ning Chen carefully thought about it again, afraid that he would forget something and make Zhang Sun angry again. I shouldn't have haggled with Her Highness and refused to return to the palace. After saying this, Ning Chen looked towards Qingning. Afraid that he would miss out on something he didn't know about, he quietly mouthed, Anything else? Qingning turned her face away and pretended not to see. Good, very good. If you didn't say it, this consort really wouldn't have known that you've made so many mistakes. Hearing Ning Chen admit to his crimes, Zhang Sun was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Her expression was as unsightly as it could be. Even Xia Xinyu was dumbstruck by Ning Chen's list of crimes. With so many crimes, any one of them was enough for him to die at least once. With so many crimes piled up, even if he didn't die of 1,000 cuts, it wouldn't be too bad. Tell me, how should this consort punish you? Zhang Sun said in a low voice. Ning Chen was put in a difficult position. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. He didn't want to be cut into pieces. He looked towards Qingning for help. Big sister, plead for leniency. Qingning's heart softened. She glared at Ning Chen, but still took a step forward and said softly, Her Highness, Ning Chen also knows that he was wrong. Right now, the matter of the envoy of True Extreme Nation is more important. How about we give him a chance to redeem himself? Zhang Sun pretended to hesitate as she thought about it. Soon after, she nodded slightly. She originally didn't have any intention of chopping off Ning Chen's head. It was just that this guy was too good at causing trouble. If she didn't give him a beating, she really wouldn't be able to vent her anger. She never would have thought that this brat actually dared to sneak out of the palace on his own when she didn't agree to his request to leave the palace. In the end, he actually succeeded. Zhang Sun looked towards Ning Chen. Her tone softened slightly as she said, "Since even Qing Ning is pleading for leniency for you, this consort will temporarily let you off this time. However, while the death penalty can be forgiven, you can't escape punishment. Since you want to leave the palace so badly, this consort will punish you by confining you for half a year. For half a year, you're not allowed to take half a step out of Weiyang Palace. Half a year?" Ning Chen smacked his lips gloomily. However, he didn't dare to have any objection. He still wanted to express his gratitude and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace." The punishment was loud but light. The 9th princess was already so surprised that she didn't know how to express her feelings. Compared to the mistake made by this little eunuch, confining him for half a year was really not a punishment. After dealing with this matter, Zhang Sun collected her emotions and turned her attention back to the matter of the envoy of the Jinji nation. "This is the 9th princess. You haven't met her yet," Zhang Sun introduced seriously. "9th princess, nice to meet you." Ning Chen bowed and saluted. Xia Xinyu saw such a salute and greeting for the first time. Suddenly, she didn't know how to respond. On the main seat, the anger that Zhang Sun had just suppressed almost rose again. "Qing Ning, teach him proper etiquette during his confinement period. What nonsense is he talking about?" "Yes," Qing Ning answered softly and said helplessly. Zhang Sun stretched out her hand slightly and then looked at Ning Chen. She said seriously, "Ning Chen, you said before that you can solve the problem of the envoy of the Jinji nation. Is it true?" Hearing this, Xia Xinyu's delicate body trembled slightly. She looked at the little eunuch, who had surprised her several times. It was really hard to believe that he could solve the problem that made everyone feel helpless. Absolutely. Ning Chen couldn't stand being stared at by Zhang Sun and the 9th princess, so he answered honestly, "What do you need?" Zhang Sun had a glimmer of hope in her heart. She knew that although this little guy had a lot of problems, he was really smart. At the critical moment, he could always impress people. "A pot of oil, vinegar, and a kettle that has been used before," Ning Chen said seriously. "Qing Ning, send someone to get it," Zhang Sun ordered immediately. "Yes." Qing Ning took the order and then left quickly. Taking advantage of the leisure time, Zhang Sun expressed her doubts and reminded him, "The method of adding vinegar to oil has been tried, and it has been confirmed that it is not feasible." "It is indeed not feasible," Ning Chen nodded and said. Later generations said that taking things out of oil was because vinegar was added to the oil. When the vinegar boiled, the temperature of the oil was only 40 or 50 degrees. Every time Ning Chen heard such nonsense, he wanted to slap them. In these rumors, many people swore that vinegar would boil at 60 degrees Celsius or even 30 degrees Celsius. This could no longer be described as nonsense. In fact, one could easily figure out that it was normal for the temperature to reach 40 degrees Celsius in the summer. However, who had ever seen the vinegar in the house boil on its own? In fact, most of the vinegar was only acetic acid and water. The boiling point of acetic acid was more than 110 degrees, and the boiling point of water was 100 degrees lower. The mixture of the two would boil at least 100 degrees. If someone put his hand in the vinegar at this time, even a piece of beef would be cooked, let alone a human's hand. Fortunately, he didn't believe in this nonsense legend. Otherwise, if he angered Zhang Sun again, he would really suffer. After waiting for a while, the little eunuchs and maids in the Weiyang Palace set up the pot of oil in the yard. Qing Ning came in and invited them, and then dismissed all the maids and eunuchs. Zhang Sun and Xia Xinyu walked into the yard to see what method Ning Qin had. There was still a fire under the pot of oil. Ning Qin didn't waste any time. He took the kettle and scraped the dirt off. Then he broke it into small pieces and threw it into the pot of oil. Finally, he poured the vinegar into the pot. Ning Qin took 2 steps back and stood to the side, waiting in boredom. "It's that simple?" Zhang Sun asked in surprise. "It's that simple." Ning Qin nodded honestly. It wasn't anything troublesome to begin with. As expected, not long after, bubbles began to appear in the pot. There were more and more of them, and they grew bigger and bigger. "Your Highness, why don't you try?" Ning Qin suggested. Zhang Sun walked forward, half believing and half doubting. She put her hand on top of the pot of oil. After feeling that it really wasn't hot, she put her hand in. The oil was just a bit hot. Only then did Zhang Sun truly believe him. Her emotions were extremely complicated. The problem that had troubled them for 2 days was actually solved so easily. This kind of contrast caused her to not know how to describe her feelings for a moment. "All right, return to your room and confine yourself. This consort and the 9th princess still have things to discuss." After a moment, Zhang Sun came back to her senses. She picked up a handkerchief and lightly wiped the oil off her hand. "As you command." Ning Qin nodded gloomily. This really was getting rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone, burning the bridge after crossing the river, bullying others with power. The rich were heartless. Seeing Ning Qin dejectedly leave, a faint smile finally appeared on Zhang Sun's beautiful face. She glanced at Xia Xinyu and softly said, "Now you can relax." Many thanks, Imperial Mother." The stone in Xia Xinyu's heart was temporarily put down. Her mood was much better now. She smiled sweetly and said softly, "Qingning, look after this brat. Don't let him run away again." Even though she was gratified, Zhang Sun was still worried. This little guy was too strange. She was very sure that as long as there was a chance, this brat would definitely secretly run away again. They were already lucky to be able to find him this time. If they let him run away again with this brat's personality, he would definitely hide somewhere they wouldn't be able to find him again. Qingning softly replied. After instructing Qingning, Zhang Sun looked at her daughter beside her and carefully instructed. "Xinyu, what happened today? You must not tell anyone else. Understand?" "Xinyu understands." Xia Xinyu lightly nodded and said seriously, "All right, I'm also tired. You can go back first. Qingning, send the princess off." After instructing everything, Zhang Sun could no longer hide the tiredness in her eyes. She waved her hand and said, "Then daughter will take her leave." Xia Xinyu bowed and immediately left. Qingning solemnly followed Zhang Sun's order and left with the 9th princess. Outside Weiyang Palace, Xia Xinyu looked at Qingning and finally couldn't help but ask curiously, "Elder sister Qingning, what is Ning Chen's background? Why did Imperial Mother let him off so easily?" Qingning was silent for a moment and said, "This servant can only say that last time when Imperial Mother was attacked outside the palace, if it wasn't for Ning Chen, Imperial Mother might not have been able to return. As for the other reasons, Princess can only personally ask Imperial Mother." Speaking up to here, Qingning hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Princess Ning Chen just entered the palace not long ago and is not clear about the rules of the palace. In the future, if he unintentionally offends Princess, I hope that Princess can be magnanimous and not hold it against him." Xia Xinyu nodded. In her heart, she was even more curious. She was very clear about Qingning's personality. Although she was kind, she was actually very hard to get close to. Other than Imperial Mother, this was the first time she saw Qingning care so much about someone. It seemed that she needed to tell Imperial Brother about this person who had given her so many surprises. Chapter 20. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The night breeze was cool. In Weiyang Palace, Ning Chan was sitting on his bed, practicing the cultivation method on the golden paper. Where's my true qi? Feeling his meridians were empty, Ning Chen was puzzled. He immediately ran out of bed and rushed to Qing Ning's room. Sister Qing Ning, are you asleep? When he reached Qing Ning's room, Ning Chen saw that the lights were still on. He knocked on the door and shouted loudly. In the room, Qing Ning had just taken off her clothes and was about to go to bed when she heard the knocking. She had no choice but to open the door. What's the matter? Qing Ning opened the door halfway and stood in front of the door, grumbling. Are you going to sleep? Seeing Qing Ning in white pajamas, Ning Chen was a little embarrassed. Should he go in? It was so cold outside. I'm a eunuch. Who am I afraid of? As it turned out, Ning Chen's skin was still very thick. He very consciously pushed open the doors of some rooms and walked in openly. Qing Ning was speechless. She didn't understand what Ning Chen's skin was made of. Sister Qing Ning, my true qi is gone. Do you know what happened? Ning Chen sat around the table and asked his question. He still had it yesterday. How could it be lost? Qing Ning's body trembled as she looked at Ning Chen in astonishment. She thought about it for a moment and roughly understood what was going on. This brat's mental cultivation method must have been taught to him by the woman from that night. However, what surprised her was that with this fellow's aptitude, it was a miracle that he could cultivate true qi so quickly. Cultivation method requires perseverance, especially in the early stages. When anyone cultivates, they don't dare to be distracted for the first 3 months. They cultivate day and night. The purpose is to stabilize the true qi in their body. Speaking of this, Qing Ning's tone changed. As for you, you didn't expect to achieve anything. Just cultivate as you wish. Ning Chen felt his heart break into pieces. This was a slap in the face. This was too much of a bully. I'm going back to sleep. Goodbye. Ning Chen was in a bad mood. He got up and was about to leave. I won't see you out. Qing Ning sat down at the table and said casually. Ning Chen's footsteps paused. After struggling internally, he sat back down dejectedly. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qing Ning. With eager eyes he said, Sister Qing Ning, please tell me about cultivation. Qing Ning took the tea and took a sip. What do you want to hear? The levels of cultivation, for example, are they divided into gold, core, nascent soul, tribulation, transcendence, and so on? Also, are peerless experts able to destroy the heavens and earth with a wave of their hands? Also, are you able to live forever after reaching a certain level of cultivation? And Ning Chen's eyes were blurred as his imagination ran wild. In his previous life, he had envied the characters in these books. Now that he had finally heard that mental cultivation methods existed and that true qi was not a lie, could his great dream come true? Sister Qing Ning, why aren't you saying anything? After talking for a long time, Ning Chen noticed that Qing Ning was sitting there without saying a word. Are you still asleep? Qing Ning glanced at Ning Chen and asked indifferently. Ning Chen knew that he was being looked down upon again. Qing Ning placed the teacup on the table and said helplessly, I really don't know where you heard all this nonsense. I've never heard of any of the things you said, and I'm afraid no one else has either. Ning Chen was depressed. He asked, Then how do you differentiate between experts? Ho Tian and Xian Tian, Qing Ning replied. Then what realm are you in? Ning Chen's curiosity rose again. Mu Qingxue had said that Qing Ning was very strong, and even said that he was slightly stronger than Qing Ning. Of course, Ning Chen had always thought that she was bragging. Although he had never seen Mu Qingxue fight, he had seen Qing Ning fight. Even after suffering such a heavy injury, she was still extremely powerful. In comparison, Mu Qingxue's battle record was a bit worse. He went out twice and was saved by Ning Chen once. The other time, he fainted and was saved by Ning Chen again. Thinking of this, Ning Chen became even more enthusiastic. He stared straight at Qing Ning, waiting for an answer. Qing Ning felt uncomfortable being stared at, but she still answered honestly, "Peak Hotian." Not really. Ning Chen was greatly disappointed. He thought that Qing Ning would at least be a Xiantian expert. However, Mu Qingxue might be a Xiantian expert. However, even though he was already a Xiantian expert, he still couldn't survive in the palace. He was injured again and again. It seemed that no matter how good his martial arts were, he was still afraid of kitchen knives. There were many people in the palace and many knives. Seeing Ning Chen's disappointed expression, Qing Ning said unhappily, "Do you know how many Xiantian experts there are in this world?" "How many?" Ning Chen asked indifferently. Qing Ning calmly stretched out 5 fingers. "So few?" This time, it was Ning Chen's turn to be surprised. He thought that Xiantian experts were as common as dogs, and Hotian experts were everywhere. "Do you think it's so easy to reach the Xiantian realm?" Qing Ning paused for a moment, then continued, "There are countless people in this world who are stuck between Hotian and Xiantian, but only 5 succeeded." "Where are they?" Ning Chen asked curiously. "Eternal Night Cult has 2, Dexia and Gumeng each have 1, and the last one is in Dui Temple in the southwest. There's only 1 in Dexia." Ning Chen was a little disappointed. The Eternal Night Cult had 2 innate experts, and even the Dui Temple, which he didn't know where, had 1 as well. Yet the Great Xia Dynasty was only allocated 1 innate expert. This was really upsetting. Qing Ning introduced the 5 Xiantian experts to Ning Chen one by one. These 5 supreme experts were the 2 hall masters of Eternal Night Cult, the abbot of Dui Temple, the dean of Dexia's Tsang Academy, and the Golden Staff State preceptor of Northern Meng Imperial Court. Ning Chen was extremely envious as he listened, and his eyes shone. What a resounding title! The supreme experts of the martial world. Just hearing it sounded so cool. According to Qing Ning's inference, Mu Qingxue's cultivation had yet to reach the Xiantian realm. But he shouldn't be far from it. "You haven't been cultivating for long, so don't be lazy. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me any time," Qing Ning softly exhorted. After weighing the pros and cons in her heart, she actually came to the same conclusion as Mu Qingxue. She would only guide Ning Chen's cultivation and not teach him any moves. Of course, Ning Chen didn't know what Qing Ning was thinking. He was happy that he had found a good teacher. His little face was smiling like a flower. "Thank you, Sister Qing Ning." After getting a satisfactory answer, Ning Chen went back with satisfaction. He made up his mind to cultivate the cultivation method on the golden paper. Even if he couldn't become invincible, he could at least strengthen his body. Then he had to find a chance to run away. It had to be said that Ning Chen's ambition wasn't big. Of course, the main reason was that the enemy was too strong. Just 1 Zhang was enough to defeat him. He had no choice but to temporarily put down his great ambition and focus on finding a chance to run away. Grandpa Mao once said that all reactionaries were paper tigers. Unfortunately, Zhang Sun wasn't a paper tiger, but a female tiger. Seeing Ning Chen leave, a trace of worry appeared on Qing Ning's gentle face. In fact, it wasn't hard to deduce that the woman Ning Chen took away that night was the assassin who broke into the imperial palace twice. To say something disrespectful, she didn't care about the life or death of Empress Ya. The only person she cared about was Zhang Sun. Perhaps she could barely count that brat. However, how long could this matter be hidden? Why would that woman teach Ning Chen a cultivation method? No one knew Ning Chen's situation better than her. In terms of aptitude, he was definitely one of the worst. It would be embarrassing to say that his aptitude was ordinary. However, it was this boy who had been pestering her to learn martial arts more than 10 days ago, who knew nothing about martial arts, who had actually managed to cultivate true qi without anyone's guidance. It was really too inconceivable. In this world, martial artists weren't cabbages that could be found easily. It was like reading books. There were countless people who had read books, but how many of them could truly be called scholars? Simply put, with Ning Chen's aptitude, even with the guidance of a good teacher, it would take him 3 to 5 months to cultivate true qi. If he fumbled around on his own, it would really depend on the will of the heavens. A bold guess flashed through Qing Ning's mind, but then she shook her head. It shouldn't be the heavenly book, because the heavenly book had been extinct for thousands of years. Moreover, each heavenly book required at least the Xiantian realm to cultivate. She couldn't figure it out, so Qing Ning could only temporarily suppress the doubts in her heart. She made up her mind to check Ning Chen's meridians when she had time. As long as it wasn't the kind of cultivation method that would harm the body, she would let him do as he pleased. Ning Chen didn't know what Qing Ning was thinking. Otherwise, he would have been scared out of his wits. A few days ago, in Saiyan Pharmacy, he dared to let the shopkeeper check his pulse because the shopkeeper already knew that he was a young eunuch who had just entered the palace. It was normal that his pulse didn't change much, since he hadn't been cleansed for a long time. However, Qing Ning was different. Her martial arts cultivation had reached the peak of the acquired realm, and her perception of the meridians in the body was far beyond that of ordinary people. With a little attention, she could easily determine that this eunuch wasn't certified by the palace. This night was destined to be an extraordinary night. However, no matter how extraordinary it was still over. After dawn, Qing Ning accompanied Zhang Sun to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Today was the deadline given by the messenger of the true extreme kingdom. The officials of Great Xia had been waiting in the palace for a long time. The 3 chancellors sat quietly at the head of the officials. As usual, they were as calm as water, indifferent and detached, and did not participate in any court affairs. Compared to the calmness of the 3 chancellors, the officials looked a little too solemn. Some of the older officials had dark circles around their eyes, and their eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that they didn't have enough sleep. The officials of Great Xia might not be virtuous or talented, but they were rarely disloyal. This huge empire, this invincible dynasty, was built with the blood of more than 20 generations of emperors, officials, generals, and soldiers. Every inch of land was stained with the blood of generations. No matter what, they would not allow any forces to invade them. The strength of Great Xia was not accidental. After all, not every generation of wise emperors and virtuous officials were born. However, it was this loyalty that made Great Xia invincible and proud for 1,000 years. Emperor Xia and Zhang Sun arrived. The messenger of the true extreme kingdom was summoned. The emperor and empress came together to show respect for the messenger. Great Xia was proud, but pride didn't mean arrogance. Great Xia never lacked the necessary etiquette. The messenger of the true extreme kingdom came to the palace with 4 companions. They were dressed strangely and gorgeously. Their heads were held high, and their nostrils were about to reach the sky. There was a lot of space in the palace. The officials stood on both sides. Zhang Sun sat below Emperor Xia, and Qing Ning stood behind him. They looked at the messenger of the true extreme kingdom as if he were an idiot. Emperor Xia, have you solved my problem? The messenger of the true extreme kingdom asked, full of confidence. Messenger, you will know later. Come, prepare the banquet, Emperor Xia said indifferently. At the same time, Qing Ning frowned slightly. She lowered her head and whispered in Zhang Suin's ear, Empress, something is wrong. This messenger of the true extreme kingdom and the people he brought are all martial artists. Zhang Suin's eyes narrowed. She understood immediately what was going on. Go and call Ning Chen over. Yes. Qing Ning left quietly, and then quickly rushed to Weiyang Palace. Chapter 21. What was Ning Chen doing? Ning Chen was brushing his teeth with a self-made toothbrush. It was simple and made of pig hair. Once he brushed it, the hair would fall off. Bah! Bah! Early in the morning, Ning Chen squatted in front of the door and brushed his teeth while spitting out pig hair. He was so focused that he did not even know when Qing Ning arrived. Woo! Ning Chen whimpered as a form of greeting. Her Majesty is looking for you. Come with me." Qing Ning did not have time to talk nonsense and pulled Ning Qin away. Ning Qin was shocked. Before he could drink water to rinse the salt out of his mouth, he was pulled away by Qing Ning. "Wait, drink some water. It's too late. There will be plenty of time to drink later." Ning Qin felt miserable. How could it be the same as now? If you have the ability, try to swallow a mouthful of salt. With Qing Ning pulling him, the distance from Wuyang Palace to Heavenly Mandate Palace was not close. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they arrived. On the way, Qing Ning quickly explained the situation in the palace. As Ning Qin listened, he despised the actions of the emissary of Jinji Nation. It was strange that the emissary could be so shameless. In fact, the most difficult part of the problem of taking the needles out of a pot of oil was the person who would take the needles out. Previously, the emissary of Jinji Nation suggested that the other party should decide who to take the needles out, which was a reasonable request. However, the emperor and officials of Great Xia underestimated the emissary's shamelessness. Now in the palace there were only 5 representatives from Jinji Nation, and all of them were martial artists. How would Great Xia choose? Zhang Sun also realized this point, which was why he called Ning Qin over. If a martial artist had vital energy to protect his body, it would not be a problem for him to put his hand into a pot of oil for a short period of time. This way, Great Xia would be at a disadvantage in terms of candidates. Ning Qin followed Qing Ning behind Zhang Sun and quickly whispered a few words into his ear, explaining a few things. "Will it work?" Zhang Sun asked worriedly. "Her Majesty will know when you see it." Ning Qin nodded and said softly, "Qing Ning, go and arrange it." Zhang Sun nodded slightly. This was the only way. It would be best if they could win the first round. At the very least, it would be a draw. Qing Ning heard Ning's words. She had some doubts, but she still listened to the order and went to arrange it. Below the Great Hall, the ministers and the emissary of the true extreme nation were already seated on both sides. They were enjoying the delicious food and the singing and dancing at the same time. Ning Chen was very jealous. He hadn't even finished brushing his teeth, let alone eating. Thinking of this, he looked at the messenger of the true extreme country with even more displeasure. He revealed his signature shy smile and cursed his entire family in his heart. Suddenly, Ning Chen felt a pair of eyes looking at him from the side. When he looked back, he was startled. Wan Guifei. Among all the women Ning Chen had seen, Mu Qingxue and the 9th Princess Yao Xinyu were definitely not inferior to anyone in terms of beauty. In terms of dignity, Zhang Sun was naturally the best. Even Qing Ning, without considering personal prejudice, was also a rare beauty. However, in terms of feminine charm, Wan Yunchang was definitely the most outstanding. She was 70% beautiful and 30% seductive. Combined perfectly, she was a femme fatale. Of course, it wasn't to say that these people were not as charming as Wan Yunchang. It was mainly because they had too many shortcomings. Simply put, Mu Qingxue was too cold, the 9th princess was too young, Qing Ning was too fierce, and Zhang Sun, he didn't dare to comment. How did it feel to be stared at by a beauty? If someone said yes at this time, Ning Chen would definitely slap them with a smile. Lowering his head, Ning Qin secretly prayed that Wan Yunchang didn't recognize him. On the first day he entered the palace, he offended the noble Wan Guifei. At that time, she didn't seem to care, but who knew what she was thinking? Fortunately, Wan Yunchang's gaze only swept past him and didn't linger for too long. Ning Qin let out a sigh of relief and relaxed his tense body. Ning Qin didn't know that Wan Yunchang had almost forgotten what happened that day. However, when she saw him just now, she remembered. After all, the person sitting in front of him was Zhang Sun. Wan Yunchang retracted her gaze and smiled. Her smile was mesmerizing and soul-stirring. The hearts of the ministers who were looking at her subconsciously skipped a beat. Zhang Sun naturally noticed this gaze, but he didn't say anything. He quietly waited for Qing Ning to prepare the things. In this banquet where the nobles gathered, the eunuchs were the least noticed. Even if someone noticed that the eunuch behind the empress looked unfamiliar, they wouldn't take it to heart. After all, in the 1,000-year history of the Great Xia, eunuchs had never been the center of attention. Emperor Xia's expression was still calm. The dignity of an emperor radiated without being angry. No one would believe that someone who had protected such a large empire for nearly 20 years was useless. Zhang Sun had already sent someone to inform Emperor Xia last night. Therefore, Zhang Sun was the main character of today's event. Emperor Xia wasn't in a hurry. He quietly waited for Zhang Sun to make the arrangements. No one knew Zhang Sun's personality better than him. If he wasn't completely confident, he wouldn't interfere. Zhang Sun's message last night was simple. The Great Xia will not lose the first round. The meaning was clear. It would either be a draw or a victory. Emperor Xia didn't think there would be a better result, so he let Zhang Sun make the arrangements. The emissary of the true extreme nation was also waiting quietly. He was in no hurry. He was already in an invincible position and didn't need to fight for a little while. After waiting for a long time, Qingning finally returned. She stood behind Zhang Sun and signaled with her eyes that she was ready. Zhang Sun nodded slightly and then looked at Emperor Xia without revealing anything on his face. He nodded slightly, set up the oil pot. Emperor Xia didn't remain silent after receiving the signal. Not long after, a huge oil pot with a stove was moved to the entrance of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. The fire under the oil pot jumped violently. It looked very frightening. "Please choose your candidate," Emperor Xia said. Hearing this, the officials of the Great Xia couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, it was just pure fear. In reality, they were overthinking things. No matter how bold the emissary of the true extreme nation was, he couldn't force the officials of the Great Xia into a pot of oil. It wasn't hard to guess who would be the next candidate. It was nothing more than a palace maid, a guard, and a eunuch who had no power or influence. Thinking further, the guards were all martial artists, so it was impossible. The palace maid was a woman after all, even if he didn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He didn't want to bear the bad reputation of bullying women. The only candidate left was a eunuch. Ning Chen was very smart. He thought more clearly than anyone else, so he lowered his head more than anyone else. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't the right place, he would have run away. He had said all that needed to be said. Why should he go up and do such a thankless thing? "Young eunuch, please." The emissary of the true extreme nation stepped forward and looked at the oil pot. After seeing that it was fine, he turned around and looked around the hall. At first glance, he saw Ning Chen, who lowered his head the most. He had the right status, the right age, and he wasn't a martial artist. He was the best candidate for the oil pot. If Ning Chen knew what the emissary of the true extreme nation was thinking, he would cry out that he was wronged. He was a martial artist. He really was. Unfortunately, he was just a lowly martial artist who hadn't been graded yet. And in the past 2 days, he had lost his only bit of genuine qi. No wonder no one noticed. Seeing that the emissary of the true extreme nation had chosen Ning Chen, Zhang Sun was stunned. She couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. She was worried because she had been trying to hide Ning Chen's existence to protect him from the undercurrents in the palace. So, no matter how great Ning Chen's achievements were, she didn't say anything. She even deliberately hid Ning Chen's name in front of Emperor Xia. However, after a short time together, Zhang Sun knew that she couldn't hide Ning Chen's brilliance forever. So, she was always looking forward to it. She also wanted to see how far this brilliance could shine after getting rid of her restraints. However, compared to Zhang Sun's complicated feelings, Qing Ning's thoughts were much simpler. She was only worried that this guy would mess up today's court. Was Ning Chen happy? No. Did he want to make a contribution? No, because he was a eunuch. How could he be promoted? Head eunuch? Chief eunuch? It was a matter of principle. He would have to run away sooner or later. He couldn't stay in the palace forever. He helped Zhang Sun for two reasons. First, he wanted to appease Zhang Sun's anger. Second, Zhang Sun treated him quite well. Today's situation was the last thing he wanted to encounter. He knew that from now on, the Empress would have countless eyes on him. Neither Concubine Wan nor Emperor Xia would allow someone they didn't know to appear beside Zhang Sun. Emperor Xia was heartless. Concubine Wan was heartless. Even Zhang Sun was heartless. Seeing Ning Chen's hesitation, Zhang Sun shouted in a low voice, "Don't panic. Do it boldly. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Ning Chen's mind was a little clearer after being reprimanded. He knew he couldn't avoid it this time. Ning Chen stepped out of the line and looked back at Zhang Sun worriedly. He meant to say, "You have to keep your word." Zhang Sun ignored him. She was the Empress. If she couldn't even protect a little eunuch, then she didn't deserve to be the Empress. The oil pot in the hall gradually began to bubble, and the flames in the stove burned people's faces. Ning Chen waited for a while, and when the bubbles in the oil pot reached the most intense, he put his hand above the oil pot and then smiled brightly at the messenger of the Jinji kingdom sitting in the hall. He mouthed, "Damn you!" The emissary's face darkened. Although he didn't know what the eunuch said, he knew it wasn't anything good. However, when he thought about how the kid's arm would become a fried loach in the next moment, his mood became inexplicably better. Ning Chen put his left hand in, and his expression became very interesting. He put his hand in. In the hall, all the officials' eyelids twitched. The timid ones subconsciously looked away, not daring to watch. With a hiss, Ning Chen's eyes turned red and his entire body trembled. His arms, in particular, were shaking violently, causing the oil in the wok to continuously splash out and fall into the stove, causing the flames to rise with a bang. Seeing this, the emissary of the Jinji state smiled even brighter. It was as if it wasn't a little eunuch's arm in the oil, but the entire Xia dynasty waiting to be slaughtered. However, in the next moment, the emissary's smile froze. In front of the oil pot, the pair of trembling hands, which were mostly covered by the oil-stained sleeves, clearly took out a needle as thin as a hair. Ding! There might have been a sound, but there might not have been a sound. The needle fell to the ground. The little eunuch, whose face was full of pain, squatted on the ground, holding his arm and grinding his teeth. In the hall, Zhang Sun shouted, "Summon the imperial physician!" Zhang Sun woke everyone up. "Good job!" Some official forgot the etiquette in front of the hall. He slammed the table and shouted excitedly. Following that, the crowd cheered loudly for this brave, unfamiliar, and fearless little eunuch. The Xia Emperor's tense face flashed with a touch of satisfaction. It was very light and disappeared in an instant. The imperial physician came quickly. A guard came forward to help Ning Chen up. Then the imperial physician took the hero away. Zhang Sun glanced at the emissary of the Jinji state seriously and said, "Qing Ning." "Yes." Qing Ning understood. She walked to the front of the hall and put the needle back into the oil pot. After this simple action, Qing Ning turned to look at the 5 emissaries in the hall. She said calmly, "I heard that the Jinji state worships martial arts, but I don't know how true this is." As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Ning took a step forward and said coldly, "May I ask who is coming?" Chapter 22. Her casual words shocked everyone in the hall. The officials glanced at Qing Ning and then looked at the Empress. Everyone knew that this woman was the Empress's most trusted person. What did it mean for her to challenge the Empress at this moment? It was obvious that the Empress was angry. At this moment, even Emperor Xia's pupils shrank. No one knew what he was thinking. However, Emperor Xia did not say anything, which meant that he accepted Qing Ning's challenge. While the officials were guessing Emperor Xia's intentions, they were also wondering why the Empress was so angry. Was it because the envoy of Jinji state chose someone beside her? Among the 3 dukes, the Grand Advisor opened his eyes a little and then closed them again, as if he heard nothing. Wan Yunshang's charming face flashed with a charming smile. She knew that their empress would not be angry over such a boring reason. Her intuition told her that it had something to do with that little eunuch. It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was sometimes a scary thing. Wan Yunshang's baseless guess was infinitely close to the truth. The envoy of Jinji's state had an interesting expression. He did not know why Empress Xia did not stop this ridiculous and meaningless challenge. He struggled and was caught in the dilemma of accepting or rejecting. In the end, the envoy of Jinji's state agreed. Without any surprises, he had to accept. "Gold One, you go," the envoy of Jinji's state ordered. A man in his 30s walked out. He was wearing a loose red and black robe. His face was pale, and he looked different from ordinary people. Qingning could tell at a glance that this man named Gold One was at the 8th level of martial arts. He was the strongest of the 5. There were only 9 levels of martial arts in the world. Qingning stood at the top of the 9 levels. She was the strongest of the strong. There were only 5 people in the world. Qingning was one of the strongest of the 5. However, Qingning was injured. Although she had recuperated for more than 10 days, her injuries were serious. It was impossible for her to recover so quickly. Injuries had a serious impact on any strong person. Sometimes it was not impossible for someone like Ning Qin, who had not been graded, to kill a 9th level master by accident and luck. Qingning had never been one to underestimate her opponent, so she took her opponent seriously. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the battle began instantly. Qingning stepped forward at a speed that was not considered fast. Her slender hand reached straight for Genie's chest. It was a simple move, but it brought out a hissing sound that cut through the air. Gold One's expression changed slightly. He retreated 3 steps in a row and 2 steps to the side. However, that white, jade-like hand followed him like a shadow, making it difficult for him to avoid it. Qingning didn't give in at all. Her fierce and overbearing offensive wanted to destroy all of Gold One's fighting spirit. Gold One's expression changed again. He could tell that the woman in front of him was at a higher level than him. However, when she attacked, there was a sense of disharmony. Gold One understood what this feeling of disharmony was. It was an injury that harmed his foundation. Everyone who practiced martial arts knew that an injured body would not be able to fight, not to mention a serious injury to the foundation. Therefore, even though it was clear that he couldn't dodge, Gold One still tried his best to dodge. After retreating 3 steps, he raised his Zhen Qi to the peak and punched out with his right fist to meet that slender and terrifying hand. He was ready to take advantage of the force to retreat again. As long as he delayed, his chances of winning would be greater. Unexpectedly, at the moment when the two came into contact, Qingning's fierce offensive changed instantly. Her slender hand turned and avoided the full-force punch in front of her. The moment she turned sideways, she pressed her palm on Gold One's right shoulder. Boom! The palm fell, and Gold One's right shoulder immediately burst with a waterfall of blood. However, Qingning, whose pace was not fast, flashed and reached the extreme speed. Her afterimage flashed, and a slender hand fell again. It was still the shoulder, but this time it was the left shoulder. Qingning's slender hand shook, and Zhen Qi burst out. Gold One's body flew out in an instant. The moment he landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his face was whiter than snow. Qingning laughed coldly. She was injured, but no matter how injured she was still a 9th-level warrior. Even if she was not at the peak, she would not be defeated by a mere 8th-level warrior. There were geniuses in the world who could challenge those of higher levels, but it was obvious that Gold One was far from being qualified. Gold One was defeated without any suspense. It was not because he underestimated his opponent, nor was it because he was arrogant. It was because of the gap in his reaction to the battle, and even more so, the gap in absolute strength. The face of the envoy of the true extreme state was very ugly. He did not expect that such a young palace made of the Xia Empress would have the strength of a ninth-level warrior. He also did not expect that Gold One would be defeated so quickly. There was a gap between an 8th-level warrior and a 9th-level warrior, but it was not to the extent that one side would win by an overwhelming margin. The atmosphere in the hall was very strange. Ning Chen had sneaked back at some point and stood behind Zhang Sun with a painful expression. His right arm was covered with white ointment, and a red cloth wrapped around his arm and hung around his neck. He looked very much like a disabled person. The officials of the Xiao Empire looked at Ning Chen with satisfaction in their eyes. This little eunuch was not bad. Ning Chen felt uncomfortable being stared at. He came back to watch the show, not to be stared at. However, for the sake of the exciting scene in a while, he endured it. "Thank you for letting me win," Qing Ning said coldly with cupped fists. Gold One got up, and his expression changed again and again. In the end, he endured the pain in his shoulders and cupped his fists in return. Seeing this, a smile flashed across Ning Chen's face. It was as bright as a flower blooming. Zhang Sun could not bear to see Ning Chen so proud. She said, "Ning Chen, you have done well for the Xia Empire. This empress will give you a favor. The envoy of the true extreme state will be chosen by you." Ning Chen's smile immediately froze. However, he did not dare to go against Zhang Sun's decree in public. He said with a face that deserved a beating, "Thank you, Empress, for your grace." Zhang Sun made a sound of acknowledgement, but her expression did not change. Ning Chen glanced at the emissary of the Jinji Kingdom, and then at the 3 people behind the emissary. Finally, he shifted his gaze to the injured Gold One. With a slightly bitter expression, he said, "Since this general's arms are fine and he can still salute, then let this general do it." Hearing this, the eyes of the envoy of the true extreme state turned cold. He looked at Gold One and asked, "How is it?" "I will not fail the mission." Gold One endured the pain and said in a low voice, "Good." The envoy of the true extreme state nodded in satisfaction. He coldly glanced at the eunuch behind Zhang Sun. His eyes were cold. At the entrance of the main hall, a cool breeze blew past, but it couldn't blow away the billowing heat wave. Gold One approached and looked at the bottomless oil pot. Circulating his true qi, he concentrated all his strength on his right arm, and then suddenly reached in. Intense pain came from his damaged tendons and veins. The true qi in Gold One's arm vibrated violently. Boiling oil kept seeping through, burning his skin and intensifying the intense pain. At this moment, not only the envoy of the true extreme state, but even the officials of the Great Xia Empire became nervous. Zhang Sun glanced at Ning Chen. He could not understand what this kid was thinking. As time went on, Gold One's body began to tremble. His expression became more and more unsightly. However, he still did not pick up the needle. To be more precise, it was not that he did not pick it up, but that he could not find it. Seeing this, Ning Chen was laughing so hard that he could not close his mouth. It would be strange if he could find it. "You son of a bitch!" Zhang Sun did not understand. The Emperor of Xia did not understand. The envoy of the true extreme state was even more confused. They watched as time passed, but Gold One still did not take out the needle. The heat poison attacked his body. Gold One could not bear the heart-wrenching pain. He took a step back and pulled his arm out. "Imperial physician," Zhang Sun spoke. It was too timely. "No need." The envoy of the true extreme state coldly snorted. He glanced at the kneeling Gold One and said, "We lost the first round. Tomorrow at this time, I will come over to announce the second round. However, this time I will not give you 3 more days. I hope that the Emperor of Xia and the Empress will still be so lucky." With that, the envoy of the true extreme state led the 3 people behind him out of the palace. He did not look at Gold One again. Gold One's head was on the ground. His body was trembling. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain or because of some other reason. With the court session about to end, the Emperor of Xia was in a good mood. Before leaving, He looked at Ning Chen with praise. He was not happy, but it scared Ning Chen into a cold sweat. Wan Yunsheng stood up as well. A fragrant wind blew past. She paused in front of Ning Chen, but did not say anything. She merely laughed softly and left. Let's go. Zhang Sun was in a good mood. Supported by Qing Ning, she stood up and returned to the palace. Ning Chen followed behind without any status. He played the wounded and also had to reveal the secret to satisfy Zhang Sun's evil curiosity. His demonstration of cheating yesterday was enough. Who knew that the envoy of the true extreme state was even more shameless than him? He directly brought 4 martial arts masters. Therefore, he added a little something. He changed the oil he had prepared to soybean oil. He also had Qing Ning beat Gold One up. The boiling point of soybean oil was very high, close to 400 degrees. It was almost twice as high as ordinary oil. Gold One's arms were broken, and his jinqi was unstable. He would not be able to last long. Why can't Gold One find the needle in the oil? Zhang Sun was curious. This was what she could not understand. Gold One had searched in the oil for so long. Logically, he should have found the needle. Hearing Zhang Sun's question, Ning Chen smiled embarrassedly. He said bitterly, "That needle is made of tin. It has already melted in the oil. Let alone him. Even I can't find it." He had noticed that there were many exquisite tin products in the palace. Therefore, he specially asked Qing Ning to send a craftsman in the palace to make a tin needle. Tin would melt when it was more than 200 degrees. Before the oil boiled, it would have melted completely. It would be strange if Gold One could get out. Zhang Sun nodded thoughtfully. Then she looked at Ning Chen strangely. The flickering light in her eyes made one's hair stand on end. Ning Chen smiled embarrassedly. He knew that Zhang Sun was thinking about the strange things in his head again. As they talked, they arrived at Weiyang Palace. Zhang Sun immediately returned to her nature of burning bridges. She stopped in her tracks and said lightly, "Okay, we're here. You can continue to be grounded. I want to rest." Ning Chen was speechless. He finally knew what it meant to change faces faster than the weather. However, before Zhang Sun left, Ning Chen could not help but remind her, "Nyang Yang, that Gold One might be useful. Don't worry about things that you shouldn't care about." Zhang Sun stopped and did not respond. Instead, she warned calmly. At night, stars dotted the sky. In Ning Chen's room, a silver light shone brightly. It whistled and surged, creating circles of ripples. The qi that reappeared was even stronger than before. It broke through the first barrier of a martial artist in one fell swoop. In the Dantian's qi sea, the qi vortex gathered and turned into a rolling silver cloud. It continuously emitted waves of qi. Unbelievable. Outside the room, Qing Ning's hand that was about to knock on the door stopped. She stood at the door, not daring to disturb. The shock in her heart could not be concealed. There was no lack of geniuses in this world. It was not rare for someone to reach rank 1 in half a month. However, this kind of thing should never happen to Ningchen. The path of martial arts was never fair. The gap between a genius and a mortal was unimaginably large. Although it was cruel, this was the truth. Not good. At this moment, Qing Ning's expression changed. She felt that the qi in the room had suddenly become chaotic. Without thinking, she broke the door open. Her beautiful figure flashed, and she arrived beside Ning Chen in 2 steps. Her delicate hand pointed at the latter's qi si. "Concentrate, don't be distracted." Seeing the silver cloud in Ning Chen's qi si shaking and about to disperse, Qing Ning used her own qi to forcefully protect the dispersing silver qi vortex in Ning Chen's body. Chapter 23. Ning Chen was hit by the true qi in his body. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth, but he didn't dare to be distracted. He gathered his spirit and reformed the collapsed vortex. How could this be? The next moment, Qing Ning's expression changed again. Frost started to fall in the room, and the temperature dropped to the freezing point. A large amount of spiritual qi kept rushing into Ning Chen's dantian. His entire dantian started to spin crazily, swallowing the surrounding spiritual qi. Ha! With a shout, Qi Ning pushed her true qi into Ning Chen's body through her right finger, helping him to control the crazy true qi vortex in his dantian. After about an hour, the painful expression on Ning Chen's face gradually disappeared. His dantian returned to normal, and a silver vortex kept spinning slowly and peacefully. Qi Ning let out a sigh of relief and withdrew her right hand. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. This kid was too reckless. Luckily, she came in time, or else he wouldn't even know how he died. Ning Chen opened his eyes and saw Qi Ning's angry face. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He was scared and touched at the same time. "Give me your hand and let me check your injuries." Qi Ning saw the blood on the corner of Ning Chen's mouth and was worried about his injuries. She held back her anger and said in a low voice, I'm fine." Ning Chen didn't want to. He laughed foolishly and tried to think of a countermeasure. He couldn't let Qi Ning check his pulse. Otherwise, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a fake eunuch. He wasn't worried that Qi Ning would do anything to him, but he was afraid that Zhang Sun would kill him in anger. After all, Qi Ning had already concealed the matter of Mu Qingxue for him. He could roughly see that as long as it was not related to Zhang Sun, Qi Ning could tolerate anything and would not take it to heart. Even if Mu Qingxue was the murderer of Empress Xia, she could still pretend that she did not know. However, if Zhang Sun was involved, she wouldn't be so easy to talk to. If a fake eunuch appeared by the Empress side, it would be a big joke. He was sure that once Zhang Sun gave the order, Qi Ning would chop him into pieces. Therefore, he could only laugh foolishly while dodging. If Qi Ning wanted to use force, he would have to resist. Injuries were nothing. Compared to his life, he would endure it even if it was 10 times worse. Seeing Ning Chen's strange behavior, a trace of suspicion arose in Qi Ning's heart. She frowned and said coldly, "Are you hiding something from me?" How could I? How could I have the guts to do that? As Ning Chen spoke, his body kept moving towards the corner of the bed. He couldn't help but worry in his heart. This great aunt wouldn't really use force, right? He couldn't beat her. Fortunately, what Ning Chen was worried about did not happen. Qi Ning only stared at him for a while, then turned around and left. "Then rest well. I'll come and see you tomorrow." "Good night, Sister Qi Ning." Ning Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly waved goodbye. However, his whole body was still hiding in the corner of the bed and refused to move. As soon as Qi Ning left, Ning Chen could no longer suppress the bruises in his body. With a puff, he vomited blood all over the floor. Qi Ning's footsteps stopped outside the door, and she waited silently for a long time before she left silently. The bright moon was moving west, and dawn was breaking. Ning Chen was still sitting on the bed, running the Heart Sutras over and over again. He was so focused that he forgot the time. When he woke up, the east rising sun was already dazzling. Ning Chen's heart sank. Thinking of today's literary battle, he felt even more anxious. He pushed the door open and was about to rush to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. However, before he could leave Weiyang Palace, he was stopped by the little eunuch guarding the door. "The Empress has ordered that you can't step out of the palace." The little eunuch guarding the door was very polite, but also very firm. Ning Chen was anxious, but no matter how hard he tried to persuade him, he couldn't get away. For a moment, there was nothing he could do. With Zhang Suin's cautious personality, if he encountered a problem, he would definitely send someone to summon him. The reason why he hadn't come at this time was either that he had solved the problem of the envoy of the Jinji nation, or that Qi Ning had told him about his injuries. It wasn't certain that he could solve the problem of the envoy of the Jinji nation, and Zhang Sun wouldn't think so. However, Zhang Sun was cautious and would definitely not let go of any possibility. Moreover, In Jiang Xuan's impression, whenever he encountered a strange problem, he would think of Ning Chen first. Ning Chen had never hated a person so much in his life, and today he finally met one. The little eunuch in front of him was impervious to both force and persuasion. No matter what he said, he wouldn't let him go. Why were there so many weirdos in Jiang Xuan's palace? Ning Chen was furious, and for the first time he had the impulse to beat someone up. Of course, he put it into action. Ah, the Empress! Ning Chen was shocked. The moment the little eunuch subconsciously turned around, a fist as big as a casserole hit him on the back. Then there was no then. Little guy, you are too inexperienced to fight with me. Ning Chen arrogantly stepped over the little eunuch's body and immediately ran for the heavenly mandate palace. As he ran, he despised himself. Usually, when Jiang Xuan came looking for him, he would hide faster than anyone else. Now that Jiang Xuan didn't come looking for him, he had to worry about this and that again. Behind the heavenly mandate palace, Ning Chen ran over, panting. Looking at the imperial guards, he was troubled again. How was he going to get in? Little eunuch Ning Chen? At this moment, the imperial guard closest to him recognized Ning Chen and greeted him. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with confusion. He didn't know anyone in the palace. Little eunuch, don't you remember? I am Ling Xiao, the one who sent you out of the palace that day. The imperial guard reminded him. Ning Chen looked carefully and finally recognized him. He had almost forgotten that he had such an acquaintance. Back then, in order to get out of the palace, he had fooled this guy quite a bit. He didn't expect to meet him again today. So it is General Ling. Your armor has changed. I almost didn't recognize you. Congratulations, General. Ning Chen saw that Ling Xiao's position had changed and hurriedly congratulated him. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "This is all thanks to you. Little eunuch, are you looking for the Empress? Do you need me to go and report?" Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded vigorously. He was worried that he couldn't get in. "Little eunuch, please wait a moment." Ling Xiao laughed heartily, then turned and walked into the palace. While waiting, Ning Chen was bored. He looked around and couldn't help but smack his lips. The decorations of the palace were too extravagant. Emperor Xia and Jiang Xuan were too corrupt. "Little eunuch, the Empress asked you to go in." After a while, Ling Xiao came back and said in a low voice, "Little eunuch, be careful what you say. The Empress doesn't seem to be in a good mood." Ning Chen nodded and gave him a look. "Brother, you are a good friend." Ling Xiao understood and quietly returned a look. "It's nothing." Ning Chen quietly entered from the back of the heavenly mandate palace. He immediately found Jiang Xuan's position. However, after seeing Jiang Xuan's expression, his heart skipped a beat. How was it not good? It was obviously very bad. However, since he was already here, there was no reason to go back. He could only bite the bullet and sneak behind Jiang Xuan. He carefully gave Qing Ning a look and asked what was going on. Qing Ning lightly shook her head, indicating that it was not good to ask. After getting the hint, Ning Chen quietly raised his head and looked at Emperor Xia, who was sitting on the dragon throne. He then looked at the officials and saw the annoying, arrogant, and smug face of the emissary of the true extreme nation. He roughly understood what was going on. Great Xia was at a disadvantage. They were about to lose and lose face. Which official can think of an answer? Emperor Xia's face was dark as he asked once more. Ning Chen lowered his head and looked at the black and white words on Jiang Xuan's table. While he was shocked, he couldn't help but feel a trace of other emotions. It seemed that the Confucian officials of Great Xia had a lot of skills. The content recorded on the white paper, whether it was poetry or music, chess and cards, the Confucian officials of Great Xia had answered them one by one. The only thing that had not been answered were the 3 absolutes out of the 5 couplets. At first glance, it didn't seem difficult to answer. However, when one looked at them carefully, they temporarily had no clue. It wasn't that they couldn't answer, but that the person who came up with the questions had the advantage. Under the time limit, It was naturally difficult to add. On the white paper, there were only 3 questions left. The first question: every inch of land is a temple. Beside the temple is a poem. The poem says, "Tomorrow, send the monk back to the ancient temple." The second question: Chien 8 trigrams, Kuin 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, heaven and earth are settled. The seemingly easiest question was actually the most difficult one. There were only 7 numbers: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although the Confucian officials of the imperial court were very knowledgeable, they were only 8 or 9 levels high. However, couplets were originally unorthodox. It was popular among the people, scholars, poets, scholars, and beauties. However, the great Confucians rarely dabbled in couplets. To be able to answer 2 of the 5 absolutes in such a short period of time was already not easy. Ning Qin looked at the Zhanji nation envoy with disdain. This fellow was too shameless. The questions that he had prepared for half his life were answered by the great Confucians of Great Xia in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Emperor Xia, it seems that your official can't answer. The Zhenji nation envoy laughed, not hiding his arrogance at all. 8,000 years ago, the teacher was born in the Zhenji nation. After that, he taught and taught, passing down the orthodoxy of Confucianism. However, when he came to Great Xia in his later years, the world thought that the teacher was from the Xia dynasty. Now that I think about it, it's really laughable. But Ning Qin couldn't help but curse. When did the teacher become from the Zhenji nation? Why didn't you say that Great Xia was yours 1,000 years ago? Hearing the Zhenji nation envoy's shameless words, the Confucian officials of Great Xia were so angry that their faces turned red. They cursed. The teacher was the religion of Confucianism. How could they allow others to insult him? What a disgrace to the educated. The Zhenji nation envoy laughed arrogantly. He was very happy to get revenge for the humiliation he had suffered yesterday. Empress, Ning Qin couldn't take it anymore. He said in a low voice, "Let me do it." This time, it was Zhang Xuan's turn to be shocked. Looking at the serious Ning Qin, a trace of hesitation flashed in her beautiful eyes. However, seeing that the incense stick was about to burn out, Zhang Sun didn't think too much. She stood up and looked at Emperor Xia, who was sitting on the dragon throne. "Your Majesty, I recommend someone." "Approved." Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes and said, "Ning Qin." Zhang Sun looked back at Ning Qin. Her expression was unprecedentedly serious. She said seriously, "Don't disgrace the dignity of Great Xia." Even though she was the empress, she still had to bear a lot of pressure to make a guarantee in front of Emperor Xia and all the officials. If anything happened to Ning Qin, it wouldn't be as simple as just losing a round. Ning Qin knew the seriousness of the matter. He also understood the pressure on Zhang Sun. He wasn't acting on impulse. It was just that time didn't allow him to make any more arrangements. Having him answer was the fastest choice. More importantly, he was indebted to Zhang Sun. He couldn't be ungrateful. Ning Qin stepped out calmly. He no longer hid his strength. He stood in the center of the hall with his head held high. A beautiful palace maid immediately brought him a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone. He placed it on the desk that had already been set up in the hall. Zhang Sun gestured, and Qing Ning stepped forward to grind the ink. In the heavenly mandate palace, there was a romantic atmosphere. Ning Qin picked up the brush and wrote. The first couplet immediately appeared on the paper. Every inch of land is a temple. Beside the temple is a poem. The poem says, "Tomorrow, send the monk back to the ancient temple. 2 trees form a forest. Under the forest is forbidden. Forbidden cloud. Enter the forest with one's axe." Good. Several Confucian officials in the court slapped the table and stood up. They looked excited and praised. The couplet was neat and had an extraordinary artistic conception. This little eunuch had once again shocked them. Not far away, the Zhenji nation envoy moved his sleeve and frowned. After a short moment of shock, Ning Chen's brush didn't stop. The second couplet appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Qian 8 trigrams, Kun 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, heaven and earth are set. Luan 9 sounds, Phoenix 9 sounds, 9 sounds 81. Luan and Phoenix cry in harmony. This time, all the Confucian scholars laughed. This couplet wasn't amazing, but it was a coincidence. Furthermore, it also flattered Zhang Sun and Emperor Xia a little. Luan and Phoenix were both auspicious signs and implied beauty. It could be said to be a good match. Emperor Xia smiled. Although the emperor was a true dragon, and it was a little inappropriate to call him a Luan or Phoenix, for the sake of this good match, it was worth it. Chapter 24. 2 of the 3 couplets had been completed, and Ning Chen was about to write the last one. However, at this very moment, the true extreme country envoy's left hand moved, and a gust of wind shot out toward the incense stand at the entrance of the hall. All the officials were stunned, and by the time they came back to their senses, it was too late to stop it. The strong wind swept across, and the incense stick that was left burned up. Time is up, you have lost. The true extreme country envoy stood up and said arrogantly. This sudden situation happened so suddenly, be it the Xia emperor or the officials. Their faces turned green. Helplessly, the true extreme country envoy was so secretive that they had no evidence. In front of the desk, Ning Chen was also stunned. Soon after, his expression turned slightly cold. The couplet that he was about to write immediately changed its meaning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Filial piety, loyalty, and etiquette. The officials did not understand at first, but after thinking about it, their expressions changed. It was so simple that even the military officials could see it. Ancient 8 virtues, filial piety, loyalty, etiquette, integrity, and shame. Connecting the 7 words together, only shame was lacking. The meaning was very obvious. It was openly mocking the true extreme kingdom's envoy for being shameless. Well done! A Confucian stood up and hollered. The defeat was set, but Ning Chen's couplet helped Great Xia vent their anger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Filial piety, loyalty, etiquette, and etiquette. Shameless, truly shameless. The true extreme country envoy's expression was really ugly. Even his good mood from winning this round was mostly destroyed. Great Xia's luck had not reached its end, and a small eunuch could spoil his plans. Little eunuch, I have another question. The true extreme country envoy laughed coldly. Which one is Mister? The Great Xia officials were in an uproar, as this was scolding someone. Ning Chen turned sideways and looked at the true extreme nation's emissary face to face. He did not show any signs of weakness as he coldly replied, There are many books that have been passed down from the spring and autumn period. Great. The officials were pumped up. What a good, why ask me? This little eunuch was a genius. He was truly a great person. During the banquet, Zhang Suin's eyes were filled with gratification. Even if they lost, they did not lose face. Okay. On the dragon throne, the Xia emperor stood up and decided the outcome of this battle. For this round, the Great Xia admits defeat. I look forward to the 3rd round of the emissary of tomorrow. We definitely won't disappoint you, Emperor Xia, said the true extreme nation's envoy coldly. The court assembly dispersed. Because of Ning Chen's extraordinary performance today, many civil and military officials cast admiring glances at him. Emperor Xia specially rewarded him with 100 taels of gold as a reward. Unfortunately, the gold was taken away by Zhang Sun before it could warm up. Not a penny was left. Ning Chen was depressed the whole way. But since Zhang Sun had spoken, who could he reason with? However, before his gloomy mood was over, a piece of news came from the palace that scared Ning Chen so much that his soul almost left his body. The corpse of the old eunuch of the cleansing room, who had been missing for more than half a month, was fished out from Qingyuan Lake not far from the cleansing room. After hearing this news, Ning Chen paced back and forth in his room for the whole day. There were several times when he had the urge to run away, now that the old eunuch's corpse had been found. If someone were to match the time of his disappearance with the day Mu Qingxue entered the palace, it would not be difficult to find that the old eunuch had most likely gone missing on that day. If that was the case, then this group of young eunuchs who had just entered the palace would have to undergo a thorough body inspection again. Telling Zhang Sun and then begging for mercy would not work. He was still a criminal. If he added more crimes to his crimes, Zhang Sun might just chop him into pieces in a fit of rage. Zhang Sun had treated him well, but he could not use his life to gamble for Zhang Suan's forgiveness. Run away, yes, I must run away. Ning Qin stopped walking. His eyes flashed with determination. He had to leave. The palace would find out sooner or later. If he did not leave, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. But how could he leave the palace? He had just knocked out a young eunuch this morning. Now that Zhang Sun was watching him even more closely, it was basically impossible for him to escape. My head hurts. Ning Chen had made up his mind with great difficulty, but he was powerless. He scratched his head with all his strength, but could not think of anything. That's right, the 9th princess. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered the 9th princess of Xia, who was as beautiful as a flower. He could not win against Zhang Sun, but he could think of a way to start with Xia Xinyu. In the past 2 days, in order to prevent Xia Xinyu from marrying to the Jinji nation, he had put in so much effort that he did not get a single penny. Now he might even lose his life. This 9th princess had to pay some interest. Xia and the Jinji nation had won 1 round each. The last round tomorrow would determine the 9th princess's fate. The first 2 rounds of the 3 rounds were about courage and wisdom. In fact, it was a competition of scheming. Xia was ruled by Confucianism and was greatly influenced by Confucianism. In terms of shamelessness, Ning Chen was much worse than the envoy of the Jinji nation. Fortunately, Ning Chen was thick-skinned enough to block this big hole. As long as he could win, he could forget about his moral integrity. He did not believe that the envoy of the Jinji nation would compete in luck. His surname was Ning, not Sha. Such an obvious thing could only fool some of the rigid scholars in the imperial court. If Xia won, they would definitely send a woman from the imperial family to the Jinji nation. If he wanted to leave the palace, it would be the best time to sneak into the marriage team. His only chance was to make this a fact before Zhang Sun reacted. Of course, if Xia lost, the marriage partner would be the 9th princess, and the situation would be much more troublesome. However, no matter what, the 9th princess was the best candidate for negotiation. The reason was very simple. No matter if Xia lost or won, the 9th princess was the one who could influence Emperor Xia's decision the most. And Emperor Xia's imperial edict was the only key to getting him out of Weiyang Palace. Now he needed to think about how to persuade Xia Xinyu to ask Emperor Xia for this imperial edict for him. Fortunately, the 9th princess would come to Weiyang Palace every morning and night to greet Zhang Sun. It was not difficult to meet her. Sure enough, when the sun was setting, Xia Xinyu came in spirals. She was wearing a dark green smoky gown, a green grass pleated skirt scattered with flowers and mist, and a thin veil draped over her body. Her shoulders were slender and her waist was slender. Her skin was like congealed fat, and her breath was like an orchid. Without a doubt, the 9th princess of Xia was the most beautiful woman in the world. She was loved by the heavens and earth. She was only 16 years old, but she had already shown a peerless beauty. Princess. Ning Chen was waiting on the road and accidentally bumped into her. Xia Xinyu recognized the person in front of her and deliberately stopped. Now, the whole imperial city knew that a little eunuch named Ning Chen was in the limelight in the imperial court. He repeatedly defeated the envoy of the Jinji nation. However, she knew that Ning Chen was still under house arrest. However, other than the people in Weiyang Palace, she was the only one who knew what was going on. Mother hasn't lifted your house arrest? Xia Xinyu asked curiously. Logically speaking, with such a great contribution, the matter of being grounded should have been pardoned long ago. Ha! Ning Qin smiled awkwardly and did not answer. Not to mention lifting the house arrest. Even the 100 taels of gold that Emperor Xia rewarded him was confiscated by Zhangsun. Xia Xinyu's mind was clear. Naturally, she could see the meaning behind Ning Chen's smile. She could not help but wonder what her mother was thinking. Wait. Xia Xinyu suddenly looked at Ning Chen strangely. She almost forgot that the latter was under house arrest. Logically speaking, he should not be here. Little eunuch, since you are waiting here, you must have something to say. Xia Xinyu's eyes narrowed as she said softly. Ning Chen was shocked. This ninth princess was indeed not as gentle and innocent as she looked. Thinking about it, how could there be anyone in the imperial palace who was really simple? Since he had already spoken, Ning Chen did not beat around the bush. He said, respectfully, "This little one wants to enter the wedding procession. I hope that the ninth princess can help me." Xia Xinyu frowned. After thinking about it briefly, she understood most of the situation. She could not help but ask curiously, "Why are you so persistent in leaving the palace and trying to escape again? Do you know that if you are caught again this time, even Mother will not be able to protect you? I hope that the ninth princess can help me." Ning Qin did not answer. Instead, he said, respectfully again, "Why should I help you?" Xia Xinyu did not ask any more and said indifferently. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said seriously, "I can do my best to help Great Xia win the third round. This way, not only can Great Xia defend Boyuan, but the princess will also not have to go to a foreign country." Xia Xinyu's eyes flashed with a strange light. She asked, "How do you know that you will definitely win? And how do you know that the other officials of Great Xia will definitely not be able to do it?" "Everyone can see that this is the truth," Ning Qin said calmly. Although it was an understatement, it was still difficult to hide the pride in his tone. Ning Chen would not look down on everyone, but he would also not belittle himself. After living 2 lives, he had not only increased in age. Being old but not dying was considered a demon. Logically speaking, his current situation was not much different from a demon. "I really did not expect that there would be someone like you by Mother's side." Xia Xinyu looked at Ning Chen in front of her. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth curved into a smile as she said softly, "Princess is too kind." After Ning Chen put down his disguise, he no longer put on a respectful appearance and replied indifferently, "All right, I will go to Mother's place to pay my respects. As for your conditions, I will seriously consider them." Xia Xinyu smiled gently. Soon after, she walked lightly and continued to walk towards her former eldest grandson's bedroom. After Xia Xinyu left, Ning Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The women in the palace were indeed not easy to deal with. They would never make a promise with no certainty. However, he believed that Xia Xinyu would weigh the pros and cons. After all, the conditions he asked for were only a matter of a few words to her. Going against her promise and forcing him to stay was not a wise choice. Xia Xinyu had stayed in the palace for 16 years. Naturally, she understood this principle better than anyone else. He was also confident that if Xia Xinyu really did not keep her promise, he would make her pay a large enough price in the future. He respected his eldest grandson. In front of him, he did not even dare to speak loudly. That was because his eldest grandson had helped him and protected him. However, this did not mean that he could tolerate other people's discrimination and bullying. At the end of the day, he was never a person who could swallow humiliation. After doing what he had to do, Ning Chen remembered that Qing Ning had saved him last night. He still had not thanked her. Also, he still couldn't understand the paragraphs of text behind the golden paper. He was worried that if he continued to practice like this, he would one day become an idiot. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Ning Qin took out the golden paper and looked at it. Then he walked towards Qing Ning's room. Compared to the princes and princesses, he still preferred to spend time with Qing Ning. Although she was a bit fierce, her fierceness was cute.